Ascension, where
Hello,
they are
Zappy.
vying for that single
Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Vanch.
Yeah, these teams have of
Abhi
course
aa raha
putting
na
a
awaaz.
lot of time, and it's so hyped that we can see a trailer that kind of reflects that, gives them some motivation, and just see all of these players in the video. I think it's super exciting to be able to see this, and it does really sum up the moment, right? This is a big opportunity for a lot of players, a lot of teams to really stamp their name and saying we want to be the ones that are going to the Pacific League. And as you said, so many sacrifices that these players have made, and I do hope, and I'm sure they're so ready for this.
Yeah, you can tell, especially with that trailer. I feel like, you know, they, with that image of them reaching for that trophy, that kind of like makes it so real, right? Especially for each of these players, like for example 𝐼𝐿, who already knows how that feels coming from tier 1. He wants to get back there. There are a lot of storylines like that as well. And as we enter our map veto right now, this is what we were discussing earlier, right? How differently are we going to be seeing Revenant and SPG as well, you know, coming into Ascension? Are we seeing any surprises as well? I have my eyes on that icebox for Revenant.
Yeah. Yeah, my eyes instantly go to the icebox as well. I think.
अरे सुखिया भाई सब बढ़िया आप कैसे हो? Long time.
Good for both of these teams, so I'm not too surprised that Lotus has
Budget issues. That were right.
Revenant decided the Revenant Sunset's not bad. They decided, well, okay, we're not going to challenge the Sunset against SPG.
I mean, at least 𝐆𝐏𝐾𝐿 से तो better है. 𝐆𝐏𝐾𝐿 का सिर्फ top 3 teams plan पे थी, बाकी सब online था.
Definitely, as you said,
सच्ची.
icebox.
जी भाई.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting. As we mentioned for
studio
these
type
teams,
of studio event है, and top 4 teams I think LAN है.
A lot of big changes. I feel like it's going to be really, really spicy already if Margaret picks like, oh my gosh, he's not on Cypher, and that's going to be like about one of the spiciest things.
Oh, चल KappA गोलू और KappA डिले नहीं कर रहे भाई, चालू कर रहे game.
I feel like Revenant
let's go back.
have something up their sleeves. There's something a little
studio
with a team that can pull out something random at any one time in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, Revenant won the last 2 out of their 3 games on Icebox, and it's been a banned map for SPG so far, and now we're gonna see
SPG double sentinel.
So they've definitely been cooking something in this off time that they had. But
भाई walk contact करना पड़ेगा इन लोग को, नहीं करेंगे तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम आने वाला है.
Okay, so Revenant still the
इधर
same.
trap, उधर trap, सब जगह trap है.
𝐼𝐿 is still on that gecko. I actually quite like
double senti versus no senti. Viper technically senti है.
Quite well, and it gives them a little bit of a new facet to their gameplay.
Very interesting that Barassi decides to start off with the initiator, but I think it's something that's been working very well for Revenant, right? And
Please
then you
come back,
Hellranger. Ganesh रोके उठाए क्या अभी? चल चल.
But yeah, I'm excited as well to see 𝐵𝐼𝐿. I mean, we mentioned earlier how much of a menace.
Good morning, Karthik. कैसा है?
Right? And I believe this is the first time that they're bringing it out
थोड़ा काम छोटा करो क्या? या इतना सही है?
As for the Cypher deadline,
I think
we
छोटा
have
करना
seen
चाहिए.
that this is something that they've really been working on, and Margaret, no surprises there. Still on the Cypher, even up until Ascension. Has it been the entire year? I think it's been the entire year for Margaret and Cypher.
इतना ठीक है ना?
Yeah, there's really been a lot of Cypher for him. And to note is that it used to be the Sky for Revenant, and they've gone over to the Fade, which is interesting that they're playing the Fade and the 𝐵𝐿 together now, which is a comp that kind of got really popularized by 100 Thieves when they were doing so well on Bind. So I'm curious to see if that's some of the things that they've taken from them.
Right. Well, 𝐼𝐿, it is your first time here on the desk, and I believe we are just about ready to get into Revenant Esports versus SemperX Gaming. I gotta ask, would you like to do the toss?
Thank you so much. I would be over the moon to do it.
Yeah. We're gonna do that in just a bit, but I feel like, you know, it's encouraging as well. And it's kind of like a bit of a pride thing too, right? It's our welcome to you. I think, you know, you get to do this, right? So 𝐼𝐿, all yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, 𝐼𝐿. He did a great job. I mean, like, that's amazing. Like, he had such a big smile while he was doing it as well. So excited. I love the energy. But yeah, that energy just translates straight into this matchup, 𝐵𝐿. I mean, this is gonna be that return, that revenge arc from 𝐆𝐿, but at the same time, I mean, he's facing against an opponent that's not easy at all. SemperX Gaming, they're pretty strong.
Yeah, 100%. I think you're hard done by going up against a KI representative in the first round of an Ascension matchup. It's obviously kind of the mecca of Asia Valorant right now with the Pacific League over there. So I'm sure SVG's been sharpening their teeth on a lot of that kind of competition in practice, as well as over in the Challengers KR scene. And then over on the South Asian side of things, they're a little bit more geographically segmented, and this is going to be a good chance for them to prove that they can make it up the top of Asia again.
Yeah, but like the analysts have mentioned, okay, 𝐆 and 𝐏𝐾 have mentioned, there were a lot of trials and tribulations that a lot of these teams went through, and at the same time, we're wondering how that's really going to face off in this first matchup of the day, right? I mean, SemperX Gaming, we've done a little bit of homework. Everyone has talked about it, and we love how they play, especially on this map like Bind. They've got that deadlock running in. It's a little bit off meta, but then you look at how they have these side executes, the setups that they've got. It's very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting how a lot of these teams kind of change some of those things up they were doing in the regular season, and we're already seeing it. First game here, it's something that I was seeing in some of the interviews with Revenant as well, something that they mentioned on the desk. They've had 2 months leading into this competition. Really keen to see what they've come up with, and we've already seen a comp change from both teams on the first map of the series.
Just a little bit, right? They swapped out that Sky for the Fade, which is a very meta kind of pick, I guess, because you don't want that flash to be expended so quickly. But at the same time, another interesting switch-up is the fact that SemperX has decided to leave Icebox open. So we'll see how that plays out for the next map. But for now, we're back onto Bind, and this is one of SemperX Gaming's strongest maps. We have seen them play this against, Nongshim, Red Force. They have come across with like very. But they have won out on this map, leaving their opponents with like a single digit.
Yeah, I think, the kind of competition that SVG goes up against Nongshim, as you mentioned, even in D+, is
scrimt against SVG, how strong are they?
A map like Bind, and like you mentioned,
very weak. जीत जाएंगे अपने लौंडे guys. हाँ, very weak guys. कुछ नहीं पता मेरे को. थोड़ा ऊपर मैं करता हूँ.
In their challenger scene, and even I was watching Apex running in EMEA Ascension to some great success. So it's going to be interesting to see the Asian flavor of that over here for SVG, and they're even really trying to bring in the Neon to this comp as well, which has been kind of touted as an important Asian figure to be able to mix into your this tournament and this meta.
Yeah, especially in
live.
Who better to play it other than Dandy,
Plan
of course. I mean, we've been talking
अरे
about
भाविन,
it.
कौन सा second पे हो?
And he's one of those players who has incredible movement on the age, but we're already kicking things off. It is Revenant on the attacking side, though, so for now, just slowly approaching.
Guys, camera में adjust करता हूँ, अभी के लिए RR मत करना, पहला round
their way through bathroom, setting up this ace split straight away here, Quack. Let's see if it works out.
Margaret, that dedicated Cypher player, is just already marking the angle. He's got some setups, but nothing really doing just yet. 𝐿 gonna go in for a bit of a jiggle peek. I think he does spot something, but he's actually going on the offensive, trying to swing out against him.
Nice, let's go.
Then here comes the utility.
Oh, holy, Tamara.
Open, incredible shot from Sultan. Onto 𝐼𝐵. How can he do it?
I don't know. It's going to be difficult to
Nice, bhai.
already cleaning out the back of
Bada god.
Francis in an untenable 1-on-4 here.
Let's
Didn't
go.
really have too much impact.
Let's go. Confidence.
And really
मैं कैमरा को ये right में लेके आता हूँ.
For that bathroom's control, and they just anticipated the reaction out of SVG and punished them as soon as they went aggressive.
That's right, Philsky. I mean, I think that's one of the things that we're seeing from Revenant now. Coming in from last year, the Prince of Indian Valorant, South Asian Valorant, SK Rossi. He used to be on that jet so many times, often being quite aggressive. But one of the things that has come in with, for Split 2, is they have their new coach, Fields, and he has kind of tempered that aggression, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's something that they've said they're working on.
Hello, Mote.
Skills definitely not ready for that. It's going to be a gun hitting the floor already. In the meanwhile, you can see the speed up here from Revenant already just kicking it into high gear in this A side. Margaret just trying to hold on to control of the ball.
Spike him as well, and he definitely gets
Bye.
incredible
ए वही है ना,
stuff
सेल्फ
from
कंट्रोल
his
क्यों नहीं है
so
भाई?
that's
क्या
gonna be one
सीटीवीटी जा रहे हो
pickup.
भाई? ज्यादा
However,
फ्री मत हो ना.
Revenant does not let up. They still have the guns. They don't want to let this go away too quickly. It's gonna be the
सेकंड राउंड तो
outlaw,
भगवान का ही होता है.
Aussie's gonna have to be very
Nice,
careful.
nice.
There it goes, a double kill already.
Okay.
With the Prowler, he pushes out on the frenzy, and that's gonna be Francis.
Holy,
and that is Revenant cleaning things up.
Good recovery, but unfortunately not as clean as they would
ठीक है,
have
तो
liked.
brawler के पहले
Definitely
pick
made a
किया
little
वो
bit of a
भी
mess in the
अच्छा
early to
अपनी
mid
तरफ से
round
खेल
there.
रहे.
Already seeing Rossi straight on the outlaw multiple times here, and that's something that we've kind of mentioned. He was playing that info initiator role in split one. He's moved it over towards a jet and playing a lot of Gecko, but sort of something-esque in terms of bringing that scoped weaponry to the table in that role. And already in the bonus here, he's got a Thrash online, and they're looking to go towards this B side.
2-0 RNT guys.
SPG already with 3 players over here.
And that's just
KappA के माइक को क्या हो गया? शायद पी लिया हो गया.
info initiator.
अभी भी खराब आवाज आ रहा है तुम लोग को.
अभी वापस खराब हुआ. पहले बीच में बरोबर हो गया था. Nice. मारो.
Deploy that Thrash. They will be able to tag Francis down at 10 HP. Well, they could just kind of hold their ground.
Yeah, you can see how tentative they are. That's the side effect of playing against the double senti, playing against the deadlock Cypher. You cannot just kick off those
Nice calling, Rajan.
tries.
इधर-उधर घुमा रहा है.
You could definitely get
Lux
caught
छोड़
by
रहा
those
है.
trips, by some of the deadlock traps as well. Revenant doing their due diligence here. Pressure on the B side of the map. And
तेरा शायद
working
KappA webcam mic
actively
use रहा है.
making
Check कर.
sure that the other team doesn't have too much unfair info and that they're able to kind of keep the rotation.
हाँ KappA, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा अच्छे से.
You can see SPG trying to clear out the low
check कर रहा हूँ.
as well.
भाई ये क्या है भाई? ऐसा
ऐसा
XHL नहीं? जब स्टन हुआ? ये राउंड गॉन कैसे लग रहा है? नहीं जीत गए. और वो मार दिया. नाइस. वो क्यों नहीं है सिटी के लिए? नाइस भाई सुल्तान भाई.
जय
सुल्तान.
Through the smoke, Ivy goes down.
Jay Sultan.
What
the holy!
अभी आ रहा है ना.
Ace in round 3.
हाँ KappA.
Picked up on one day's
What?
notice.
क्या देख लिया मैंने? क्या स्टार्ट हुआ ये गेम का? बोला था ना KappA बच्चे 3 को तो उसने स्मोक के थ्रू उड़ाया है. भाई जो भी है ये क्या था भाई?
In a matchup like this, and he's going to ace against SPG, one of the strongest teams in the competition.
Holy fuck,
that is unreal for a player with that level of experience to come up with a round like that, Quack.
I just imagine the whole conversation going, you know, with the Revenant manager.
He just said, "I'll do it all alone, bro."
Who do you think we should pick up? Dude, I got this guy. He's really good.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
literally what I was thinking. Oh my god.
Awesome.
It's so insane though, and like it's great to see these
Hey,
talents coming out of Kazakhstan. It's a region that you know it has a bit of history and
tactical होगा शायद.
अभी
भाई PC चेक नहीं करना 4 सेकंड का अभी बैन रिलीज हुआ 5 साल बाद.
CIS region sometimes
वापस नहीं थे.
you know, like 1.6 and things like that.
Hex check कर रहे हैं.
It's hard to really place them where they belong regionally, but if I'm seeing more and more rounds
Kill by unban हुए. सबसे ज़्यादा दर्द कौन जानता है वो चीज़ का?
Coming out here for a South Asian
हर एक
team
फाइनल में हम लोग को ही हराया
and kind of entertainment, then I'm happy to welcome them with open arms.
I completely agree, and that's the biggest
काहे याद
thing for
दिला रहे हो?
Revenant Esports is the fact that they have kind of gone with this sort of aim-heavy style, and they always work alongside, you know, the players Sultan,
understatement
especially, and also SK Rossi.
बोलूँ biceps flex कर दो. नहीं है भाई.
Against the opponents, and when you have so many angles to watch out for and so many players who are peeking against you, sometimes it can be too overwhelming, and that's why I'm wondering how this is going to fare off against a team like Synprisa Gaming, who oftentimes you would think that they are very structured. They're always trying to set up. You have Ivy sometimes on the attack. He's going to be lining up his grab net and things like that. If Revenant keeps up this pace of pressuring them, then we might see a very different result on this opening map, Pilski.
They're off to a great start, aren't they? Bonus one. Now into the anti.
ये rounds में डर लगता है मेरे को.
In the back pocket hasn't felt like he's needed to use it just yet.
ये round
Prowler into
alt
his
use
middle. You
करना
can see
चाहिए मेरे को लगता
SPG,
है
a
round
couple
secure
of little
करने के
traps,
लिए.
you know, keeping the A side of the map quite
Bro,
comfortable
Rossi को अच्छा
with
पीछे
those
था,
trips
देखा ही
with the
नहीं था
Cypher
उसने.
cam, and then they've got the deadlock trap for Hookah, just a little bit of info. The Fade's kind of leaning between both sides, wondering where to rotate and just sitting around in spawn.
And off of that too, I think it was the timeout, perhaps from Simprisa from before or something.
I think it was a tech. I don't think I saw the full-on timeout.
भाई
Yeah.
camera
कैमरा दिख रहा है भाई. कैमरा का
का
लाइट नहीं दिख रहा है क्या इन लोग को?
आवाज भी आता रहेगा ना अभी तो.
In the early part of the round, but here comes the execute. It's gonna be Mumba just trying to clear things out. Spice moves all over the place.
भाई भाई क्या? भाई जयंत भाई से भाग रहे भाई.
हाँ सुन नहीं रहे.
To flick on towards him. Even knocks out the
भाई skills बोला.
trying to find ways
Skills बोला मैं बनता हूँ drone भाई, tension मत लो.
just kind of knocks him up a little. Tries to spray it down. Ivy's gonna be good for the refrag, but there's still so much more work to be done. 𝐷9 still undeterred.
प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना कप्पा पता है, जब तक फाइट जीत रहे हैं ना और सामने वाले नहीं मार पा रहे तब तक ठीक है.
हाँ
सामने वाले मारेंगे ना.
मेरे को तो वही लग रहा है. I mean अच्छा है, सही अच्छा जा रहा है, सब कुछ अच्छा खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
हाँ ऐसा नहीं, स्टार्ट अच्छा कर रहे हैं, पोस्ट प्लांट तक सब ठीक है, समझ रहा है. उसके बाद
अभी गन्स आए ना.
गन्स तो पहले भी था
अरे वो स्मोक में मार दिया ना ब्रो.
Just
Retake
start
का chance ही
spamming
नहीं
that
दिया.
initiator util
वही
and just
बात है.
bombard the site to minimize risk against the half-buy.
पनौती मत लगा भाई,
Again, he got
पनौती.
a little bit
भाई सच्चाई ना
by
बोलो.
the Bucky there. Probably could have had more impact, but he's going to be needed to. That is crazy. Instant on the smoke, and this is going to be a set play with the thrash here from Revenant right off the bat.
Definitely has retrieved some information to say the least. Here comes the
And
Prowler
they
as well.
stopped duo and Kazakhstan stopped
This
duo.
is super interesting, the way that they're using the thrash to clear out B-Long. They've lost a pick
अरे
doing it though.
ये कहाँ उड़ा दिया
Ross has
उसको?
gone down already, and the spike's been dropped. That's great info from
ओले
SPG,
उसका
and
अल्टी भी
they're
था.
already
Oh
leading
no.
the Cypher
एक
over the B now.
और अल्ट का ये राउंड था.
Painful loss. That was the operator and the
उसका
Prowler
शायद
just
ऑफ भी था तो
immediately
पैरा ही पहले
eliminated
पिक
from the
करता.
equation. Persia just doing
अच्छा नहीं,
what
रॉसी के
he's
पास ही
known
ऑफ
to
रहेगा.
do, you know, just kind of blocking things off and trying to spray things down as soon as he gets that information. So now Revenant are going to have to think about how they might want to switch up their game plan, perhaps.
It's going to be hard to get into this site though. Orbital strikes at the ready. You've got one reactive smoke here for Persia, and 3 players just stuck right here, ready to deny this execute.
They're all prepared for it, just waiting for the push to come through. Revenant trying to find that space, trying to find that opening pick. It's
Nice.
not quite happening. Paradox though trying to start things off.
Oh,
भाई 𝐷9 ने पीछे से सुला दिया.
भाई 𝐷9
in the round. Dambi has to do
भाई
it all
𝐷9
on
तो
his own.
पीछे से बजा रहा है भाई.
Not impossible. He
पीछे
has
से वार.
so much utility, and all he's got to do is just take down the first opponent. A couple of shots fire through, and now he's going in for it, trying to go in with the slide, the movement.
Oh भाई.
A 90-degree turn,
Let's
and an
fucking go,
instant
boys.
takes him down.
भाई.
It's 5-0 for Revenant.
Let's go, let's
What a
go.
recovery
Calling
from them
कौन
as
कर
well.
रहा है?
They started off that round losing
Giant,
the pick
Giant
to
Ramesh.
Persia.
भाई
Investing
कॉलिंग तो
that
ठीक
thrash
है,
early on,
अच्छा है
you could see
कॉलिंग.
what they wanted
बट
to
क्या
go
शॉट्स
for.
मार रहे हैं ये लोग
These
नहीं?
into Hookah in
Oh,
combination
lit.
with Prowler to clear that space and put pressure on the defense. They clear out B-Long with Thrash and set themselves up for an execute. They kept their options open though. They had Sultan
Skills तो
working over
बहुत
towards
खुश
short
रहेगा
A,
पीछे
and
से.
that is the ultimate strength of bind. You keep your options open, you get those aggressive lurks on the attacking side, and you can always just hit the TP if things go wrong.
I think that's also just the
भाई गेम के बाद स्किल्स को कॉल करने में सबसे ज्यादा मजा आता है भाई.
Always with, you know,
कुछ ना कुछ उसका जो सुनना रहता है भाई. बहुत मजा आता है सुनने में.
we're not really
कल भी मैंने उसको कॉल किया था. कल भी था.
the fact that the
हाँ क्या?
हाँ.
is able to frag out right now. So Impresa definitely trying to switch up their positioning for the time being, given the fact that it's Sheriffs this time.
They've already seen this anti-eco approach so far, and this is the same look for Revenant. Very slow default across the map, and then group up at 50 seconds. This is the most kind of standard way that you're going to see anti-eco occur. SPG needs to be aware of this, and you can see they're looking for info.
आवाज आ रहा है ना background?
हाँ
मेरे को लगा
तो आ रहा है.
मेरा खराब हो गया
मैं
है.
म्यूट करके देखा नहीं.
आ रहा है.
स्ट्रीम का है कुछ तो.
SPG, despite gathering info, have not stacked the right side here.
And I think they're kind of pinned down as well, especially Francis. They might have the ultimates, but perhaps not quite the round to use it unless they find some kind of
Nice.
miracle pick with that Sheriff.
Free side.
वो स्किल्स का कॉलिंग तो अच्छा हो रहा है भाई. परफेक्ट हो रहा है।
पहले से बेटर किया उसने बहुत।
पहले से तो पता नहीं, बट पहले कभी देखा नहीं अच्छे से, बट अभी तो डॉट परफेक्ट है भाई। हाँ
क्या गन से किधर फाइट लेना चाहिए।
Trying to hold an angle, but that's the best that he can do. Sultan coming in with the refrag. IB trying to refrag on his own, but of course Sultan just shutting it lights out for SemperX Gaming. It's 6-0.
Praying for no pie for skills.
Nervous, Filski.
Especially, I mean, this is
Static
SPG's map
sound आ रहा है ना, वो stream से अभी बंद हो गया।
and they cannot get around on defense to save their lives. It's not going well for them. Ops come out, all the ults are online. No excuses here in towards this gun round. On the side of Revenant though, an orbital and a pit could definitely be great tools to continue.
बोलो मुझे शॉर्ट में Ascension क्या होता है बताओगे प्लीज
I
बताता।
love their approaches on the anti-ecos this time with the B side ending on the execute instead of A, so keeping their options open. They're showing they've got that depth. On the attacking side of Bind to clean the rest of these rounds. Here's the optal head-to-head for 𝐵. No one there to clear the eye.
कल जब मैंने बोला, मैंने मेरा पिकएम डाला, तब लोग हंस रहे थे कि एसपीजी को कैसे हराएंगे।
Revealed. Prowlers coming in to check. They know that they're right around the corner as well. So
वही है ना ब्रो,
वो लोग seemingly respecting this for now.
जाने दे।
Yeah, Margaret trying to be 𝐵's buddy here, clear the util so he can find impact with that.
देखना अभी भी वो लोग वो सेटअप के अराउंड उनको
spotting the lurk
मारने को देख रहे, लेकिन डायरेक्ट ऐसा
not aware if it's
fights
just the
नहीं दे
Viper or
रहे।
whether it's multiple players behind that, and Revenant
बहुत एरिया दे दिया है वो लोग को आरएनटी को खेलने के लिए।
You can see this deep cam though.
क्योंकि उनका डबल सेंटिनल कॉम्प है ना, तो वही ट्रैप में फंस रहे कि नहीं अपन अपने यूटिल पे मारेंगे, पर आरएनटी भी अच्छा खेल रहा है।
इन्फो लेके बराबर वो लोग गैदर अप होके आ रहे हैं। तोड़ दे अभी क्या।
There could be that approach into B side. Hence, we're seeing some of the rotations go over.
आराम से टाइम है अभी अपने पास। 4v2 लो 4v2।
भाई ये राउंड तो जीत गए आरएनटी लग रहा है, तो मर गए, खत्म।
हाँ ये तो पीक करना।
खत्म। इनको पता ही नहीं है क्या करना है एसपीजी को।
नहीं समझ आ रहा। खत्म राउंड।
एसपीजी को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है क्या करना है।
अरे इतना
टीम को चीज से बनने के लिए अच्छा हाँ you're right.
They're getting outplayed, they're getting outfragged. Like Revenant is outclassing them right now in the server, despite what the predictions will say. Despite what you might say about Korea or South Asia being a stronger region, what I'm seeing in the server right now is absolute class from Revenant. The Sentinel util is having absolutely no impact. A round where they had full ults and the potential to run any setup they want ends in a double peek into B long into multiple players just holding, just kind of dry contact, seeking information. They're not rotating appropriately off the main util. And SK
इनसे कुछ नहीं हो रहा है।
everyone with the operator, which is exactly what
वाइपर का अल्ट जरूरी है। हाँ I think जरूरी नहीं है, but it's okay to use it. हाँ it's okay to use it. Nothing wrong.
अगर तू 1000 में 10 बार भी वो राउंड हार सकते हो ना, तो 10 बार भी सिक्योर कर लो अल्ट मार के।
पर वो तो पापा जी का थियरी है।
क्या
भाविन का थियरी है वो। आई थिंक सही था ये पोजीशन में अल्ट यूज करना सही था, क्योंकि एक बंदा कोई तो थोड़ा पीछे था। ये एसेंशन पैसिफिक का है ना। हाँ
Neon के बाद
whether he was at the helm or not during those times. I know he's done a bit of like assistant coaching, things like that. Definitely will help to bring us some structure to a South Asian team like this, and you can see the effects of that. Revenant this time working the bathrooms control. It's a force fight from SPG. 𝐵's got the neon ult. That double peek into bathrooms again. This time.
वो neon fights क्यों नहीं ढूंढ रहे bro?
And a quick turnout for Margaret as well. Double kill.
ये बार पकड़ लिया बीच में, इधर-उधर करने नहीं दिया।
अरे एसपीजी हार गया ये गेम, प्रीटी श्योर हूँ मैं। अगर वो लोग अभी 5 भी ले लेते हैं, अटैक साइड में डबल सेंटिनल लेके क्या करेगा वो लोग?
डिफिकल्ट तो है, लेकिन अपने भी
इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है। हाँ तेरे को वो मालूम है ना, फाइट्स दिए तो
हाँ
shots fired.
फाइट्स देंगे।
He's still trying to dance back and forth. 𝐵 is just waiting for the right time to strike. Sultan's thinking about it, but he knows he has to maintain his distance.
एसपीजी पिट रही है। हाँ पिट रही है।
Gonna get hit by the relay. Excellent stuff from 𝐵. Great movement. That's what you want to see.
ये तो होता है भाविन भाई। ब्राजील हाँ 7-1।
कितने टीम फ्रेंचाइज बन सकते हैं एसेंशन के लिए? टोटल 12 आई थिंक।
Such a great use of the movement. And SPG, the TP crunch works
अरे
beautifully for them.
7-1 में skills ने अभी तक खाता नहीं खोला है
Combination with the deadlift, you thought that they invested on that side of the map. Exactly that reason.
मौका नहीं मिल रहा होगा
The
guys.
team that wants to go for this bathrooms control is just going to get crunched super hard with multiple players just pincering you from both sides.
And at the very least, also kind of expending ultimates and some plays from Syncrisa Gaming Stratbook. So Revenant now very aware of it. Thinking twice about the bathroom's approach. They are
अरे उठा लिया साले ने.
Look at that. Paint shells dodged by Margaret beautifully. Picks up the trip. In goes the showstopper there.
ओह ट्रिप से बच गया. ओए अरे उसने स्टेप दिया.
हाँ स्मोक में.
इसने गलत ट्रिप लगाया क्या वो डब्बे के ऊपर नीचे हो गया का.
हाँ वो एक थोड़ा के लिए मिस हो गया वो ट्रिप.
भाई ये आईवी के पास अल्ट यूज क्यों नहीं कर रहा है आदमी.
पता नहीं उठा लेना चाहिए अब तक तो रेस को. देखना भाई.
हाँ ना.
हाँ 2v2 और सोचना नियॉन का भी अल्ट चालू है. कैसे बचा था वो. कौन था उसका सुल्तान था ना उसके यार. अरे भाई.
अरे
अरे क्या हो गया भाई.
कोई बात
नहीं गाइस. 7-2 पूरा डिफेंस हाफ बाकी है और डिफेंस में वाइपर रेस कॉम्प इंसेन है गाइस. आरएनटी का डिफेंस के लिए
066 got another thrash in the back pocket. Okay. Haven't really seen SPG get any value out of this annihilation.
मेरे को उल्टा लग रहा है गोलू. मेरे को लग रहा है उन लोग अटैक में ज्यादा राउंड निकालेंगे. डिफेंस में थोड़ा स्ट्रगल हो सकता है.
क्यों.
कॉम्प इंसेन है. अगर तू इन्फो लेके वो बेसिस पे स्टैक करेगा तो. पर मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है आरएनटी वो करेगा ज्यादा.
डाउट कर रहा हूँ.
अरे डाउट नहीं मैं रियलिटी बता रहा हूँ भाई.
ठीक है.
We talked about deadlock utility, and I think Ivy has been doing quite a bit at blocking off lanes with that barrel mash as well. So
अरे इनसे ऑपिंग नहीं हो रहा है क्या. और नहीं ऑपिंग नहीं कर रहा है.
Again with
उसको तो करना भी नहीं चाहिए मेरे को तो लगता है.
blocked off by the relay bolt. Only one though, so that piece of utility has been spent.
Yeah, doors closed.
नियॉन का डॉज करना थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है. हाँ भाई बहुत हार्ड है.
Revenant gonna have to go back towards B long here.
अरे स्किल सही साइड देख ले भाई. सीधा क्यों देख रहा है.
And at the right timing too, he's able to get a bit more space to work paths. The rest of Revenant walking into a known angle. So Ivy is holding teammate coming in this hole. And that's going to be the last player, Sultan. Spike is way too far in no man's land. That's a really tough position to play.
गंदे हो भाई माँ कसम.
He's already had a bunch of multi-frags so far this game, but 30 seconds on the clock. Might be a little bit of a bridge too far. Aware of the potential of a market flank. Getting slowly surrounded as Francis closes the net. Damping on the off angle towards B long as well. Should be a pretty difficult prospect for him.
ये भी सो रहा है वो भी सो रहा है.
Gonna panic TP a little bit.
जागा नहीं भाई वो एक्चुअली.
अभी तक तो सब शार्प मार रहे थे. अभी क्या सडन होना चालू हो गया थोड़ा.
And they're making a great
मेरे को
resurgence
लगता है
into
सबका
this
जो
game
कॉफी
of
का
grind
इफेक्ट
here.
था अभी उतर गया. अभी फील्ड भाई टाइम आउट.
Yeah, it really is
हाँ
happening.
भाई.
Here's the thing, right?
जरूरत है भाई.
ले
लास्ट
ले
2 राउंड निकालो.
चाहिए.
All that happens was, you know, that little crunch play towards Bath, and all of a sudden we're seeing Syncrisa Gaming kind of coming back into their game.
Yeah, I think the key is definitely just they're rotating a lot better. They're trusting the info they're getting. I feel like before they had these deep cams, they had the proud
time
info
out.
that
सही
they're
टाइम
getting,
पे टाइम
and
आउट.
they're just not trusting their info. You know, they're not
Rocky
they're,
World
or they're
अच्छे से use
misreading
करना
the
चाहिए.
situation. They're prowling it gets
मजा आ
killed
जाएगा.
by Viperlurk, and
Skills
they're
का भी
trusting.
आने वाला है.
That means there's players towards B because they didn't quite gather the right info or they didn't quite adapt in the right way to how.
ये आईवी के ऊपर तो मेरे को बहुत गुस्सा आ रहा है. इसने 5-6 राउंड से अल्ट पकड़ के रखा है.
Just be jitters and nerves. You're not thinking clearly.
वो एजेंट लेने का एक प्लस पॉइंट ही सबसे बड़ा है उसका अल्ट. फाइट्स करने में मदद करता है. भाई यूज ही नहीं
मेरे
कर
को
रहा.
कोच रूम में मॉर्गन को देखना है.
Whatever scene
हाँ
you're
ना.
coming from, you've scrimmed this team 50 times. You know, oh, I'm proud of this guy. I know how this.
सोया में नहीं हूँ. अरे भाविन कल
you know, and
एक
you get
सेकंड
your
रिडल
best
वॉइस
teams
मेरे
and
वॉइस से
habits,
नहीं आ रही
but you
ये
play
वो
against a completely
स्ट्रीम का
different
आवाज
team
ऐसा
from a
है बीच
region,
बीच
the
में
same
हाँ
है
क्या
info
ना
बोल रहा है
can
रिडल
mean a
हाँ
completely different thing,
कल
and
मैं
you need
स्ट्रीम
to
कर
be
रहा
adaptable.
था
And I think that's what we're
उसमें
seeing
रिडल
from
के प्लेयर्स
SPG. They're
3 बजे
starting
तक
to
खेल
wake
रहे
up
हैं
accordingly. They're starting to have some better reads and
तो उन
be
लोग
able
का
to
गेम
stack
लेट
the
है ना
right sides and
वही मैं
react to
पूछ रहा
what
हूँ
your
उनका
opponent's
गेम
been
लेट
throwing
है
at
क्या
them accordingly.
या
कितना
उनका
लेट
शायद
है
कल गेम ही नहीं है आज गेम ही नहीं है उनका
love
कल
that you
गेम है
say that, Pilsky, and I think
उन लोग
that
अपर
that's one of
ब्रैकेट
the
इसमें है ना
biggest things that we have in Ascension as well. I mean, a lot of
क्या
these teams,
नजर भाई
they're coming
विश्वास
in from the tier 2 scene up around
अच्छा
challengers.
खेलेंगे और
They
जीतेंगे
might not, or most likely,
प्रॉब्लम
have
नहीं है
not faced off
अभी
against,
जो
you know,
जो हिसाब से
other
खेल रहे थे ना
opponents from
अभी
other
कुछ
countries
चेंजअप
like
करके
Revenant,
खेलना
for
पड़ेगा
example, as well.
Yeah.
And that means having
आरएनटी
to
को
adapt and adjust on the fly.
अभी वो
That's
लोग
what
ट्रैप करना चालू कर दिए
Ewok was talking about. I can't call him a coach Ewok anymore because now he's an analyst for us. And that's
हाँ
the main
ठीक है हो
thing
सकता
is
है
that when it comes to
भाई फिर से
you know
फाइट है
an
लगता है
event
शॉर्ट
like
पे
a
मोर्गन
Ascension
इनका
tournament like
असिस्टेंट कोच है
Ascension,
मोर्गन
you'll
असिस्टेंट
be
कोच है कि एनालिस्ट है
tested.
बाविन
You might be the
आई एम
king of
नॉट
your
श्योर
hill,
एग्जैक्टली
but
क्या कर
here
रहा है
you
पर
have
कुछ
to
तो है
know
दोनों में
that
से
you've
एक है
got to ascend to greatness,
हाँ
and
वही
you have to find ways to adjust when you are
शॉर्ट पे
pressured by
महायुद्ध
teams
होने
like
वाला है
Revenant and Sinprisa Gaming are doing a pretty good job
अरे
of
गेम साउंड हेलो
Look at them straight into the market crunch. It's a set play off the bat, completely catches Revenant off guard. And that's one of those pace changes that after a timeout
भाई
can
इतना टाइम
completely
आउट लिया
catch you.
इतना कुछ
Revenant
डिस्कस
now,
किया
they
और
had a
लास्ट में
plan.
मुंह में
They
घुस के
talked
मार दिया
about it
इनको
through their whole
हाँ
timeout that they
वही
took.
तो
You know,
बोला
Fields was saying, "Oh, we're going to go for this particular execute." That's
वो
all
लोग
gone
ने
to the
गेस कर
wayside.
लिया एसपीजी ने
Completely
कि ये लोग
disrupted
पेस
off the bat
चेंज
by an
करने वाले
SPG who
खेलने
just
का
wanted to get
इसके
in
लिए
there
शॉर्ट
straight
फाइट के
away.
लिए
They
रेडी थे वो लोग
mixed the Cypher
हाँ मैन
over
कॉल आने
towards the
वाला है
B
अभी
side of the
हाँ
map and reinforced it
फिर
with
दे देते
Deadlock
अभी
util.
स्किल्स
You've
मारेगा
never
अभी
seen
स्किल्स मारेगा
someone
ये
able
राउंड
to
इसका
अरे
ही
utilize
राउंड
the
है
स्किल्स
ये
के
Cypher
हाथ
pull
में
back. That is
फैंटम
fucking
फैंटम देख
pretty
के मेरे को अच्छा
punishable.
नहीं लग
And
रहा है
over on the other side,
लैन है
3
चलेगा
players in a hard crossfire here.
हाँ
ठीक है
एक्चुअली ठीक है
Yeah, that's just titillating plays. I mean, Sinprisa, what a way to play off of the
अरे
timeout.
भाई अल्ट यूज
And you can see that Revenant
डर लिया ना लेकिन भाविन
अरे अल्ट यूज करना रे
perfect, capturing on the double. He manages to take it off,
कोच
and
ने
it's going
बोला
to be
जब
Hellranger now
लास्ट
trying
राउंड
to
में ही
find and
उठाएगा तू
isolate some of these duels. Look at how he plays around the angle, moving so clean.
कुछ
Along with the Phantom,
वो
he
टिल्ट
has
हो रहा है रे ये
destroyed
आदमी को देख के मेरे को
34 HP.
1v1 में लेना है
And
आज
he is
तेरा
gambling
ऐसा
a little bit with this angle. Margaret able to swing out,
दो लोग
कुछ
को
close him
उसने
down
बिठा भी
with a
दिया
clean
अगर तभी
headshot.
अल्ट यूज कर देता
Sinprisa
सोच कौन
on
बचाता
to perhaps close out this
कुछ ने
round
क्या
off.
बोला लास्ट राउंड ही यूज करेगा तू
Unfortunate. Great
अगर
read
इसने
from
पूरे हाफ
SPG
में नहीं
though,
यूज किया
and
ना मैं
that's
बहुत
why
टिल्ट
these
होने वाला
tactical
हुई
timeouts, it's not something that's talked about enough. They are a double-edged sword. You are taking a timeout to do an adjustment, but you're
भाई
giving
आई
the
भी
other
समझा करो
team's
भाई
coach
जेएनजी
input. You're
T1
giving
डीआरएक्स सब
the
देख
other
रही है ये
team's
गेम
coach
कैसे
a
लेंगे
chance to
तुम्हारा
kind
ये
of
परफॉर्मेंस
try
देख
to
के
stay one step ahead, and there are
अल्ट ही नहीं
certain
यूज करता है
tendencies
लौंडा
that certain teams will fall into when they take a timeout. They like to stack, or they take a timeout. They like to go towards a set plan. So whether SPGs recognize that
Twice
tendency or
allowed or
not,
not
they're
है
doing a very
शायद
similar thing. It's a 4-stack on B with the Cypher retake A.
कंफर्म नहीं
नहीं
है
है
ट्वाइस नहीं है
होली होली
पहली बार
देख रहे
लास्ट
अभी
राउंड
अल्ट
बोला
यूज
ना
किया इधर जिधर बंदा है भी नहीं दिखा भी नहीं उधर अभी अल्ट
भाई
100%.
अच्छा था अच्छा लगा
Massive
अच्छा लगा
stack from
मेरे को
प्ले
SPG.
अच्छा
बस
था
जो
भाई
हो रहा है
Getting the
वही
Cypher
हो
with the
रहा है
kill
5
trips,
राउंड हारे
retake
ये
on A,
लोग
and Revenant, whatever they were thinking about, whatever they wanted to go
रसी और
for
डेडलॉक
with the
एफडी
plan in
करेंगे
this
हाफ
round,
में ठीक हो
no
जाएगा
longer
हाफ
going to be an option. Deadlock will deploy towards the bottom side of B long with only 2 players alive. That's going to
अच्छा
be
प्ले था
fairly
भाई
hard to work through.
चलो स्किल
फिर ठीक है स्किल
आता
चलो
बोलो
अंडे
Silver lining with this is the fact that Sultan is 1 point away from
अभी
his
ब्रॉलर
Viper
का
split.
नहीं
Skills
किल का जरूरत
has
है
his
लेट्स
Nightfall.
गो
They could perhaps use this to
अभी
capture
2
a
प्रॉब्लम
site
स्किल्स
and
के
then lock
पास
things up
भाई
and
अभी अल्ट
ensure
यूज
आरएनटी
that
के
the
करते हैं
पास
rotations don't come that easily for
नहीं
Sinprisa.
मारेगा ऐसा क्यों लग रहा
However,
है नहीं
they've got to
मारेगा
make it through this
सेंसर
initial
तोड़ा नाइस तोड़ा
नाइस
अगर
किल
मारा
लेट्स गो
मरा मरा एक शहीदी लगी उसकी है
अरे अल्ट मिस कर दिया बहुत सारी के चेक भी नहीं कर रहा है
देखो गाइस जब बोला मैंने सामने वाले भी शूटिंग में मारेंगे तो राउंड अपन भी हारेंगे तभी तुम बोल रहे थे जिंक्स मत करो सच्चाई है भाई अभी डर लग रहा है मेरे को अभी अगर पिस्टल अपन हार गए तो थोड़ा डर लगेगा पिस्टल जीत गए तो चिल है
They're going to put a lot of impact on the board. Paradox is having a great game as well. Someone that is very flexible role-wise for this team and allows them to kind of flex into different things. Can play that secondary duelist, and there's a couple of players in this tournament we can highlight
एसपीजी का भी
that
पॉइंट
do that.
बैलेंस ही है देख
As
वो
for skills,
नियॉन बहुत
though,
फास्ट ले
he's having a
सकता है
rougher game, and I think
हाँ
it comes
नहीं
down
कपा
to
वो
just the fact that this is someone that's had to
मतलब
do a massive role change.
देख
He's had to
याद कर
IGL
जब भी अपन
and
भी
play
खेलते थे
info
डबल सेंटी लेके
initiator
बोलेंगे हाँ
for
अपन डिफेंस
basically
में
the first
मारेंगे,
time
हमेशा
in
अटैक
his
पे ही
career,
ज्यादा
when
मारते थे
previously
कोई
he's
तो
played
वो
a
होता
ton
है।
of games of Sentinel, a ton of games of Controller, but very few games across his whole
अभी
career
और वो
on these info enets like this.
इसका
So,
ग्रैबनेट और
in
नियॉन
this case,
एकदम
the
स्पीड
Fade,
में
and
आएगा
I don't know
वही
if he has that role comfortability.
ये को
It's
धरने
always a
नहीं चाहिए
little
बस
bit difficult,
माइक से
especially
विंड का नॉइस आ रहा
when
है
you're playing against
किसके
new opponents
मेरे
that you
बोल रहे
haven't quite
शायद
faced
रुको
हाँ
before.
एक
मैंने तो
सेकंड
माइक
ना
चेंज कर लिया
Back
भाई मेरा
in South Asian challenger scene, they might have been able to
अरे
do
मेरे
this against
पंखे का
True
रिमोट किधर है
Rippers, maybe even Velocity. But
वही सलील वही
against
बोल रहा हूँ
Simpresa,
डेडलॉक का
these
नेट और
guys
नियॉन
एक
have
सेकंड
the
ना इस
incredible
पंखे का रिमोट लेके
coordination
आया
with
पंखा
the
कम
teamwork and
उससे ही
the
होता
way
है
that they're pushing out on defense.
और अभी
It's
साइफर
something
कैसा
that
एक
perhaps
इनिशिएटर
Revenant
की तरह भी
hasn't
काम
quite
करेगा देख
anticipated
कैम वैम
yet.
यूज करेगा
So
एग्रेसिव ट्रिप्स
we end
लगाएगा
this first
कंट्रोल लेगा
half with
इन्फो
a
लेगा
slightly even
साइफर
score,
वैसा
5 to
काम
7.
करेगा
It's not too bad
और
yet.
डेडलॉक
But Revenant
ट्रैप सेट
definitely
करेगा नियॉन
does
के लिए
have to anticipate some of these movements from
और क्या फेड है
Simpresa moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Simpresa,
अगर इनको
the
खेलना है
momentum's
तो
well and truly there. They
स्टार्ट ऑफ
have
द राउंड थोड़ा
definitely
सा
shaped
स्लो
the start to
कंट्रोल
this
लेके
game.
वॉकअप
You had
करके
some
क्लोज
big
और
individual
उधर से
plays as
बर्स्ट
well,
करेंगे
really
सीधा ये लोग
stringing
मेरे
that
को तो लगता
momentum
है
along for Revenant. You know, an Asia Sultan in the bonus really gets them off to that
एसपीजी वैसा ही
7-0
खेलेगा मेरे
hot
को लगता है
start. But once Simpresa
पहला
started stringing these
10
gun rounds together, even
10
some of these
seconds
weird
20
kind of
seconds
shaky
वॉकअप
buys
वॉकअप
where they're
वॉकअप
having to
और
mix in the
एकदम
judge
बर्स्ट
and
साथ
things
में
like that and do some kind of more stacky plays really started to work out for them, and they really started to adapt to Revenant's pacing. I was
हो
kind
रही
of
हो जरा
talking about it in the half buys, but even some of those other rounds, that the pacing was quite similar. It's like slow pacing, early to mid round, feeling out the map, working the map with that init util,
अभी
and
सही है
then going for that set execute or going for
माइक
those
का
set
वॉल्यूम
executes
बड़ा है और
outside of short A off the
इसका
bat.
स्ट्रीम का
I
कम
think
किया है
एक
Simpresa
और
did
चीज
a
अपन
great
कर
job
सकते हैं
anticipating which side they were
क्या
hitting,
रे
as well as kind of disrupting things quite
सेटिंग कर रहा
heavily.
है
And in general, that was the game plan they went for on defense all half long, was just get in the
अभी
face of
अभी ठीक
Revenant
है
and disrupt them while
अभी
they
भी
हाँ
आ
kind of
रहा है
go
क्या
for their
पंखे
game
का
plan.
नहीं
And that happens, especially when they start to trust in their information that they're gathering. I think that's one of the main things that we talked about. Is the fact that we've got these new agents coming in. Previously, they might have played with the Sky. This time, it's going to be the Fade. So,
yo Emmy
Valor
how are you
versus the
doing
Guiding Light. The range on that's a little bit different. There might be a little bit of an adjustment around that, but they're still able to kind of make it work now. And off of that, back onto this, it's going to be Simpresa on the attack now. And I've seen them do a lot of crazy executes, especially with a deadlock. I don't know if Revenant's prepared for it.
It's a bit more of a defaulty kind of approach. Cypher's feeling out the bathrooms here, may even try to deploy the cam and see if there's a bathroom set up for Revenant. In the meanwhile, 𝐿 going in towards 𝐿𝐾𝐾, clear trying to play a backside, so the timing is a bit off there. Ivy not ready to
आईवी
go
भाई ना हो
down
पाई
early.
अरे
ये क्या हो गया
क्या स्विच किया रे फास्ट एकदम लोग ने हुक्का लिया लोग ने सीधा शॉवर्स टीपी करके
हाँ
साइफर भैया को मिल गया ना यार इनको उधर
गणेश को इन लोग के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के रुकना चाहिए था थोड़ा आई थिंक प्राउलर है सीज है रिकॉन है
4v5 अरे नहीं यार ऐसा कुछ
अभी कटिंग वटिंग का आवाज आ रहा है ना तुम्हें चालू हो गया भाई इधर
Last player standing.
Just continuing that momentum from the 5-round streak in the first half.
आ रहा है अभी रुको एक सेकंड अभी इसके बाद नहीं आएगा मोस्टली पे पंखे का बोल रहा है रिमोट लेके आऊंगा
Even on the attacking side, that time reacting to the bathroom's pressure, and that is, that great communication.
वो सब ठीक है अभी क्या मेरे इधर सामने शॉप है उसमें काम चालू हो गया भाई.
The same language, doing things very structured with great communication traditionally as well. So, you compare that to maybe a team.
अरे ये ऑडियो इतना फक क्यों है भाई?
ये प्रोडक्शन का भी क्या
have that same kind of snappy approach that you can have in terms of just adapting to things instantly and calling the change.
हनीमून पीरियड ओवर अरे इतना टॉक्सिक मत
what the Korean teams are known to do as well. They're just
ठीक है
so
चलेगा भाई
quick and able to
कुछ
come
भी
up
ओवर
with
नहीं
those
है
coordinated plays, right, Pilsky? Revenant, on the other hand, I mean,
अब बात आती है
find
नर्व्स
some
की
kind of
कितना
a way
नर्व्स
to
होल्ड कर
adjust around
सकते
this
हैं
because
हाँ
if not, they're going to be repeatedly
কে
surprised by a
এটা
lot of
আমি
these
সাত সাত চলে যখন আমি তো এমনি কইম কে জিতবো
Yeah, well, they're just on the eco
हाँ
here.
हाँ मैं भी गोलू
Taking a bit of an old school timeout, to
हाँ
be honest, having a chat with the
भाई हम
pistols,
लोग
not really going for too much, just
कुछ
a
कुछ
bit
बाद
of an
में
ace
बोलता
stab,
हूँ
which, to be fair, SPG will run into here,
for now, though. Maybe coming in from the back lines. Dambi thinking about
अरे भाई हंगरी
डैम्बी भाई भी लालची है भाई
इधर वो भी लालची है अरे भाई अरे शीश फ्रांसिस ने क्या मारा भाई शांत हो जा भाई
He's looking for the wall back. Sultan hopping into his space. The haunt with a peaks. It's going to be the bulldog now.
बहुत अच्छा है बहुत
अच्छा being pushed back.
अरे स्किल्स ढंग से पिक कर ले तो मार देगा उनको
Utility though, SK Rossi able to pull down the pressure with the defuse onto the spike. Although he only has a classic,
oh,
he's trying to watch the angle, but here comes Persia, able to shut him down. It's 4 guns robbed away from Simprisa, but they get the win tied up nonetheless.
And Persia just playing the late round beautifully. I mean, mentioned on the desk, one of the highest rated players in Challenger's career, but actually something that I wanted to highlight, he wins a quarter of his clutches from a massive sample size of like over 100 rounds, which is insane consistency. Like, we're talking across the whole season, you put this man in a clutch, he'll win it, and he's just managed to avoid a pretty massive landmine for SPG there, getting ecoed by the Classics. So although it's going to take a pretty big toll on their economy and they're back down onto a bit of a bonus here, definitely better than losing the round outright.
Yeah, another amazing thing about Simprisa, right? You got players like Persia consistently putting up big numbers, even with the clutches against opponents Nongshim Red Force in their grand finals match. I mean, this is why Revenant is kind of pressured a little bit as well. I mean, Simprisa Gaming are not the underdogs. SK Rossi has to cut off for him, alongside his teammates as well. I mean, that first half was great, but now they've really got to find a way to retool this.
Yeah, I mean, it was 7 in a row, followed by 7 from Simprisa. You need to break this streak on the gun round, and in comes the B execute for SPG.
A little bit fast. Sultan able to hold things down. Of course, the remaining offense is pushed through as well. Francis does not care about that snake bite.
ये नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Paradox though, inside of that sky smoke, just trying to spray through, create a lot of noise, trying to create that angle in from elbow. But of course, at the same time, Ivy with the deadlock utility, it's just so oppressing and makes it tough for you to push out of choke points. Paradox from the back, just trying to find any angle possible, but marked by Margaret immediately. Skills tries to alleviate some of that pressure. Simprisa though, not letting anything up. It's just way too difficult for Revenant to find anything whatsoever.
अभी ऐसा हो गया ना सामने वाले शॉट्स मार रहे हैं अपने वाले मिस कर रहे हैं.
Another, but here comes Francis having
pressure
all the way through elbow in all that time.
This is nightmare stations for Revenant. Oh my god. They were 7 in a row to start this matchup off, and look at that timeline now for Simprisa winning their bonus just like Revenant did in that first half. Doing one better than Revenant has been able to do in this matchup and picking up a handful of guns after what was a shaky anti-eco. They've well and truly recovered their economy here.
It's just really difficult. I mean, especially with the bonus loss, now you're talking about momentum because Revenant are playing on the back foot. Sultan though, having opened things up with that sheriff shot outside of hookah does provide a bit of hope. He has that Viper's Pit available as well.
That's just one of those things, you know, you play against a Viper on B. It's like one of the most common roles on this map, but some of these players, they love to be a bit more aggressive. They love to get in your face. And Sultan, he's already found a sheriff shot, continuing to push the issue against Persia, but going to be forced off the line and have to TP while SPG takes the B site with the fatal. Actually, they're just wanting to clear hookah before they kick off this actual execute.
And then we'll let Dambi do the heavy lifting. Look at it, just sliding past Persia coming in to execute. It's the double kill. It's the sight. And now Simprisa are just locking things down. SK Rossi might be the prince, but he only has a marshal in his aid for this time. And it's going to be Simprisa just trying to provide that suppressive fire as well, in case anybody's trying to cross through the sky smokes. So far, Revenant trying to approach from elbow. Slowly creeping up. Person might not know behind him. Going things off with a catalyst.
There's a sign.
That was Paradox, and it does work out for now.
Nice, let's go!
To end things off. Margaret had no idea what hit it.
Thirsty.
He's just really continuing to try to drag Revenant by their bootstraps through this matchup. with nothing but a sheriff and armor in that round, finds the
SPG
initial
वाला
pick,
मैंने
falls
around
off the line,
around
forced
निकाल
to
दिया
TP,
भाई
still comes
Stress
back into
होता
the round from the other side of the map and finds 2 more for Revenant to finally break that massive streak of rounds from SemperX with a thrifty win there. And now you can see Sultan, he's got that pit ready to go. That could definitely disrupt things a little bit for SemperX, who had to invest a fair bit in that round. 𝐿 invested in that, and that's going to take a pretty big toll on their economy here. They're going to be able to buy up, but this is where some reset potential starts to come in for Revenant here.
Absolutely right. And if Revenant does pick up the win, I'm going to say it's thanks to Sultan. I mean, again, Source...
राउंड निकाला रे मजा आ गया
This is what it's all about. Ivy, though, is going to try to do something different. Maybe through that Viper's pit.
अरे नाइस अल्ट रे मेरा पर अल्ट
यार गन
अच्छा पकड़ा वो नियॉन कभी भी निकल सकता है रे स्लाइड करके
ट्रिपल वाले को केयर करो
नहीं गंदा स्मोक्स डाला रे ये पर्शिया ने
and now trying to reroute around the back as well unless SemperX is able to mark this angle.
Toss 9 by, let's go. Kills by. Nice kills, let's go, Giant! Very impactful kill, Giant! Very good, let's go! Impact kills only, Giant!
Into the game.
लगी 10 गोली तो लगी मेरे को लग रहा है.
By SPG, the Prowler into the pit, followed by the net orbital to kill the Viper, but it was an even better response from Paradox. The paint shells into Showstopper to break up that execute, give enough time for the rotations to come through, and you saw what happened from there. There's that orbital. Paint shells is already down, which gets a kill inside the pit, followed up by the Showstopper. Huge play, and this is what 𝐷𝐿9's able to do off that rotation timing. Takes way too long for SPG to get into a post plant there, and Revenant takes full advantage.
Incredible.
Holy क्या घुस रहे हो oh my god Cypher already showers
भाई राउंड ही खत्म हो गया भाई
राउंड खत्म 1:25 में इको राउंड था ये ऊपर से
भाई इन लोग सिर्फ डब्ल्यू करते हैं सनप्रीजा वाले
भाई साइफर ने क्या शावर्स घुसा भाई नियॉन घुसा ठीक है वो साइफर ने क्या घुसा भाई
खाता खुल रहा है धीरे-धीरे हां बच्चे खुल तो रहा था अभी उतना जल्दी बंद भी हो गया अरे नाइस जैन नाइस कम ऑन कॉन्फिडेंस एक और जैन
oh no almost there no problem there you have done enough Jan
as well just so unhinged that he's in U-Haul 3 seconds into the round before you can even think
इन लोग यूज नहीं खेल एक्चुअली इन लोग को
I mean
डिनाई यूटिलिटी है ना इन लोग का बहुत कुछ
I'm
डिनाई करने के लिए प्लान
judge but there was structure around it of course from SPG and these fast punchy rushes though that catch you off guard.
Oh भाई क्या बजाया भाई
You cannot allow to happen for SPG because not only will they get those entries into the site but once they set up in the site with Cypher deadlock it's going to be impossible to retake.
When Dambi gets going he really gets going. And it just feels like two boxers exchanging blows with each other. You think you can take the third key? I can take the third key as well. And here comes Sultan with a judge himself, but he does get shut down.
Rossi bhai.
SK Rossi now with his famed operator trying to take some shots through against him. Alongside that Dizzy, but does not expect Dambi to come in that quick. Paradox able to refrag, and we're back in for an even fight. 2-on-2. Boombot.
वो लोग जो पेस से खेल रहे रोसी राइफल करेगा तो ज्यादा मारेगा मेरे को लग रहा है वो लोग नहीं दे रहे ऐसा पिक पिक लेने
अरे हाँ वही सही बोला आपने क्योंकि पेस विजन नहीं मिलेगा उसको रोसी को ओ नाइस रे
Nice, reaching double digits for Revenant Esports.
Hello Maverick, let's go boys.
Yeah, I think they've all kind of had their moments here so far.
यहाँ पर ये राउंड अभी इम्पोर्टेंट है ये राउंड अगर हारेंगे तो पैसा बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा के पास
Massive response to the short A hit that you saw before with the paint shell showstopper in this round. This 3K on the Raze rotation, absolutely instrumental. Throwing out the paint shells, I think from spawn side, and then coming in to get a 2K.
अरे बपेरा ना
ये SPG आधे मिनट में या तो राउंड जीतता या तो हारता है बीच में कुछ नहीं है
in that rotation role just to be able to flood into the site with the satchels and well-timed paint shells to break up the execs.
अगर इधर स्मोक कर रहे तो ऊपर क्यों है इधर
Brothers plans for now.
एक सेकंड से बचा है रॉसी
Suprisa trying to keep up that pace, trying to push Revenant back. There's the annihilation.
Yeah, you till tha abhi just. What do you do against that, Bhavin?
मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना मैं क्यों बोला इन लोग स्ट्रगल करेंगे क्योंकि अभी इन लोग को है ना सिंपल है गैम्बल लेना पड़ेगा कि भाई 4 मैन स्ट्राइक करते हैं और रीटेक पे खेल सकते हैं एक साइड समझ रहा है कि पैरा को छोड़ दो एक साइड नेड वेट से डैमेज करने के लिए प्लान रोकने के लिए
भावन जैसा बोल रहा है वैसा नहीं खेलना चाहिए मेरे को लगता है इनको लेना चाहिए अगर हिट हो रहा है ना अगर बी हिट हो रहा है तो एल्बो निकल जाना है और सिटी पीछे निकल जाना है साइड पे यूटिल आ रहा है बहुत कुछ और अगर ए पे हम लोग इनको ले रहे हैं के ऊपर से ले रहे हैं टावर स्पॉट करके पीछे आया या फिर कैंप जो भी जैसा भी इनको ले रहे हैं हम लोग जब भी हिट हो रहा है ना ट्रक और बैक साइड खेलना है ट्रक के पीछे सब वो लोग यूटिल कहाँ पे यूज कर रहे हैं क्लोज यूटिल यूज कर रहे हैं
It's the ultimate, Project A is about shooting me where you've already just died to util and had no impact in the round as a big side anchor. You can't even get out of the site to try and play safe for the retake because you're just burning while getting hit by a fade ult. So rough scenes for Sultan. And look, SPG, they're just applying the press so much. You can see it when we're on the Rossi POV with the operator and Dambi's flying through the air, circle jumping with a judge at him. Not something that you can hit. You got a fade prowler coming at you as well. These executes are just so oppressive the way that they take map control and run it
ये राउंड इको करना है
रस्सी मत ले coordinated util and good spacing. So Revenant, it just doesn't seem to have that much of an answer for that right now.
नहीं लेना चाहिए उसको गन मेरे को ये सब अच्छा नहीं लगता है भाई.
Or well placed raise util. They need to be able to find a different answer.
It's tough. It's
जिता दिया तो अच्छा लगेगा.
अगर वो डिफॉल्ट हैवी टीम के अगेंस्ट भी गन लेता ना तो ठीक है मतलब
हाँ एक एक करके पिक मिल सकता है उसको बट
ये अच्छा स्टैक कर रहे 4 मैन अभी इको में कर रहे हैं पर कर रहे हैं एटलीस्ट
ओके ठीक है उसके पास यूटिल है सारा अगर यूटिल यूज नहीं किया नेक्स्ट राउंड हाफ राउंड में आ जाएगा बट आई थिंक ये सेम चीज है कि बात का इकोनॉमी के लिए चाहिए होगा भाई उसको उसका नियॉन को पिन डाउन करेगा तो विनेबल नहीं कर सकता इजी नहीं है पिन डाउन करना
भाई जब तक टाइम आउट चालू है मेरे गोलू और कप्पा के स्ट्रीम पे जो भी दिख रहा है लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार.
हाँ भाई
कितना टाइम हो गया मेरे को बोल के लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब.
हाँ भाई मेरे को सुन के टाइम हो गया दोस्तों जल्दी से लाइक ठोको. और क्या हाल है दोस्तों
बोलते ही मजा आ गया क्या हाल है दोस्तों
और क्या हाल है दोस्तों.
या तो ऐसा कर सकते हैं या तो मेरे को लगता है आरएनटी एक्सट्रीमिटी फाइट करना चाहिए जैसे कि बिलोंग टावर्स अगर टावर्स वो लोग ने कैसा ट्रैप किया था टावर्स के बाहर
It's a rough one to be throwing down because you're going into a half fight. The single rifle there for Rossi.
वाइपर को अगर अकेले छोड़ दे तो वो साइड तो
look, it could be a cheeky round with a hero rifle, with a couple of shotguns, with the right tools. You could try to go for a bit of an upset here, but need to make sure at the same time that you're making sure you can keep enough money to buy into round 22 with the game this tight.
वो ट्रैप के इसमें ही है वो लोग के.
At this point, you might be even thinking about that overtime, that the possibility of that as well. So Revenant definitely having a lot in mind to consider. Meanwhile, Suprisa, I mean, it's just set execute after set execute, and that's something we've seen before as well. Okay.
With the showstopper,
18 watching 12 likes. भाई like कर दो और subscribe भी कर दो.
क्या क्या क्यों
नहीं ठीक है ना फॉर्मेट टैग किया है इन लोग ने
देखते हैं हाँ ठीक है साइड सही चूज किया ये लोग ने
पर टॉस 9 ये पोजीशन में क्यों है अच्छा
ठीक है ये लो है मार्गरेट लो है
आजा फ्लैंक आजा रॉसी
सही खेल रहा है रॉसी भी अच्छा खेल रहा है
टीपी करना चाहिए इन लोगों को अभी
इन्फो मिल गया रॉसी को
yeah they're cutting sound but heard on the rotation by Rossi. Sultan a little out of position. They know that
सुल्तान भाई भी गन लेने गए
There's a Viper wall with the Viper alive for the retake. If 𝐾𝐘 gets the spike down here, he will actually have access to the orbital, and they'll have a very strong afterplant with the cam up.
स्मोक्स नहीं है उन पे इसके लिए सिर्फ वाइपर वॉल है
कैम है मॉली है अल्ट है बहुत मुश्किल राउंड है
अरे ये तो लाइनअप वाला है इसका मॉली है इनको लगेगा और बिलोंग होता खेल रहा है आप कर दिया भाई
अरे उड़ गया
हाँ अल्ट अच्छा किया बहुत मुश्किल था रे
हाँ
but ठीक है
यूटिल के लिए बोल रहा हूँ
Very good attempt, just not quite being able to put the
Same
pieces
चीज
together. SPG
करेंगे नहीं करना चाहिए
in that 2-on-2, just keeping their their teamwork, their comms where it needed to be.
और वो ग्रैब नेट वॉल के वो साइड भी ग्रैब करता है ना
Not trying to push the issue on the A side with the rotations that come through or
बेट
hitting
आउट
the
करो
TP
ना
too quickly.
नहीं बेट आउट देखो वो टू वे होता है कोई कोई ये सोचते कि नहीं
strong
करता रहेगा
after
फर्स्ट टैप में तो अल्ट
Guy
नहीं यूज
coming
करते
back through for Revenant now.
तो इट्स लाइक अ डबल एज
Once again, it's this fast start towards
हाँ
the A side
विंगमैन
from
था कि
SPG,
नहीं पता नहीं हाँ
trying to kick
विंगमैन
things into
होना
high
चाहिए था
gear through
एक्चुअली
bathrooms in short A.
अरे स्मोक के अंदर 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 ही घुसता रहता है भाई
Revenant having to respect Sky Smokes for now, alongside that Baron Mash. At the very least, it does give them the information that the rotations have made their way through.
भी टीपी करेंगे और क्या
It's got to be a TP.
Through the teleporter play. Revenant just to lock them down as well. Buy them a little bit more time, why not? Margaret's going to have to hold the ankle to cut off the rotations. Or at least gather some information.
Plant's going to go down nice and open. Margaret's
कैमरा अच्छा लगा है रे इसमें
lurk here to just allow SPG
हाँ
to
ना
go back towards B, and they're continually being zoned back by YouTube.
क्या सीन भाविन कुछ नहीं भाई वो तू बता
नाइस किल्स
अरे
पर्शिया तो चिल मार रहा है भाई विंगमैन नहीं था क्या नहीं था भाई
7-0 स्टार्ट हुआ ये क्या हो गया देख वो प्रॉब्लम ये है ना उसके बाद ही मैंने बोल दिया था अगर सामने वाले भी मारने लग गए तो अपने को प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा क्योंकि अपन शूटिंग पे जीत रहे थे
It's not how it starts, it's how it ends.
और डिफेंस में वो ना उन लोगों अपने स्टैक्स नहीं कर रहे हैं ना स्टैक्स नहीं करेंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल है सामने वाले कॉम्प से 5 मैन करे जा रहे हैं
Another nice multi-frag there from Persia to win the previous
Allah.
Yeah, it just shows that they are that
एक
force
साइड
to be
तो
reckoned with. I see why
भाई
now.
ट्रिकी को खिलाओ अभी ट्रिकी होता तो जिता देता क्या गेम अरे माँ कसम भाई हेलो थोड़ा शांत हो जाओ भाई
माइनस में नहीं जा सकते वरना
Track his opponents, he's managing to take down Dawson and refrag him through. Skills now with
कोई बात नहीं अपना मैप है नेक्स्ट
नाइस ट्राई ओ ऐसा सेटअप है ये तो स्टूडियो में लग रहा है
हाँ हाँ मेरे को कैसा लगा उसका याद सिंगापुर में अपन खेलते थे ना कप्पा उसका याद दिला दिया
टॉप 4 स्टेडियम में ना
हाँ
वैसा ही है
थोड़ा सस्ता सेटअप लग रहा है हाँ नहीं डिसेंट ही है पर हाँ
स्टूडियो में रूम्स बना के उधर खिला रहे हैं
कितना टाइम है भाविन पता है आपको
5-6 मिनट तो रहेगा कम से कम चाय वाय कॉफी बनाने का तो बना के आ जाओ
कॉफी तो पी लिया
फीलिंग साइड विद 69
ड्यू अरीना वाइब्स दे रहा है हाँ पर उससे चेयर और टेबल बहुत बेटर है ड्यू अरीना से
हाँ भाई
ड्यू अरीना में क्या
भाई
I think SPG already showed some great adaptability to be able to turn around that first half. They were really starting to recognize the pacing that Revenant was playing with on that attacking side, make some
Dumby
adjustments where it was necessary.
बोलूं बेंगलोर में है कि मुंबई बेंगलोर गाइस मैं आ रहा हूँ 5 मिनट में 2-3 मिनट में
कौन से कप्पा के डिस्कॉर्ड पे सीएसगो का कॉबलस्टोन याद आ गया फाइपर अरे गोपी भाई मत याद दिलाओ वो तो मत याद दिला गोपी
which is exactly what you need with, you know, single init, single duelist.
Yes. ESL LAN वाला कॉबलस्टोन याद है क्या तेरे को?
It's ridiculous how many times we saw him.
तुम लोग ने किसको रिस्की को हराया था और हम लोग ने तुम लोग को हराया.
हाँ भाई वो भी ट्रेन में जो थ्रो किया है हम लोग ने बाद में भाई हाथ का गेम भाई
is there. Persia, of course, cleaning up with those kills as well. So Prisa Gaming are a force to be reckoned with. You just have to wonder about what they're gonna do.
सिमर वो एक की ट्रेन के ऊपर से खड़े रह के मारे जा रहा है और हम लोग मरे जा रहे हैं 4 आईवी आ रहे हैं फिर भी 3 लोग छोड़े जा रहे हैं
go towards. They played it a little bit. They've been a bit up and down in their region, so we'll see how it goes.
See how it goes, and tossing it back to our panels to break it down. It's gonna be ewok as well as Mika.
एक मिनट गाइस मैं कॉफी बना के आया 2 मिनट BRB
I'm glad you didn't forget me, Quack. it looked a little bit like he was gonna be like, oh my gosh, what's that girl's name?
तेरा ID बताना मैं
like the only thing that matters right now. No, I'm gassing up right now. Just like I think like with Revenant Esports, they were running on that early gas, right? But we did see how that early adaptation eventually couldn't match up to how SPG was just able to rally.
देख हो रहा है join तो आजा.
Say though that this match Ewok was a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, I think we saw a great start from Revenant. I really like how they still kept playing a little bit slow, like how they used to play before on the bind, and I think it was working pretty well. They were finding where the stack was. I think on the SPG side, the rotations were a little bit off. I saw Persia a couple of times from the defender spawn. He's rotating to the wrong side just before Revenant was going to hit it.
Hello,
so I think
Vibhor.
that made it a little bit more difficult.
Hello.
Their defense side.
भाई क्या मत मैं बेड में ऐसा लेटे लेटे देख रहा था 7-0 सोच रहा था वापस तो उठना पड़ा भाई हार गए लोग तो
पहले फाइट जीते बाद में वो लोग ने सब यूटिल कॉम्बो यूज करना चालू कर दिया तो ठुकना चालू हो गया
बाद में वो सिंपीसा को समझ गया कि भाई ये लोग अगर बैठ के खेलेंगे तो ये लोग आके मार रहे भाई वो लोग ने पुश करना चालू कर दिया हाँ वही पर आरएनटी एक भी राउंड ऐसा अलग अलग थोड़ा खेल रहे होते ना 1-1-1-1-1 तो शायद बच जाते बट हर राउंड सारा साथ जिधर वो लोग पुश कर रहे थे उधर ही थे अपने भी
वही मतलब यूटिल में नहीं फंसते और बाद में फाइट होता तो अपन जीतते थे लेकिन यूटिल में फंस गए तो वो लोग भाई बहुत मारे एडवांटेज ले
लिए 7-0 के बाद सारा राउंड अल्ट से निकालना चाहिए था अल्ट से निकालने ही नहीं मिला राउंड एक भी
And you mentioned it also, right, that Revenant, they did enjoy that early lead. A lot of it was because of a player like Sultan. And we were talking about him earlier on in the pre-show, how he's going to be such an important player alongside 𝐷𝑜𝑠9 and Ewok. I mean, that ace was just pretty amazing, right, at the very beginning.
Yeah, I think that round was such a crucial round for them to have that good start. I really like the macro way, how they kind of split around the map and then they pivoted over towards the B side and it kind of had the defense in shambles a little bit. We were missing a CT smoke. Maybe 𝐷𝑜𝑠9 I think had a smoke but didn't put it down. They lost one because of no smoke. But Sultan comes out being a hero and aces that round. I think it was such an important round for them to get off to that great start.
But SPG, we're looking here at Persia right now as the MVP. There was a lot riding on him, especially being the IGL, right? And I think that, to be able to come back after Revenant basically took, I believe, 7 or 8 rounds in a row, right? How do you think, like, SPG were able to, like, steel themselves and say, just relax, just play it round by round? That has to be a testament to how solidified this team is as a whole, right?
Yeah, I think Persia rightfully so highlighted. It seems like every time it comes down to a clutch or he needs to trade, he's there. I feel like they can definitely rely on him. He was sharp, he was hitting those shots, and for Simprisa to be able to make that comeback, I think that was so important for them to have this rock because he was killing, he was assisting. I think just overall really important for them to get this map win.
Yeah, I think that it's probably, can we say that it's probably going to go all the way as we head into Icebox? We're going to find out. We're going to head into a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be map number 2 of Revenant versus Synprisa.
कितने मिनट का ब्रेक है? Hey Anmol, long time. Yes, yes. How are you doing? शर्म करो भाई, 4v5 नहीं खेल रहे थे भाई, बेचारा जयंत एक गेम एक मैप हो गया अभी
भाई। उसके कुछ ऐसा मारने या नहीं मारने से फर्क नहीं पड़ता था।
हाँ,
जो हुआ वही हुआ गेम में। मतलब ऐसा नहीं था कि वो क्रूशियल पोजीशन में उसने हगाया ऐसा।
हगाया, हाँ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। I'm great. How are you? I am good as well. कैसा है विभोर? किधर है तू?
मैं घर पे भाई।
तू बोला ना मुंबई आ रहा है?
नहीं नहीं, अरे वो तो बकचोदी कर रहा था चैट में। बच्चे लिखते हैं डीएम भी रेडी था। डीएम कब रेडी नहीं होता है।
हाँ, वो भी बात सही है।
डीएम सैटरडे को रेडी है। अरे भाई कब रेडी नहीं होता डीएम।
क्या लगता है कमबैक?
कौन सा मैप है अभी?
आइसबॉक्स है अभी, आरएनटी का पिक है।
आइसबॉक्स एक्चुअली बाइंड जितना चेता रहे ये लोग को है। आइसबॉक्स टफ रहेगा मेरे को लग रहा है। आइसबॉक्स पे इनके स्टैट्स क्या है? एक भी बार खेला नहीं है ये लोग आइसबॉक्स वैसे। सनप्रिसा ने हाँ, एक भी बार नहीं खेला है पहले। और परमा बैन था ये लोग का आइसबॉक्स शायद से। असेंशन मतलब उन लोग के उधर। हाँ, परमा बैन था उस आइसबॉक्स ये लोग का।
अभी कुछ नया बना के लाए लग रहा है।
हाँ, इवन दो अपन 10 राउंड जीते अपने फर्स्ट डेथ्स कितने 14 या 15 फर्स्ट डेथ्स से
अपने।
हाँ,
हाथ का गेम था, अपने क्लोज करना चाहिए था।
अपन को ही मैच इधर ऐसा लग रहा है। वो लोग को क्या बीटी हो रहा रहेगा अभी।
वही है ना, पर वो उनको नहीं हो सकता है। अपन तो इधर बैठ के भी बकचोदी कर रहे हैं। उन लोग को उधर अगर खेलना है तो नहीं कर सकते उन लोग।
नहीं पता अभी नेक्स्ट मैप में डॉस9 है ना, जेट इसी मारेगा वो।
नहीं, रॉसी खेलेगा ना अभी जेट।
जितना मैंने सुना है डॉस9 नहीं खेल रहा है जेट वगैरह।
क्यों रॉसी ने वापस क्यों स्वैप कर दिया फिर?
क्या मालूम। स्क्रिम में तो शायद डॉस9 नहीं खेल रहा था जेट।
हो सकता है, मेरे इतना ध्यान नहीं, मतलब इतना बात नहीं हुआ था मेरा। बस विश करने के लिए कल बात किया, बाकी कुछ।
स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
लेट्स गो लोग ट्विच पे देख रहे हो क्या?
यूट्यूब विवर भाई।
या ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप गोलू?
गुड मॉर्निंग विवर भाई।
गुड मॉर्निंग ब्रो।
Map number 2 now between Revenant Esports and Synprisa Gaming.
अरे ये क्या कर रहा है? वो क्या कर रहा है? एनालिस्ट है क्या?
अरे वो RRQ और मतलब इंडोनेशिया में टूर्नामेंट है ना, इसलिए शायद ले आए।
अच्छा,
RRQ वालों ने सेटिंग बिठाया रहेगा ऑर्गेनाइजर के साथ।
विभोर इंडिया में होएगा तो तू मेरा भी बिठाना सेटिंग।
भाई मैं खुद कोई टीम में नहीं हूँ, मैं क्या कैसे सेटिंग बिठाऊंगा? टीम बना देते हैं।
अपन खेलने आ रहे थे ना स्प्लिट 3।
क्या क्वालिफायर खत्म? मेरा तो इच्छा थी खेलने की बकचोदी में।
हाँ, टाइम पास में
एक आधी टीम को डिसबैंड करा देते हैं।
टीम का साउंड फुल है विकास।
Then for Synprisa side is okay, we had our month and a half, whatever it was, to prepare something and to be able
कोई बताओ, सिंगल एलिमिनेशन नहीं है ब्रो, अभी तो बताया मैंने।
कोई बोला
the Viper
कोई
Harbor
बोला
side, I can
आइसबॉक्स तो
deal with
सबसे
that.
गंदा था आरएनटी का,
That is
सच्ची
something
क्या?
that I'm expecting from Simprisa. They're a team that
भाविन
अरे
पता है
plays
आपको?
वो
मैंने तो गेम्स नहीं देखा।
उन लोग उतना अच्छा
Ice
नहीं
Box
खेल
is
रहे
really
थे
good
पहले,
executes
पर उन लोग
and
पिक
buying
कर रहे जा
time.
रहे थे,
I feel like sometimes
पर सन
Revenant
प्रीजा का
knew
परमा
where they
बैन
were
था, तो
going,
आई
but the
थिंक उसके लिए इन
execution
लोग ने
was
पिक किया है,
flawless.
पता नहीं मेरे को
The
अभी
unit
इतना।
was so good
ओके
that there wasn't much that Revenant could do about it. So I'm curious to see what is the route that they go
अभी
for.
आई एम प्रीटी
Do
श्योर
they
वो
give
प्रेप
us
करके आए
something
रहेंगे।
spicy? Do we
हम
make
लोग
it
तो
मैं
see
सब
a
तेरे को
नहीं है।
Cypher?
एक
Because
चीज
we've
बोलूं,
seen so much
गोलू
Cypher.
तेरे को क्या देखने मिलेगा आज?
I'm very curious what they're gonna do on
ठीक
Ice.
I mean, I feel
नहीं
like
नहीं गेस कर,
Margaret isn't going to switch
देखो
out just
नहीं
yet,
केसी केसी
especially like, you
ओह
know, with this new map. So I think
मेरे
we
को
know that's
100%
pretty much
फील आ
a
रहा
given.
है।
But calling back into buying, right? You see that scoreline, 13-10. It was
I
quite
mean
close,
100%
and
मॉर्गन
Revenant
है
had
तो
an early lead.
हाँ
Do
वही,
you think that
इसके
that's
लिए
going
उन
to be
लोग
the
ने
same
इतना
case
कॉन्फिडेंटली आइसबॉक्स
on
पिक भी
this
किया रहेगा
map,
ना।
or do you think that was maybe just early jitters from Sinpresa just needing to get their bearings?
Yeah, there might be a little bit of that. Maybe some just get a
केसी
get
क्या
the
होता है?
feel for the
केसी
map a little bit, get a feel for the stage and everything. Be
अभी जाने दो,
stepping into
अब
the
जब
front
होगा तब आपको
before the
बताएंगे।
map even started. But I do think
मैं बोलता
overall
हूँ
the game plan was
बोल
good
बोल।
from Revenant.
केसीजी का
I
एक गेम
think
प्लान था,
them being a little bit
बेसिकली
slower, it
बेसिकली द
suited their
पॉइंट इज
game
कि
plan, as I said earlier.
get an early
So
pick
I do
or and
think
play
there's a
retake, get
little
an
bit of
early
both
pick and
there.
play retake, and the
I
retake
think
positions
it's
are called
good to
KC.
see that we don't see
एंड
the
उसमें एक
Revenant
और लेयर
players
ये था कि
being
अगर अर्ली पिक
a
नहीं भी
little
मिलता है
bit
तो सामने वाले का हमेशा यूटिल
hard done
अर्ली बेट
by
आउट
being
कराना है, ए मेन
7-0
पे, बी
up
मेन पे,
and then
ताकि
losing
अपना
the map
रिटेक
out.
इजी हो जाए।
So I
हाँ
hope they
जब भी
can
अपन रिटेक
mentally
करने जा रहे
reset.
हैं,
That's again
तो अगर
बेसिक
अपने
up
को
to
पिक
the
नहीं भी
manager
मिलता
and
है पर उन
coaches
लोग ने सब
and
सामान
the
यूज कर
players,
दिया
more
अपने को
experienced
पीछे
players.
भगाने
Okay,
के लिए, तो भी
everyone
अपने लिए
mentally
अच्छा ही है।
reset. Let's go another map.
बेसिकली
We don't know what's gonna happen.
आइसबॉक्स
Icebox is this
का मैप
unknown
रिटेक
topic.
करने के लिए
One
इजी
team
है
let's
थोड़ा,
go into it full
तो
confidence and try and
ये
get
सब
our best shot
पोजीशंस
from this.
केसी खेलना
We
बहुत
both kind
स्ट्रांग
of
है,
having this
प्लेइंग रिटेक इज
sarcastic
वेरी
connection
स्ट्रांग,
with like
आई
one of
मीन
the coaches. He's like,
डिपेंड्स
"Oh,
आल्सो
to
ऑन
you
ऑन द
guys as
कॉम्प,
well."
अगर
But
सेज हुआ तो बेटर है नहीं।
that's a good
हाँ,
point to bring up,
केसी
especially
कौन
since
करेगा?
Revenant
एसपीजी या
a little bit
आरएनटी?
lowered
आरएनटी
their pace
करेगा,
because
अजम्पशन है
it seemed
क्योंकि
like the pace was
मॉर्गन
very
आरएनटी
clear.
ज्वाइन
When
किया
they
है।
would ramp it up, they really go
One
all
more
in, and
than.
there's no stopping
बिग
at
टाइम।
all in the round. And when
Oh.
they play it slow, it's suddenly very jarring, which for a, a new
दीदी
opponent,
चालू करो
especially
अभी,
with the
चलो।
Zip region,
हाँ
that's
भाई
probably why they had that early lead, because Sinpresa was like, we are not used to this kind of pace.
इवोक भाई
That
मस्त
could
लग रहे
be
हो।
their key, especially in Icebox. Again, a map that we are not exactly sure what to expect from Sinpresa Gaming. But I
आई थिंक ये
agree
दीदी
with you
भी
completely. I hope that Revenant does
इंडोनेशियन है।
not slow down at all, because I
हाँ,
love
मिका
what we saw
फिप्स
from them.
इंडोनेशियन है
All
या
those
तो
little openings that
फिलीपीन,
they were
हम
just
लोग मैं
able to
उसको
grasp
फिलीपींस में
in
मिला था एक
that
बार अभी,
first map. It
पर कहाँ से
feels
पता
like,
नहीं।
that kind of energy is
शायद मैं रॉन्ग
what's
हूँ।
going to make them, suddenly we're not sure. Is this really a
स्किल्स अच्छा
one-sided
खेलेगा ये मैप,
pace? Perhaps not, with what we've saw from
आई थिंक ये
Lion.
मैटर नहीं करता स्किल्स अच्छा खेलेगा नहीं खेलेगा।
I think
आई थिंक इट डजंट
maybe
डिपेंड ऑन
especially for some of
skills,
the
the
players
team
from Revenant, they were
depends on
getting some
skills is
very nice
calling and
shots
not
in
his frag, I
especially
think.
in those first seven. Yeah, there were some clutches that went their way as well.
But obviously
Like
fragging does
Gas
help.
just mentioned that some of these clutch situations they were going either way. So I do
गाइस,
think there's some
अवेंजर्स
confidence to be taken from
असेंबल,
that first map. I definitely don't think you
लेट्स
should
गो।
be a little bit sad or feel hard done
बाबिन
by that first
आप
map.
सब मैप स्ट्रीम करने वाले हो?
There's definitely a
सब
lot of
गेम?
things to take away. There was really nice
सोच
shots
तो रहा हूँ।
hit by Sultan. Paradox
ठीक
was
है।
playing really well as well.
तू?
So I think just take
नहीं
that a
भाई,
little bit as a warm up, take it as
नहीं भाई।
some confidence, and take it into this next map.
मेरे को
Yeah, and
फील ही
I
नहीं
do
आएगा गेम
feel
देखने
like,
में।
again, that head-to-head
मैं तो
with
आरएनटी इसलिए देख
Dambi
रहा।
now being fully warmed up. We were talking about it a little earlier that
बाकी दो
maybe
गेम्स क्या लग
needed
रहा है
just a
पाविन
little bit
तुम लोग को
of
बाकी?
फुल
time to
सेंस
get the
2-0
feel of everything. But now
मैं
that
चेक
we know
करता
one.
वीएलआर।
that he is ready to just go
हाँ
all
सेम
in,
मेरे को भी सेम लग रहा है।
it's kind of frightening. I'm
मेरे को लग रहा
wondering
है
now
मुंबई
if
उसी
SK
को कर
Rossi
देगी
does
नाउ।
jump on the duelist this time.
पर
To
नाउ
take
उसका
on the double
पॉसिबिलिटी है
duelist
एक
with
जीतने का,
Paradox
तो इसके लिए
and
मैं 2-1
SK Rossi.
सोच रहा
That
नाउ
could be
से
something
वो
to
लोग ऐसा
again
वो
change up the pace,
जा पे
change up
डिपेंडेंट
whatever
लगता है भाई, वो
Sinpresa
जा
Gaming knows
इंसेंट
about
प्लेस बना के
Revenant.
बहुत
And
गेम्स
it's
कर
those
रहे हैं वो
kind
लोग।
of mind games that,
पापी
for
चूलो
example,
भी
people
अच्छा ही
like you,
खेलता है।
Ewok, on the back
भाई
end
पापी
have
चुलो
to
का
maneuver
एज
and
बहुत है but वो बहुत sharp है भाई वो.
Yeah, I definitely think we might see more of the operator. I think also, as the casters mentioned, 𝐆-𝐏𝐾𝐿 was getting a lot of value with his operator when Simprisa was playing a little bit of that slower pace. But the moment when 𝐷𝐻𝐼𝙈 was in his face, sliding at him, then of course he found it really difficult to hit those flick shots. It's not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of util coming in. So I'm curious to see if he sticks to his guns, keep playing that operator. I would love him to have that confidence in himself and say, I am really good with this weapon. I'm going to stick to it. This is what my team needs. Icebox is a really good map for the operator. So they're going to be very reliant on him to hit those shots.
Yeah, really curious what we're gonna see from Revenant too, just because they do have that in their back pocket, right? But I do think we'll still see the
Revenant तीनों बोल दिया अभी.
I said Hyper Harbor Viper that they've been known to bring out, right? Especially since
Can RNT win? Of course.
partnership between Sultan and Dust9 just seems to be working so well. Paradox may switch onto that Harbor also, which we did see from them last time. But 𝐆-𝐾𝐿, is he going to go into that duelist? That's my big question for Revenant Esports. And SimPrisa, is Margaret going to play something else? That's my big question actually for the entirety of Ascension. Jumping into Agents right
Let's
now.
go.
Our questions are going to be answered. Ooh, it looks as though
क्या बोल रहा है?
thought that Revenant maybe
कमेंट्री का आवाज आ रहा है तेरे
was
माइक
going to
से
give them a mirror match.
मेरे माइक से?
हाँ
Okay.
मतलब बहुत ही
very
ऐसा हल्का
interesting.
हल्का सा
Going for
फुसुर
the
फुसुर
Yoru
जैसा आ
on
रहा है
Paradox.
Yeah,
That
Alexander.
is extremely interesting. Yeah, they tried to copy their comp, see if they can beat them with their own comp, but Revenant played the Uno reverse card, and they're with the Yoru now.
Yeah, liking this Viper on Persia too, because like just how efficiently we saw him, as the IGL, especially on a map like Icebox, that's gonna provide so much value. I'm eager to see Ivy too. Ivy was we could say was a little bit quiet on that first
अभी
match,
नहीं आ रहा
but
है
we
कि
know
आ रहा
how
है
important of a player he can be. So I'm excited to see him on the Sova, and dun, 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 Margaret plays something else finally. This is probably the most surprising thing.
नहीं भाई, KC नहीं हो सकता लग रहा है
paper,
मेरे को.
it doesn't look like much, but we have to remember that this player hasn't
KC तुम लोग करते थे क्या अभी ग्लोबल में?
anything else other than his Cypher on these matches.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to see him on the Killjoy a little bit. So I'm sure he'll be right at home. It plays pretty similar than the Cypher in certain aspects, and the role on Icebox for the Killjoy is a pretty standard role. There are some very important timings that you need to know about. There's some util that you can mess up if you are not too experienced on the Killjoy. There's some gaps that you can leave in the mid. So hopefully he has done his homework, and the coaches, I'm sure, have helped him to make sure that he can get his Killjoy ready to go for this Icebox.
Absolutely, and we actually don't know how long he's been hiding this, right? For all we know, this is probably the most goated comp of SimPrisa Gaming, but we're gonna see if Revenant Esports can stand up to it. So we're gonna toss it over to our casters, 𝐿𝐼𝐾 and 𝙀 to step into Icebox.
Yes, thank you, 𝐸-𝐏𝐾. And then also Mika, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, this is a very exciting one. It's an Icebox that we haven't quite seen before. SimPrisa left it open on purpose, and lo and behold, Margaret is not on Cypher any longer, but at the same time, Paradox on this Yoru. I mean, this is something that you talked about before, 𝐿𝐼𝐾. The fact that he's kind of like that glue guy, the second duelist for Revenant Esports sometimes.
ऑस्ट्रेलियन जो
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's
इसको हम लोग
been
ने
about 2 months since
Gods
they
in
played
में हम
it
लोग
in
इसको
Upper
कोच लेने
Final
वाले थे
versus True Rippers. So it's going to be
अच्छा कोच था भाई,
interesting.
इसने मतलब हम लोग के साथ
They
ऑलमोस्ट
changed up their
4-5 दिन
Paradox
रहे.
was previously playing the
अच्छा था
Harbor.
कोच,
Now
हम
he's
लोग
over
इसको
to the
लेने वाले थे,
Yoru,
बट
and like you mentioned,
वो
he's able to
सैलरी
flex
वैलरी
onto
का
that
सेट नहीं हुआ, प्लस
secondary
इसका
duelist
उधर
for them.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया की लीग में भी
In
इसका
the
वो
case of
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था
playing
ना,
like
वो
a
LPL
Raze,
के साथ,
instead of Rossi playing the Jet.
तो
So
वो इधर ऐसा
they're
मूव
going
नहीं
to
कर
use
सकता
that
था,
here.
वरना
Interesting,
पहले इसको ही
SPG,
लेने वाले
they
थे हम लोग.
banned this map in the regular stage of Challengers Korea. Now they're flipping that into Jakarta. There's a lot of lead-in time into this event for all of these teams coming from Challengers into Ascension, and you can really play up with your map pool, with your comps, and that's something that SPG's clearly
let's
done
go,
here.
boys.
It's going to be interesting to see actually how
Going
the
live.
Yoru interacts with the Harbor. There's a lot
Lost
of
नहीं
potential
खेल रहा है
for
ना,
flashing through those walls, so agents like KO, Yoru can really disrupt some of the chaotic situations that the Harbor creates.
Especially given the fact that they're starting on this defensive side as well. I mean, that's something that they really get to utilize to mess with their opponents, SimPrisa Gaming, on the attack.
Yoru, ये तो अब देख
Of
रहा
course,
हूँ.
though, we still have SimPrisa. We're expecting them to go in with that pace that we saw in Bind. Icebox is a different map, however, and SK Rossi still on that Gecko. Will we see him pick up that operator or even an outlaw again? And at the same time, 𝐸-𝐏𝐾 was talking about it. There are some very precise timings that you need to
तुम लोग को नहीं आ रहा है क्या भाविन के माइक से आवाज?
Has Margaret kind of adjusted around that? I guess we'll wait to find out.
अभी भी आ रहा है.
There's the Cascade and the Dart SPG taking full A main control. You've got the Lurk of Persia over in Garage. Revenant trying to make a play in the middle in the meanwhile, but not finding anything, and SPG just contacting all the way into an open A site.
ठीक है, मैं म्यूट रखता हूँ, फिर अनम्यूट करता
Kind
हूँ.
of walking through. Nothing found just yet, so that's a huge high tide going out front for now. Paradox already just right around the corner, waiting for that peek out. He
इतने टाइम
does
से
have
बात कर रहा
one
हूँ मैं
blind side available. So thinking
म्यूट
about
करके
how he's
रखा
going
था
to use
मैंने
it. Down he goes.
ये आ रहा है
Looking
क्या
in
इसके
as
माइक से
well.
आवाज?
नहीं रे
Trying to find some shots.
नहीं आ रहा
SMG
क्या
having
बात कर रहे
able to dodge those flashes. He managed to
हो? मत
take
कर
down
भाभी ना
these
तू,
players.
मेरा तो वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है, तू
Options
क्यों
through
म्यूट
from
कर रहा है?
skills though, but it's not
मैं देख
quite
लूंगा भाई।
gonna connect. Spike will go down, and it's all up to Sultan. 1-on-4. How is he gonna do this?
Toxin screen down.
Drops the wall.
Clear everything. Drops the wall, yes.
Toxins going up.
No one's peeking out just yet, but here comes Persia all the way from mid, an angle that he wasn't quite expecting, so the flick, not quite there.
Beautiful stuff from SPG though.
रीटेक तो
Revenant
अच्छा
tried to
था, सब
catch them in
फ्लैश
middle.
भी
Not sure
हुए।
if that was a set play through the orb with the Dizzy or the Yoru flash. But you could see SPG, after contacting all the way into that A site, they were not rushing things. They were waiting for the reaction from Revenant. I mean, this comp from Revenant playing very similarly to what you see from the 𝐾𝐘 comps. And the scary thing about those comps is the retake potential. The ability to layer utility and flood into a site together is the same for this Yoru comp. And SPG played around that beautifully in the pistol.
कुछ तो वैसा कास्टिंग का आ रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है।
With that, of course, the guns
अभी?
available to them as
हाँ,
well. Now
नहीं
they're just
आ रहा है
going in
वापस।
with an onslaught. 2 kills already clear.
तेरा वो माइक का सेंसिटिविटी कम कर, शायद वो हेडफोन के वो उसमें से पकड़ रहा है शायद।
हाँ, माइक हेडफोन ऐसा।
Anticipating the flank.
Yeah, that Cascade and Dart combo to take A main, super strong with this Harbor comp. So Sultan and DOS9 just walking around the map with Sheriffs
किधर
trying
किधर
to
बैठे
find
हैं लोग?
opportunities, but both of them punished by Margaret, who is for once playing not a Cypher. I think 20 games of Cypher in a row or something like that for Margaret, and finally flexing to something so different for himself. The Killjoy, what a change, crazy change of agent. Does go down to skills, but looking like a pretty clean anti-eco for SPG.
Let's go,
Probably
Jan.
only going to lose the Sheriff here.
अरे रे, इसको भी ले लिया था रे।
That's pretty much gonna be it. Nothing quite else happening. I mean, SPG. That's what they do best. I mean, they have the confidence to really go in for those frags. And Revenant, even though they are trying to flank out a little bit, you've got these setups, and SPG are just so aware. They are showing that they left this icebox open on purpose.
Sensitivity कम?
Definitely off to the start they would have wanted. Bonus looking pretty scary for them as well. Bulldogs and Guardians, so a fair bit of investment there. The Sheriff, the only thing that's dropped, so they've kept up most of those rifles as they have on. It's looking like a pretty scary bonus round here. Looking like, once again, a main control for SPG. Revenant looking to though Quack and Paradox can't make it out in time.
It's not quite happening. So that's going to be a little bit of a trouble for Revenant right now. Now in with the high tide as well. The pressure has been created, trying to bait those rotations over. Meanwhile, you've got Persia right around the corner of yellow, listening for those footsteps. He calls it clear that here comes the spike being delivered, open for free on the B site.
Yeah, that peak on the A side of the map has just drawn all the rotations, and SPG still
Impossible to lose round है ऐसे इंप्रेसा के लिए।
Nice, nice,
nice.
चालू कर दिए।
किचन में हो सकता है भाई, हाथ में गन रखो।
Nice,
nice सुल्तान।
रे सुल्तान टिंग।
अच्छा भाई, ऐसा रिवर्स जिंक्स करते रहता हूँ मैं।
Nice, let's go, nice retake guys.
सुल्तान का बहुत अवेयरनेस है नहीं?
हाँ, बराबर आके उधर रुका।
अरे हम लोग के सामने भी जब भी खेला लीग में, तब भी भाई वो सुल्तान ही इधर उधर जरा हर जगह उधर घुमाता रहता था माउस।
टट्टी किंग इज बैक। मस्त टट्टी किया भाविन मैंने। कुछ बोलोगे?
देखो लगता तो है लेकिन
about how flexible he is in terms of agent pools. He plays a lot of different agents, but
पता नहीं
that's
ये
a
कौन से
situation
में
where
इसको
he
खेलते हुए
really
नहीं
just
दिखा
did not look comfortable in that situation on the Yoru and did not time that TP super well. So, you know, you could be willing to play a lot of different agents, but how
सब ऑन पॉइंट रहने
effectively
चाहिए तो जीत सकते हैं। कोई रैंडम परफॉर्म करता रहेगा तो मुश्किल है।
नहीं स्ट्रीम का स्ट्रीम का मेरे को भी आया था। हाँ स्ट्रीम का था।
Still though, going in on the offensive positions now. He gate crashes all the way back.
अरे यार
जाने को तैयार है भाई।
ओ योरू टीपी करके निकल गया। और स्किल्स
मूव करो
बेंगलोर मीटअप व्हेन आ रहा विकास।
just
तुम
because
लोग
Simprisa
इतना आगे
has
क्यों जा रहे
executed.
हैं? आगे जाना ठीक है, पर इतना भी आगे जाने का जरूरत नहीं है।
3 times in a row for SPG. Pissed around, they're able to take full control in the anti-eco.
Who's
Really
on
worked
VC
it
with you?
well
Vibor,
in that
KappA,
round.
and
In the previous round, they found Paradox. And in that round, as 𝐷𝐎 goes down, another clean round for
Quick
SPG.
trip to Jakarta?
The
नहीं
hard
भाई।
roll there, the reckoning to deal with the
साला
starting
to
में-
nest that Revenant was
हाँ?
heading for.
बोल विबोर।
Just
नहीं बोलो बोलो।
completely picking apart whatever
नहीं,
Revenant
नहीं, आप बोलो,
was
अभी बोलो।
from this A-started lineup, the
अगर
aggression
स्टार्टिंग
towards
में ये लोग
Heaven,
चलो
towards
जिस तरह
Pulse,
सिम्प्रिसा
towards
खेल रहा था ऐसा लग रहा था ये लोग को आ ही नहीं रहा है खेलने।
हाँ।
सिनप्रिसा का ना?
To be fair,
हाँ।
usually you see
हाँ,
the
मेरे को भी वही लग रहा था।
ऐसा लग रहा था
अरे
समझ ही
ये
नहीं रहा है ये लोग को।
स्ट्रीम इतना घटिया क्यों है? छी भाई।
दोनों में आईएनडी है ना इसलिए।
ओनली फैंस ओनली थाइस? अरे यार स्ट्रीम में ढंग से बैठ भी नहीं सकता हूँ, थाइस दिख रहा है तो क्या हुआ? अभी भी थाइस दिख रहा है। कल ये होली शिट।
अच्छा अर्ली टाइम आउट ले लिया है।
With the pace at which Simprisa are going, you know, it's so overwhelming to have all of these players, the full force of this Korean squad rushing down against them, and they just have way too
मैं
many
बहुत
targets to hit.
ये सोच रहा हूँ ये योरू क्यों है भाई इनके कॉम्प में?
They're
लाइक
pinging out some of these
पता
spots.
नहीं
क्या
वो
रीजनिंग
अर्ली
है?
पिक फक ऑफ
And they're
वाला
also
सेट करने का
stacking
ट्राई
up
कर
on
रहे
the B
हो नहीं
side.
रहा है।
वो ठीक है, तो अर्ली पिक
Yeah,
फक
see
ऑफ
what they can
करने
achieve
के लिए
with
वो
this
अकेला
half
होना चाहिए ना भाई। गणेश
One
हर
of the
बार क्यों
picks
आगे
assaulted.
उसके साथ रह
That
रहे
could
हैं?
be huge
फिर गणेश को पीछे
in
से
this
बैकअप
round.
देते
One of the Thrash.
फिर गणेश पीछे नहीं जा पा रहा है।
हाँ
हाँ,
गणेश सिर्फ
वो
पाइप्स तक
अटक
जाना
Make a
चाहिए
big
उसके
वो
आगे नहीं।
योरू तो
difference.
निकल जाता है,
Winning a
फिर
half
गणेश
fight,
अटक
winning
जाता
an
है
eco
उधर।
these kind
या
of
तो फिर
rounds.
अगर वैसा करना ही है तो चारों आगे रुक
SPG
के
though,
फाइट ही करो फिर
ये
भाई
दो
Starting
पीछे का मतलब
straight
नहीं है।
from a 3-person pistol round. Some of
एक
the
सेज होना
rounds
चाहिए था
were
मेरे
just a
जैसा
bit
टीम में।
quiet in the last map. I think it was a bit more of a team effort
अच्छा
from
लगा ये
SPG
साइलेंस
in
मेरे
the
को।
previous, and obviously someone like Ivy playing the role
कोई
that
कुछ बोला क्या?
he's playing. Not always going
हाँ?
to be frag,
नहीं नहीं ऐसे ही मैं तो खुद से ही बात कर रहा था।
you know, crazy, running around killing everyone like 𝐵𝐵 does, but he's playing pretty well here.
24 से पहले आप स्नो मीटअप कॉल करता हूँ रुक विकास।
It's
भाई
going
राहुल भाई
so
बड़े
far looking
टॉक्सिक
like
हो भाई।
this is a map
राहुल
for
भाई बोल रहे हैं
SPG,
टाइम
although
आउट
they've
टू
not
एक्सटेंड
played
द
it in
मैप
the
टाइम।
regular season. They're looking pretty comfortable, pretty confident.
भाई
Definitely had time to
किल्स के बारे में
reset
ऑलरेडी
their
जोक बन
form,
गया भाई
and
ट्विटर में।
क्या?
it's looking good for him.
Whether it's a month
मैं ट्विटर खोला
or
हफ्ते
two,
हफ्ते।
a little bit less
अरे
for SPG, I think.
ये ऑडियो
फिर
थोड़ा
They've
कम कर
definitely
रहा हूँ,
done
मेरी
their
ठीक ही
homework
है।
coming into Ascension, like what Miko was talking about previously on the desk. SPG have said
अभी ठीक
before
है?
in interviews that they think they're going to win Ascension. They're actually preparing for Pacific 2025. So if that
Yes,
truly
yes.
is the case, then this is the map to make it happen.
don't
And
think
if they
it-
can take this win 2-0 against Revenant, boy, would that be
भाई
sick.
जयंत भाई कभी नहीं डॉज कर पाते थे भाई। ओ भाई
कर लिया मोटा।
लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट।
Just trying
क्या था फनी लगा मेरे
Yeah,
को।
I think maybe just trying to minimize risk in a half fight. It's a big investment, but they've been able to get
मोटा
into
भाई
the
कर
site
लिया।
easily here, Crack.
with that too. They're watching these angles, making sure that they're not quite overextending.
Nice,
Also,
winnable
once they
around.
see that, Francis
हाँ
gets
विनेबल है,
shut
बहुत
down
विनेबल
himself
है।
with the Guardian. And that's the go signal for the rest of Revenant to fly into the sky, alongside that fake out as well. 𝐵𝐵 up in the air though, looking for some of these.
Nice.
नाइस।
He's not quite
Nice,
there.
जीत गए।
With a stun, able to
ओके।
take
तो मत करो भाई।
पर जा भाई।
Persia. Almost an 180-degree flick. He's able to take down two. And here comes 𝐵𝐵. He's very aware to mark some of these corners. Someone's right around the corner. And he has to
भाई।
be very careful.
भाई डाल दिया भाई।
Oh no 5 HP guys.
That spike. Persia is able to clutch out. And just as we've seen him do it before.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned in the last
Ah,
one, insane clutch statistics in 𝐵𝐶LKR. That is the second time he's bailed out his team from getting eco this series.
5
He did
HP
it
guys.
already. He's done it again here. With a
भाई इसको
massive
इसको
clutch.
पाव भाजी खिलाना
And
पड़ेगा
not to
वापस।
mention, I mean, I was kind of
अभी
sad
लोग
as well.
बोलेंगे अरे
Like, he
पर्शिया
was
क्या
on 6
अच्छा
HP,
प्लेयर है,
Sultan.
क्या क्लच
He was
निकाला।
1 fight
हमारे
deep
लॉन्डो
into
ने जो
that round.
थ्रो
It's
किया
something
है।
that you might want to invest if the round's going well for
नहीं
you.
अच्छा
And
तो
that's
खेला ही पर
been
उसने
taken
भाई।
अरे
अच्छा तो
क्या
खेला ही भाई। अगर अच्छा नहीं खेलता तो थोड़ी निकाल पाता भाई।
हाँ
5
पर
HP
ऐसा
में।
नहीं, पर वो अरे इम्पॉसिबल टू विन राउंड है। हम
हाँ
बोलते हैं
इम्पॉसिबल
थ्रो
टू
किए
विन।
है भाई। क्या बोल रहे हो तुम लोग भी? अच्छा तो खेला, ऑब्वियसली उसने अच्छा खेला है, पर वो कितना भी अच्छा खेल के नहीं जीत पाना चाहिए वो राउंड।
ट्रू।
तेरा बॉक्स भाई।
Sends it across and definitely gathers the information that SPG still
फ्लैश
right
तो
around
चल
the
दिया है
corner.
भाई।
But you're always wondering about
ये कौन सा
what
फ्लैश है कि
SPG might do, having
उनके तरफ
seen
जाता
that
है
they do send in a bit of that B squad over on the other side of the map sometimes.
दो लोग भी दो
You see the
एक
right part
लर्क कर रहे हैं
of
साले
SPG.
पकड़ो मार्केट पे पकड़ो
Exploring B long. Margaret cleared out by the drone.
ये
in
नहीं
mid.
रेडी
पकड़ने
वो
के लिए कोई
पैरा
नहीं
Got
था
multiple lurks
नाइस
as he lost
पैंटम के साथ ऐसा
He's
उस
got one of them
चूतिया
pushed
फाइट ले
well
रहा
by
है
Paradox,
उधर
who's finally working his way into the game. 4 on 5 here, and Revenant have got some great retaking tools with the ults as well.
Very nicely done. He even gate crashes all the way to the back of Snowman just to provide additional assistance if there is that additional push into the B site. So just right around as well.
मर जाओ
मस्त शॉट कार्ड मस्त शॉट कार्ड पड़ा है भाई
Have an advantage.
कुछ
And
भी
they are
बोलो जैन
looking
भाई का यूटिलिटी तो ऑन
to
पॉइंट आ रहा है
increase it out with the spike plan. Marking some of the off angles.
अरे भाई उसको गिरने क्यों दिया
However, gathering all of the information, seemingly rendering SMG's positioning useless.
भाई सरकार भाई पार्ट 2 मत होने दो प्लीज हां थैंक यू
ऐसा है
completely overwhelmed.
भाई बीएम मत कर करें
I mean, that's a retake you should be winning every day of the week. You've cleared the mid lurk early on, 5 on 4. You just give that A site. You got both the
let's go, come on.
and the 𝐼-𝐾𝐘 to be able
क्या
to
हुआ
complete
ऋषभ
that
बाय बाय
retake
बाय
seamlessly, and that's
गणेश को
exactly what
सोचू
it
दिया
was.
था मेरे को याद है
Easy connection on the thrash gives them a free kill on
Geist Sports वाले लाइन पे
and then
अपने
just scouting out all of the positions with Paradox's Yoru ult coming in for a pretty easy defuse there. Nicely done from Revenant. That's going to be their second defensive side round, and now with the ult economy, they've already invested 3 of the big ults early on, as I mentioned. There's the nano to clear out the kitchen turret, but this time it's on Belt and 𝐵𝐵 winning a duel again over towards A main. Paradox have been getting punished here pretty regularly, and that's going to be another man of disadvantage situation
nice
for Revenant.
नाइस लर्क पकड़ लिया
अरे
Oh, thank God.
Always on that alert. They've now been spotted out by Revenant Esports.
अरे
SK Rossi arriving just on time as well. Trying to buy time those skills with that Hunter's Fury. Fight will still go down regardless. SK Rossi trying to fire off. Nobody spotted quite yet. Here comes that
टॉप साइड
lockdown from
प्लांटर है
DOS9. And it does force SPG
Wall है ना
off
अपने पास
site. Now they're
चलेगा
going to have to go in for these angles. Trying to play off around this.
1 HP में डिफ्यूज कर रहा है
Trying to work against him with that damage one as well, but it does force some of these angles to be played. Ivy.
अरे पहले क्यों नहीं डाला यार ये थोड़ी तोड़ सकते थे वो
नाइस हो गया डिफेंस
नाइस
हो गया नाइस भाई
Let's
go, let's go.
Just in the nick of time, Wingman doing all the work, bringing Revenant up.
रॉसी नहीं था क्या पहले मॉस डालने के जगह पे
पता
जेल के लिए
मेरे को लगता है उधर मॉस का ही लाइनअप रख देना चाहिए
खत्म था ना 2 लोग तो
really nicely worked. Getting some impact
भाई वो
off of these
ऊपर
last
से
couple of
सनन
ults for
किया
sure
दम्बी भाई
to
ने
win some pretty
वरना
good
तो
gun rounds. That was a great
हील्स
lockdown.
भाई कूदने लगे ना ऐसा चपक चपक कूद रहा था वो उधर पैर बचा रहा था
Towards jail and then be able to get that defuse off despite the top side plant. It was really well worked.
नाइस रे गणेश
Once again, this A main control going to be the point of contention as it has been every round this game, and there's the reckoning from SPG.
That's how it always starts, but this time SPG has that reckoning towards
भाई क्यों पैरा क्यों
still trying to plant his foot firmly coming to the ground, but it's going to be him who does. SPG does not let up. He's still keeping forward. Ever so slippery.
एक राउंड जीतते फिर नेक्स्ट राउंड वापस वही चीज करके हार रहे रे वही एक ही चीज
थिंक पैरा भाई को भी चला जाना चाहिए पे फाइट फेवर में नहीं जा रहा है
अरे किलजॉय यूटिलिटी से डिले कराओ प्लांट और फ्लड करो ना चलेगा कुछ तो अलग ट्राई करेंगे तो मजा भी आएगा
with the Harbor util, the Cascade, as
अरे
well as
फर्स्ट
the
मैच तो
reckoning, but also
0-7
pitching
था
through
ये
mid
लोग
through the
कैसे
back
जीत
row
गए
at the same time. You can
पैसे
see
खिलाए
both
उन
the
लोग ने एडमिन
Killjoy of Margaret and Persia splitting through A, so you're kind of flushing
भाई ये रिप्ले नहीं दिखाना चाहिए
rather,
रिप्ले में ये आवाज
out of
फक
the
हो रहा है
site towards screen side, and then you're pinching them by scaling out screens as well as mid at the same time. So beautiful stuff from SPG, who have forced Revenant on a half buy, and this is where they're starting to change things up. Anti-Eco droning out B long, but you can see Revenant here ready to fight with some reactive flashes.
Good reads, yeah, from Revenant. He's trying to set up for that lockdown. Even if come away with one kill at the very least. Of course, the lockdown will go all the way through. High tide comes in, I can put deployed as well. Covers like planted just around the corner. Revenant in with this half by.
क्या निकला रे वो?
Yeah, Francis B hopping back out of the site. Crashes there for Rossi. Gonna have to potentially invest that if they want to win this round through the pit in a 4-on-4 here, Quack.
और टैप तो करो.
Look at Francis going all the way through mid. Might be
Oh,
shot.
welcome back, guys. I'm back.
What a shot on that stairway. That's going to be a couple players more taken down. Feels on the upper back end.
Nice.
Oh, nice, bye.
Trying to do something, but it's going to be Revenant with the numbers, with a way
I think time आ गया गणेश को ऑफ निकालनी चाहिए अब.
और एल कैसा है तो बात.
That's just another salt
सब
in the
बढ़िया.
man. Like, this guy's crazy. He just buys Sheriff armor, $1,200.
निकाल ले भाई गणेश ऑफ है तो पैसा.
Snaps a couple heads off. You saw it already on Bind. They won a thrifty round in that exact same fashion. And again, he's found another 3k on the Sheriff just walking around the edge of the pit.
हार्बर और इसके
This is a very low percentage
हाँ
round.
वो भी
You
है.
know, you've had the lockdown into a pit. That's one of the most oppressive afterplants to be trying to, you know, find your way back into. And he makes it look easy.
ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं कर
with
सकता है,
very
पर
minimal investment.
हाँ मतलब टफ रहेगा.
गणेश खेल रहा है उसके साथ बहुत.
उसके हिसाब से उसको पोजीशंस नहीं मिलेंगे.
Very mindful, very demure, and he's able to really just
तारा
watch his way around the corner of Villa.
रणवीर गया, राउंड गया.
Priest has been making a lot of jittery moves.
ओले.
ले लिया रे
Just
उसने.
kind of leaves them a little bit exposed.
और
क्या
ये
इधर डाला
क्या पैरा में?
Hit the gate crash. Not quite. A little bit spotted out by Mark.
हाँ?
And that's just that lurk capability.
कपड़ा है किसे? तुम पूछा था ले भाई.
High tide spike planted.
आई वो. हेलो है ना.
Provide additional cover as well. Surprise, surprise. Dambi
Enemy remaining.
Wills is trying to create a little bit more spacing, but it's not quite.
राउंड जीत रहे, नेक्स्ट राउंड सीधा शटडाउन हो रहा है वापस.
All down to SK Rossi.
Yeah, not much he can do here.
ये
Despite a
योरू
full
अभी
kit,
तक
he's
तो
really just
बिल्कुल
looking
भी
for
अच्छा नहीं
damage
लग
share.
रहा
Not
है.
even going to get any ult orbs as a result of any
ऐसा
damage that he
खेल
does
रहे हैं
inflict.
अपन.
And economy starting to build up for SPG here as well. Margaret's maybe not spotted him there. I'm not quite sure.
वो किसी का सपोर्ट के लिए बिना भी ट्राई कर रहा है.
But at least on the radar, Francis has found
भाई
him.
उसका
दो
टीम देखा क्या
इनिशिएटर है.
किधर था?
SPG is starting to see, despite a map they didn't play.
वही दो इनिशिएटर है उन.
Have to mention as well.
योरू गेको फ्लैश साथ में किया तो इम्पॉसिबल है भाई वो लोग का बचना फ्लैश से.
लास्ट राउंड हुआ था वो, एक किल मिला उसको. ये राउंड नहीं कर पाया. रॉसी निकल गया था अल्ट की वजह से.
Yeah, we're not quite feeling the impact just yet. Except for maybe a round or two where Paradox is able to come in with a great heads up duel. That said, Suprisa, whether or not
EDG कर रहे हैं, EDG गोलू.
ओ हाँ ये EDG है. ओरे डांबी भाई, शांति भाई.
प्लीज भाग जा भाग जा.
अरे जयंत भाई.
पाइप से मारा गया उसको.
हाँ.
2 on 2.
मारेगा सुल्तान ये सब मिस नहीं करता. नाइस भाई. भाई सुल्तान पे मुझे अलग कॉन्फिडेंस है, मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों.
अरे दोनों स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स है भाई ये लोग.
सुल्तान और डॉस9.
हाँ दोनों अच्छा खेलते हैं बहुत.
सही है. सुल्तान इज करिंग लास्ट में भी.
Yeah, nicely done. You can see
That
similar
we
to
bought,
that
yes.
𝐆-𝐏𝐾𝐘 comp on this map. Like you really want to be fighting around maze. You have that reactive dizzy from SK Rossi thrown up from behind 410 as soon as the attacking team tries to.
हम लोग को तो लोटस पे जो 14 था ना इन दोनों ने.
Together there, you know, Rossi fighting through with the wall. Comes down to a 2-on-2.
बहुत मार रहे थे ना.
It's DOS9 and Sultan as the backliners left in the 2-on-2.
I think
you're feeling pretty comfortable with that.
पता नहीं भाई.
ये मैच का अभी क्या करेगा बना के ना. आज 3 मैचेस है.
वो स्किल्स 6 and 9 है. मेरे को लगा 11 and 4 है. गलत देखा मैं.
Rossi's on the op. That's a bit of a change up.
Change up.
The thrash, so great retake tool there. One off both the pit and the Yoru ult. So these could be big ults to try to steal this last gun round of the half.
Yeah,
beat it find a kill or all with the right
ऑफ निकल गए. हाँ ये एजेंट से वैसे ही ऑफ कर सकता है पैसिव. अगर रिटेक खेल रहे तो ठीक.
अगर रिटेक कर ही रहा है तो ऑफ करने का मतलब क्या है भाई?
नहीं मतलब ऐसा अब ये नहीं.
अरे बाबा.
हाँ एक शॉट लेके समझ रहा है कि कोई ओवर एक्सटेंड किया तो ठीक है.
हाँ वही चांस था एक शॉट लेने का. रखा है यार। अरे उस साइड बी पे घुस गए ये लोग।
Able to take down his counterpart. Dambi in with a blade shot into Skills' head. How is this 3v5 going to happen? They've been spotted by the Wrecker.
अरे एक और हार्बर वॉल
In from the back as well. Another hits up duel. Dimensional Drift clears out in full. It's all down to the rotations from Persia, from Margaret, and he's able to do it all. In with a burst from the Vandal. SPG comes back up on top 7-5.
और लोग को ये करा दिया ना अभी कि हम अल्ट यूज करके हार्बर ले ही लेंगे तुमसे साइड, तो मत रहो। और उसके बाद कंडीशनिंग के बाद 2 भी अच्छा कॉल था।
They take that A control, and with only 3 players over on that side of the map, they're still committed to A. They still send the drone and the dart in. Dambi's clearing out the site. They're not finding any resistance. They're seeing an open site in a retake
इनका
setup.
कोच कौन है रे?
Even though there's only 3 of us here, we still have a lot of
मैं उसको
resources
मिला था
invested
अभी,
over
पर
on
मेरे
the
को
other
उसका
side of
नाम
the
नहीं
map.
याद है।
We can still get
हाँ
ourselves
कर
into
दो
a comfortable
2 का
afterplay and win it comfortably too.
एक में ही बना दो ना, मतलब अलग अलग क्यों रखना है ना?
How they're able to operate. I mean,
हार्बर और वाइपर कॉम डिफेंस पे उतना खास नहीं है।
कजाक पावर
teammates to do what they
अटैक
do
ज्यादा
best.
अच्छा।
A little bit that pressure on the B side. Even
ये भाई आवाज बदल गया क्या तुम लोग का भी?
हाँ कम हुआ।
it really takes. It still is impressive, though, what Revenant is capable of, especially when you have players like DOS9 slipping in from the back.
Honestly, I'd like to see a similar approach from Revenant on their attacking side. Like, both Persia and
गाइस
Margaret,
देखो, जब तक हाफ टाइम
definitely
चालू
the
है
slower
मेरे
players on this
कप्पा और
SPG
गोलू के
roster,
टाइम
you
पे
can see them with
जाओ,
the active
लाइक
lurk on
सब्सक्राइब
the
ठोको
attacking
गाइस।
side. I think you can
प्राइम
get the
बोल रहा हूँ।
same value out of DOS9
ये
and
वाला मैप
Sultan,
ले लो, लोटस
you
अपना
know,
ही
in
है।
putting them in the late ground
ले
situations
सकते
or
हैं। I
putting them,
think
you know, over on the lurk position
I
against
don't know how
rotations.
Yoru will
These
work,
guys
man.
can definitely find a lot of impact as well. So
योरू से
look,
क्या
we'll see
होगा
what
मेरे
we're
को
gonna
कुछ
get
आइडिया
from
नहीं है।
Revenant on this attacking side.
अभी होपफुली
No
डबल
jet, so
इनिशिएटर और
they're
यूरू
gonna
है
have to
तो
get
कुछ
it done.
प्लेस सेट प्लेस
Basically,
बना
the
के आए
Gecko
रहेंगे ना।
Yoru util on the entry.
That's what I was about to
काम
say.
करेंगे या नहीं
Tufilski.
करेंगे वो अलग
That's
बात
the
है।
thing, right? You've got Dambi on the jet, but Paradox is on the Yoru. So if we do have DOS9 and Sultan, approaching B as a duo, how are the rest of Revenant gonna approach that A site? You don't have the jet. You can't quite maneuver around 410 that
ये दोनों
way.
का भी पहला ही
You're
इवेंट
gonna
है
have
ना?
to find some way to
हाँ लग रहा है कप्पा
create that
पहला ही इवेंट है।
pressure or play around the space that you have. Because Gate Crash sometimes isn't quite your most reliable utility to sneak into the back of site or to gain that
भाविन
mobility
कैसा है? मैं
into
ठीक
the
हूँ
site.
प्रणव, हैप्पी। आप कैसे हो?
Karasi isn't on a jet either. So that's one of the things that Revenant has to consider. But Sinprisa, on the other hand, I think that's something that we got to think about as well. Margaret on the defensive side, on this Killjoy, that's something to be tested. What are his timings going to be? How is he going to utilize the turret? I guess for now it's going to be up around.
G's Icebox comp.
Yep. That's pretty standard.
I mean, not every comp is for every team, man.
Orb's going to be there to deny Timmy the turret vision, so unfortunate. He's probably going to have to head over to the optometrist and see if he can grab himself a pair of glasses or something like that. There's the orb control from Francis, and they're going to keep pushing the issue here into the lurk.
All the way in. Sultan, though, just waiting for something to happen. Revenant not making any
turret देख लेगा ना ये side.
well. Screen comes back up and he's spotted
Oi.
already. However, not quite able to connect onto the second. A good pickup at the very least. However, it does buy his teammates into that second peak. DOS9 in for the refrag. Revenant now has.
इधर देखो कोई बीमेन देखो कोई बीमेन देखो कोई
around the corner again though. Look at this. One shot and even 3 more just to take down DOS9. He tailwinds away.
देखते देखते क्यों आ रहे हैं?
हाँ ना आया
Even the information
यार गोलू नहीं रे लूटो
to peek out through middle, the double kill to give Sinprisa Gaming their 8th win.
It's just that is one of those rounds of Valorant where it's all awkward timings. It's all just people sneaking around the place, trying to find the gaps, playing off angles, playing off timings, and unfortunately, it's gone a little better for SPG in that regard. Some sharp shooting as well for both Dambi and 𝐼𝐵 as they get themselves that defensive side pistol, and that is now Revenant under the pump here, Quack. They're already down 0-1. This is their map pick. They've got no footage, no tape of what SPG is going to do on defense. And Dambi, that's what I'm saying, man. You get up there on pipes and you go take the fight to the other team. That's what you want to see, Quack. They're already down 0-1.
What?
वापस restart हुआ क्या round? वो लोग ने पीछे कर दिया क्या?
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है कान के पीछे से बज रहा है नहीं?
हाँ
कुछ भी प्रोडक्शन है भाई इस बार तो। चलो जीजी मिलता है अगले मैच में। मैं तो ये मैच देख के जीती भाई।
हो जाएगा।
पागल हो सब मैच देख, कौन देखेगा?
मैं और कप्पा तो देख रहे हैं।
और फिर
अरे
खेलेगा
मैं
बोल के।
देखूंगा, स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा।
वो बोल रहा है भाविन के मैं प्लेयर हूँ अभी भी, तुम लोग प्लेयर नहीं हो, ठीक है? तो मुझे खेलने का जरूरत, तुम्हें देखने का जरूरत है, ऐसा बोल रहा
अभी
है।
कप्पा ये गेम होने के आज फिर एक पग ही खेलना है और क्या।
भाई
चलो ने टाइम है।
नहीं ब्रो नहीं, नो मोर पॉज।
क्या बोल रहे हैं? अरे कमबैक हो गया तो अच्छा है, जब भी गेम खत्म होएगा तभी का बात कर रहा हूँ।
Almost. But at the very least, Francis has been planted in position as well. He hears the
ऐसे टाइम में
footsteps.
मेरे को लगता है ना एज ए किलजॉय 2 मॉली खरीद ही लेना चाहिए अगर प्लांट हो गया तो।
They're setting in for that retake, but unbeknownst to them, Sultan
उड़
was
रहे
able to fire off a couple of shots. Now Danby
मटका साला।
Plow first in just to block things off, trying to get that defuse down to half, and then the cove. We're gonna have to jump into this, but it's not gonna be able
यार
to
इसको
defuse.
चलेगा
किल में
चलेगा।
और मिल जाएगा।
That's very close to Blade Storm. Margaret the clean
अरे ये
things
लोग
up.
ने रिसेट किया ही नहीं क्या अभी तक
Are you
आवाज?
gonna come back against
They
an
killed 2.
SPG
Why
that
would
looks
they
this
expect
strong?
another one B push? Because it's a very common strat to have 3 B push.
नहीं, even if it's not common,
हाँ मतलब
there should be someone looking there, no matter what. That's part of awareness in game.
मतलब 3 लोग एक ही एरिया देख के क्या फायदा है?
क्या मटका मारा भाई, holy shit.
Now into the bonus for SPG, first gun round for Revenant.
ये राउंड बहुत क्रूशियल है भाई। अरे
अरे यार गुड मॉर्निंग भाई, जागो गाइस।
ये पीक थोड़े कैजुअल चालू है अभी अपने।
Losing the bonus and letting the rest of the game spiral out of control.
पीक थोड़ा कैजुअल।
Yeah, lose a little bit of those
आप तो मीमर हो भाई भाविन।
You have to think twice. Now even going off from the other side, Persia with a quick flick on that Sheriff. 3 on 5, Revenant scrambling to pick up the pieces. This is
होली का shit हो रहा है।
SemperX Gaming now
अपने
really
पास डबल
close to those
इनिशिएटर है,
double
वैसा लग
digits.
नहीं रहा है, समझ रहे तू?
हाँ
You
लेफ्ट
can
साइड
see
फ्लैश
the
करता है
contact approach, which is what you often see from a lot of teams in man
और ये
disadvantage
skills
situations.
1960
They
वाला
need
रिकॉन
भाई
to
आजकल
win
लोग
some
वो
heads
वाला
up
रिकॉन
duels.
डालते हैं जैसा
And Paradox is going to have to be the one to do it very deep up here on the A site. There's the high tide though.
नहीं भाई, holy.
Slow anything down. Simprisa just able to watch these angles, fire off their shots. There are those
हेलो
double
बोल
digits.
रहा गुस्सा
All
मत
the
करो।
guns
सागने
pointing.
कैसा है सागी?
Danby up with the
नहीं
Blade
नहीं
Storm
क्या
at
गुस्सा?
the ready.
Nightmare fuel. And as you mentioned, the Blade Storm's there. He's just dropped his Vandal over to Persia, cycled in the Blade Storm, and bought another Outlaw. I mean, it's working for him. Dude, this is what I saw in 𝐆-𝐏𝐾𝐼 Ascension. He had like comeback, like on,
भाई ये क्या
the,
शॉट था
the
भाई,
Neon, just buying an
holy.
Outlaw every round in the opening game and running around killing everyone. And look, this time it's Danby. These cracked young duelist players just abusing you in the early parts of the game.
They're technically superior. They're not technically superior. There's no way they're technically superior. Mechanically, I mean, sorry.
के पहले 7-8 राउंड देखो, ऐसा लग रहा था कि एसपीजी मार ही नहीं पा रही।
Slowly trying to rotate on over. I don't think his utility is going to spot anything out just yet, though. So that might have been 𝐷𝐼𝐷𝐎 slipping the net with that Sheriff. It could be lethal.
Yeah, looking for the timing here. Persia's found one. Meanwhile, that's a nice little one tap from Margaret, and SPG just scaling all the way through A. Process of elimination approach from them.
Hello, big fan of
And
the
I think that's something that we got to keep an eye on through the rest of this tournament. You saw it on Bind; they were quite happy to leave the Cypher retake.
अच्छा दो लोग अभी हमारे साथ ही बैठे हैं।
4 stack the other side. That's going to be a trend that teams will already be seeing in this opening game and potentially try to take advantage of going forward.
Yeah, it really is those push-outs, and it's also the fashion in which SPG makes it happen. And that's something that all those teams are going to have to look out for now, playing against a team like Simprisa. But at the same time,
this is such a cursed timeout. These are the timeouts I hate to take in the coaching slot, where it's like, there's where this is this is a terrible position. They've won the bonus. They've got, okay guys, don't worry. They've got unlimited money. We've got no tape on them. I have no idea how they're going to play. Like this timeout, very much as a coach is a bit of a character timeout. Is a bit of a, you got to get the boys G'd up. You've got to, remind them of what the game plan is. Let's all get on the same page and make sure that we can execute a little bit better, because this has just not been a great series for Revenant, and it's this is the kind of test of character that it takes to win Ascension.
It really is. You're gonna have to adapt on the fly. I mean, you might be thinking, you're calling this timeout expecting 𝐵𝐻𝐾 to be peeking out, rushing out 410 again out of maze with an outlaw. But he's got an operator this time. And in fact, he swapped sides over onto yellow on the B side. So it's just going to be so tricky. But out of all the rounds that Revenant desperately needs right now, it's going to be this round. They lose this, and it's going to be match point for SemperX Gaming.
The thing is, like, there's a degree of luck to these kind of calls in these situations. Like, for Revenant on this attacking side, no tape, they've got to figure out on the fly what SVG is doing, and you're seeing SVG just continuing to change up their setups. This time they're moving the off over to B long, and they've got the KJ on A. So what you want to see from Revenant is
गोलू भाई क्या लगता है
𝐷𝐻�9
को देना चाहिए था डुएलिस्ट
और उसको नहीं चाहिए रहेगा तो
भाई ये मेरे को जितना पता है 𝐷𝐻�9 स्टार्टिंग में डुएलिस्ट खेल के वो डुएलिस्ट प्लेयर नहीं था ना, उसको ऐसे ही डाल दिया था स्टार्टिंग में डुएलिस्ट पे। हाँ फ्लेक्स प्लेयर था। भाई स्किल्स जो भी ये बेल्ट का रिकॉन करता है, ये करके क्या मतलब है?
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, स्किल्स जो रिकॉन डाल रहा है कुछ पॉइंट ही नहीं है,
कुछ पॉइंट ही नहीं है ना।
This is where, though, you mentioned the off over towards the B side of the map, pushed off the line by the drone, though.
अभी इसको फ्री पिक मत देना।
नहीं मर गया दम भी मर गया, ये राउंड तो नहीं मार पाएगा। ओके
He's still able to pull out that blaze storm. He's confident in his role to hold down this line of sight.
Okay. Okay. गए हो guys. This is it, I think.
Every player from Revenant down in the dust.
मर गया बोल रहा है.
This is it, I think.
And that's what I was saying, man. Like, it's just such a cursed timeout. Like, and they tried to adapt on the fly. They tried to adapt on the fly.
ऐसा नहीं लगता ये कॉम के लिए बहुत कड़क टाइमिंग चाहिए सब यूटिल का?
नहीं कप्पा, यूटिल सही होना पड़ेगा। येलो में जो फ्लैश करके टीपी किया वो फ्लैश ही गंदा था।
फ्लैश भी गंदा था, रिकॉन भी बाद में आया।
तो और गेको का फ्लैश भी नहीं आया। करना है तो फिर पूरा ओवरवेलम करना है।
वही ना, टाइमिंग चाहिए ना सबके लिए। खेरी में सब बढ़िया लगता है वो।
भाई ये कैसे जा पा रहा है वो और अपने
हाँ?
Francis, the double kill to start things off. Paradox trying to gate crash his way out, but the spike down on the ground. He has to play around that objective. Teammates might have snuck through a little.
Yeah.
हेलो ओ नहीं, वो खुद ट्यूब से गया तो उसको नहीं पता। ओ इसके लिए भी अवेयर है वो।
He just anticipates it, knowing that 𝐷𝐻�9 has tried to make it happen before. All down to Paradox now, and we'll really see if he's capable. Making use of his Zero does have the dimensional drift. Uses it to make his way out of there.
भाई आप होप दे देते हो फिर एक साल तक मैंने कहा होप दिया।
Maybe get it down.
कितनों को देखा इसने?
भाई 17 बुलेट पे क्यों रिलोड कर रहा है?
Two players though, he's got to watch out. 27 HP.
क्या ही करेगा बेचारा अभी?
Look at Francis.
That noise was enough, but yeah, that's exactly right. Francis is already on site. I don't think he anticipates this. Doesn't have the time as well. So that's going to be the simple shot for Francis. Just strikes over the spray onto his head, closes out the match.
नेक्स्ट गेम बढ़िया खेलना।
नेक्स्ट गेम किसके सामने हो सकता है? चेक करता हूँ।
They were much more coordinated on screen. वही है ना वो।
GEFT और रैपिड लोफाई के लूजर्स होगा ना ये लोग का।
it has to be said.
GFT क्या है?
After that 07
GFT रैपिड लोफ है भाई इसमें
इधर का टीम है और
जापान
रैपिड लोफ है एक्चुअली रैपिड लोफ को हराना टफ होगा रैपिड लोफ अच्छा है
रैपिड लोफाई कितना ही अच्छा है फैंसी को हराया तो ठीक है डिसेंट है
नहीं अच्छा है ये लोग के हाँ ये लोग के प्लेयर मतलब वही वो लोग ये लोग फुल प्रॉपर ऐसा थाई प्ले स्टाइल खेलते हैं सब ऐसा सोलो सोलो अपने प्लेयर्स बनाएंगे ये लोग और एक एक दो मार देंगे
पनिश करना बहुत easy है।
ये सब प्लेयर्स को तो पहचानता ही नहीं हूँ मैं सुका को छोड़ के डाफ्ट को देखा है शायद प्रोडिजी ट्रिप क्यू एल्बस
डिसेंट है लोग
ठीक है मेरे को फिर भी लगता है रैपिड लोफाई जीतेगा जेएफटी के सामने होगा शायद गेम
हाँ जेएफटी भी डिसेंट है भाई जेएफटी नॉट बैड
जी वॉइस स्किल इशू ओके
पहले भाई स्क्रीम वाली बात मत करो अलग लेवल का पिक्चर माइंड में आता है
मैं
तेरे को नहीं हेलफ
हाँ
आजा कप्पा पग खेले
आजा गोलू अपन भी खेलते हैं
भाई मैं तो वार्म अप वगैरह कुछ नहीं किया
ठीक है 5 मैन खेलते हैं आजा
आजा 5 मैन खेल मिलेगा गेम पर अभी ये टाइम
मस्त जाएगा ये लो 25-30
अरे यार एक कप्पा
नहीं 5 मैन में तो कम जाता है
गेम ही मिलने के लिए आधा घंटा जाएगा
हाँ गेम मिलने में टाइम लगेगा मेरे को लगता है मिलेगा ही नहीं टाइम क्या
आप तो फिर
ट्राई कर
मैं नहीं खेलते
अच्छा अभी बोल मैं स्मर्फ लेके आता हूँ गेम खेलते हैं
अरे स्मर्फ किस क्यों ला रहा है
सिर्फ भाई मैं वार्म अप वगैरह कुछ नहीं किया
तो क्या हुआ रेडिएंट गेम है ना तेरा रेडिएंट रैंक अप गेम है भाई आजा
हो जाएगा तेरा रैंक अप गोलू आजा
नहीं भाई मैं सोया भी नहीं हूँ भाई अच्छे से
तेरा रैंक अप करवाते यार आजा
भाई कल भाई मैं स्ट्रीम में इतना डब्बा डालता हूँ कल स्ट्रीम किया एक गेम हाँ कसम ऐसा लगा अलग ही गेम खेल रहा हूँ भाई मैं
impressive performance from SPG that we
क्या
have
बताऊं
here.
भाई
बिहार भी
ए बाविन असेंडेंट 1 क्यों है बाविन
Just managed to take control of this game and they played the style that they wanted to and it seemed like Revenant were adapting to them. There's times where I feel like SPG are kind of predictable in terms of where they want to go, but their executes just like on Bind are clean. They get into the post plant and let's talk about 𝐵𝙎. How insane is this guy been when he gets to the post plant? We saw that it was 1v4 or 1v3 plant, and let's talk about 𝐵𝙎. How insane is this guy been when he gets to the post plant? We saw that it was 1v4 or 1v3. It's the second time in the series that he did that. He really saves his team. It's just a huge thing for any team to have someone in your back pocket that trumps talk about 𝐵𝙎. How insane is this guy been when he gets to the post plant? We saw that it was 1v4 or 1v3. It's the second time in the series that he did that. He really saves his team. It's just a huge thing for any team to have someone in your back pocket that trump card that can just really save you out of these rounds.
On 6 HP too, I think like at the very end, I think he was left with like 6, I think, or even less than that. Kind of harkens back to Ascension 2023 with that 1v4 clutch from Scary that people still talk about, right? 𝐵𝙎 is that player that can actually pull through in that regard, right? And especially again, we're bringing it all in, like all that high pressure situation. What is at stake and everything? He pulls it out. He pulls all of that potential out in this first match. I mean, you've gotta applaud him, especially on this map, Icebox, something which we didn't think we were going to see from Sinfreeza Gaming this early on. But going back to Revenant, I mean, Quack did mention that this might be disappointing for South Asia fans, but I do like what we were able to see, especially on Bind, right? It just seems like Revenant, they couldn't get that pace that we were talking about earlier. They couldn't get it back, right? Which is surprising because I saw that they would be able to on attack here on Icebox, and 𝐸-𝐏𝐾, you just saw SPG getting more and more confident, which is not what you want them to be.
Yeah, I think we're kind of seeing on 𝐷𝐻𝐼𝐷𝐎's side, he's doing exactly what we expect from Paradox. Unfortunately, Paradox, we weren't seeing that value really from the Yoru. He was not getting those early picks. And a big difference, I do think, was every time 𝐿 will either hit his shot, but sometimes he would miss his first shot. We saw that Yellow, we saw that Pipes. He would miss his first shot. His team is there to help him out, and he can go for more after, and then he capitalizes off having another opportunity. But unfortunately, for Paradox, he didn't hit his first shot. He didn't TP, and he dies, and there's no team that's around him anymore. So it just makes it so much more difficult for Revenant to play in that scenario because they're not getting that early pick. They're playing a lot of 4v5s, unfortunately, versus where 𝐷 was doing the exact opposite on the defense side for Simprissa.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They were on opposite sides of the board, right? And I'm wondering, you mentioned about how he wasn't hitting those first shots. Could be a question of performance. I'm wondering also if this was, clearly this wasn't the plan for the Yoru, but what was the vision that they had here for it? Because I feel like Yoru as a solo duelist, especially on Icebox, might not exactly work in that way. Perhaps there was some kind of disconnect here, 𝐼 about how they were looking to play it, and maybe they needed another duelist for this composition to work, perhaps.
Yeah, you might be onto something. I think, unfortunately, from the Yoru, we don't really see the trap plays I was looking for. I'm looking for team trap plays. I'm looking for cheeky TPs. I'm looking for him to be involved in a team play, especially on the defense side. Something aggressive on the defense side with a combo of a TP and a flash, or the way how you need to play the Yoru is a little bit different to the Jet. The Jet, you can be a little bit more assertive, and you just go and you have this get out of jail free card. With the dash, it's a little bit faster than the Yoru TP. The Yoru, you need to play a little bit more smarter, in my opinion, and you need to combo it a little bit more with some teammates. And unfortunately, I don't think we saw enough trap plays involving the Yoru, but we did see it trying to do some solo trap plays. Like we saw the flash on B, and he got one, then he got traded after, but they still, Simprissa still took the yellow. So I'm just not seeing the cohesion with the whole team together to make the Yoru really shine in that composition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like, perhaps with a little bit more work, maybe perhaps with a team that has a bit more coordination, maybe that vision would have come through, but unfortunately we just didn't see it this time around. I think that, for Revenant, they are onto something. I feel like this was still a good start for them, no matter how shaky Icebox was. But they have showed that they are capable of that, right? Especially for Sultan and DOS9. We know that we put a lot of attention on them. I feel like they did absolutely deliver. Perhaps it was just this first game and everything, but we're gonna see it. As you mentioned, it's not the end of the road for them. They still have a little bit more, and for Simprissa Gaming, they move on to face Riddle later on. But yeah, I feel like what we've seen right now, it's a good start for VCT Ascension, and a good start for all of these players too. I feel like 𝐷 definitely lived up to all of the expectations that we set for him, as we mentioned. And hey, I'm happy that we just got to see Margaret on another agent for once. This is good things coming for VCT Ascension, 𝐼.
Yeah, I think it's great to see. He did really do well on the Killjoy. I think his team overall played well. So I don't think there's too much to nitpick from his Killjoy performance. I think it looked pretty solid. And one other player, before we went into Icebox, you did say Ivy was pretty quiet, and I think he had a pretty impactful match or map this time around. So I do think maybe having a quieter one, and that shows kind of the depth of Simprissa, right? They have some players that was really shining in the first map, especially Persia, right? And then 𝐷 also picked it up during the end of the first map, and then he had a great second map, and then you also saw Ivy pick up where Persia left off from the first map. So I think these things are the things that could potentially make Simprissa Gaming a real powerhouse and a scary opponent to play against. I do think the depth that they do have the clutch ability, if I could say. It makes them just a really difficult opponent to go against. And for now, it looks like their map pool is pretty solid. They didn't have to show too much. A nice 2-0 for them. Nothing too much shown, and I think they'll be feeling great.
Hey, I definitely expected this team to do their homework, to dot their I's, to cross their T's, and they're showing that they've done exactly that. I just nodded so hard when you mentioned that Ivy was picking it up. I nearly lost my headset earlier, but you're right. When all of these five players have their moments, they take on a different, they kind of take on different tones, right? When you see 𝐿 go all in, it's suddenly a different SPG. When you see Ivy suddenly come online, it's a different SPG as well. And then you have, a Persia and Francis just being like an amazing duo, especially on Icebox with the double control, right? And you saw like how well that works on attack. So yeah, as you mentioned, there's a lot of different SPGs, and they're only on the first match. This is probably the first page of the playbook that they brought in for Ascension. What more can we see from Revenant as I go back to them? That remains to be seen, but we're going to definitely see a lot more. And coming up, we have another big match for you guys, one that I'm very excited to talk about. We're going to have Force versus Oblivion Force, so that's another one that we have a lot to say on. And of course, further down the line, we have Mouse versus Moon. That's a little bit later. I can't get ahead of myself. We're going to go into a break.
अंदर वाला कर रहा है अभी। लगा दे विंडो, इधर लगा दे और तेरा रख दे फटाफट, चालू करना है मुझे। हेलो
हाँ कप्पा आजा खेले। हाँ हाँ
क्या करे यार।
शूटिंग तो गाइस थोड़ी बहुत चल रही है। नहीं ओहो आओ पैड चले।
क्या वो 5 मैन नहीं हो रहा है?
नहीं 2 मैन खेलते हैं गेम फटाफट।
हार गए भाई, हार गए।
थक चुका हूँ पापा, इंडियन टीम हार। गाइस एक दिन मैं ना तुम लोग को बताऊंगा बहुत सारी क्या होता है, क्या प्रॉब्लम, कैसे हम लोग को सॉल्व कर। अभी के लिए
बहुत कुछ चेंज होना पड़ेगा
ना। मैं फिर आजा कप्पा, गेम लॉन्च किया तू?
हाँ ये लाइट लगाओ ना।
कैंप कर रही है। आजा कप्पा, नेक्स्ट गेम चालू हो जाएगा। मैं
50 प्लेयर। अरे गेम स्टार्ट ही नहीं हो रहा है, राइट गेम्स के स्क्रीन पे अटका हुआ है। वाइल्ड का बैग दिख रहा है। इधर है तो ऑनलाइन नहीं है। भाई मेरा पिंग कितना आ रहा है मुंबई पे? तो 179 पिंग आ रहा है भाई, नहीं खेल पाएगा मैं।
मुंबई खेलते हैं ना
179 पिंग है मुंबई
179 पिंग
हाँ
हाँ तो 1.1.1 VPN है फ्री तो डाउनलोड करना
मुंबई के लिए
तो अभी रहेगा ना कब राउटिंग का इशू और क्या है
नहीं कुछ तो सीन है एक सेकंड
Full Sense are a team that we all talk about with a lot of experience on their roster. They are used to playing in a little bit more high pressure scenarios, and there's definitely a little bit more of a question mark.
भाई ब्रीज भाई तो साउंड लेके स्विंग
So
कर
I'm
रहे
really curious to see what they can bring to the table. Where Full Sense is a little bit more of a known quantity for us. We're a little bit more aware of how they like to play usually. Versus Oblivion Force, they might bring out a little bit more new things and surprise us a little bit more, I would think.
Oh yeah, we definitely love being surprised over here, right? And as
क्यों
we
हो रहा है
mentioned
भाई
before
ऐसा
earlier,
क्या बोल रहे हैं कप्पा
we are
भाई
this
मेरा
entire
यही
year
चालू
has
नहीं
been
हो रहा है क्या
full of
बोलते हैं
surprises for all of these big unknowns, so we are ready for more. But
क्या
look,
गेम ही चालू नहीं है क्या तेरा
you have pretty much
नहीं पिंग टेस्ट
80%
कर रहा
of
हूँ वो
your
चालू ही
team
नहीं हो रहा पिंग टेस्ट
been to Valorant champions already, and a team that has itself qualified, to champions previously. I mean, these are among the most experienced Valorant players in Ascension to date. So,
ना
I mean, that's why we're
ना
running this
कप
match as pretty
टोक्यो में
much
कम आ रहा है
this
पिंग
is
खेलना है
speeding
क्या
up all the way up full sense. But hey, Oblivion Force, if they have been training around the VCTC and
कुछ डाउनलोड पे
region,
रखा है क्या या
that
कुछ
नहीं रे
region
कुछ
has
भी नहीं है
definitely
बैकग्राउंड में
surprised
तो
them. It is the home of the current champions as well. So who
तो
knows?
कभी होगा
I am
शायद
definitely prepared to see what they have to offer us.
Yeah, I definitely think they, as you mentioned, they could have got some really good practice in over this last period that they had since
कौन सा
तेरा
VPN
कितना आ रहा है
बताया
पिंग मुंबई पे
So I'm
क्या नहीं
curious to
कप
see what are the changes that they made, right? And then
पिंग
is
टेस्ट
there
में तो
some
बराबर दिखा रहा है
thought going into, are we going to try
हाँ
and
तो वो
counter
बराबर
Full
रहेगा
Sense?
कप्पा वो
Are we
बग
going
रहेगा
to anti them a little bit? Do we feel like an underdog? Do we feel like we need to do a little bit more to beat them outside
आज
of
अब
just
एक
playing
गेम
our own
खेलते
game,
फटाफट कप्पा फिर
right?
नेक्स्ट
Where
वो
Full Sense might feel,
चालू हो जाएगा
right, we can just play our own
आ जा
style. We are technically
टीडीएम
aces,
खेलते फिर
and we just
TDM
commit
क्या
to what
गेम
we've been
खेलते हैं
doing,
भाई
and it's been giving us a
आज
lot
तू
of
छोड़
success.
तो
Oh yeah, I mean these players
हाँ
are
हो गया अभी
way
एक
too
ये वो
familiar, I would
ब्रीज को
say,
एक किल
almost
दे
with the biggest stages in
ले
Valorant,
भाई
right?
मार
So this is going to be a tough match for Oblivion Force, especially since
279 पिंग
for me, I feel personally that Full Sense is my dark horse for this tournament because you have
क्रिंच
such
एस
you have
पीस
such crack players on this team, right? You have players
चालू हो
that
गया
have been
दूसरा
playing
गेम
together for
क्या
such
चालू हो
a
गया
long while. Individually, they're
जल्दी
already super
इम्पॉसिबल
skilled. You put them together, they have such great synergy because you've seen these names already in this kind of iteration since
चालू
Valorant, since VCT
अभी
itself
तक
was born.
चालू
So um, Oblivion Force will have to bring their A game and more
क्या हो रहा
coming
है ब्रो
into this match.
I think that is the overriding rule
तो
and
फिर
kind
से
of the
मुंबई
message
खेलेगा
here,
फिर
right?
से
Full
टिल्ट
Sense
होगा
coming
क्या
in
ही
as
मतलब है
the experienced team
उससे
on
अच्छा
हारेंगे
Oblivion
अनरेटेड
Force,
खेलते हैं
used to playing on a higher
अनरेटेड
level, right?
हाँ
As we said, and is Oblivion Force going to be able to potentially punch above their weight, right? Is this experience that they have,
Match found.
players have, is that going to really count to their advantage, really help them to maybe, as we mentioned earlier, not have
योरू
those
खेलू का
pre-game
इंस्पायर
jitters? Are they going to start strong? Because for this tournament, that is super important. You need to start well. And hopefully,
They
they
have
are
no
that
क्या
idea
is
खेलेगा
how
exactly what they
hardly
need.
I am.
I mean, I'm a Full Sense fan myself. Region
ले
bias
लिया
aside, by the way, I say that very quietly. I'm a Full Sense bias too, but I'm also a John Olsen bias. Jonathan Olsen himself, this is a name that in the APAC region you have heard over and over again. I'm so excited for him to show up here on the Ascension stage because he is definitely one of those duelists that we have our eyes on. Much like in the previous matchup where we had Dambi as that big duelist to look out for, it's John Olsen here for
इंडिया
this
के लिए कुछ
matchup.
नहीं है क्या
Especially
ऐसा
since
वीपीएन का
he
सर्वर कुछ
is so comfortable with his team. I mean, like he's amongst
फ्री
friends,
एमएस हाँ
and
मुंबई
when
सर्वर है ना
they know him so well, and when you have a team that knows their duelist so well, oh, the setups are just immaculate.
लॉक
That's
कर ले
exactly what you need to to set up a player like this for success. And I mean, I don't know, Oblivion Force. I mean, you do have some players that could potentially stand up to a force like Full Sense, but it's still a wild card. I mean, as we mentioned in when we were syncing up, everything
अपन ने
right now
मैप
is
मेरे को
pretty
लग रहा है थोड़ा
arbitrary,
लेट
I
चालू
guess,
किया
on the side of Oblivion Force.
Yeah, of course,
गेम
there's a
चालू हो
lot of
गया मेरे
question
को तो
marks,
लग रहा है
and they've had this time off, so we need to see
अभी
if
तक हुआ नहीं
they can video just a little bit. But of course, in their own right, they've won. They deserve to be here again, right? So for them to go up against Full Sense, it might be they might look at them, all right, these guys, they're quite experienced, but this is a great challenge for them, right? You mentioned John Olsen. There's been a lot of talk about him for many years. I think he's a really good player, but
Yo, Killjoy, think you could enhance my knives at some point? Maybe some lasers, homing tech. I'm just spitballing here.
Take his game to the next level. And Mika, I'm not sure yet, but is Full Sense ready to win Ascension this year? Because I think this team is well oiled, well coordinated, and I'm starting to see them find that consistency throughout the whole tournament. Them against the best. And I think they will be the best.
देखो नो ही तो पिंग है तेरे को बग था वो
क्या पता क्या हो रहा था
As of the moment, an unknown entity, especially for Full Sense.
how is Seoul when you going back Seoul is nice
Have they encountered?
अच्छा है when I'm back
अरे भाई नहीं क्या मैं
Caution here.
Our spike's down.
दिया जाओ
Spike down A.
एक और ए पे है
दिया जाना दिया जाना
one more है
Last player standing.
I got the spike.
हेलो
माइक पे बोल रहा हूँ बिया ने फिर भी नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है क्या
बग हुआ है क्या
Their jet is playing hard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Alright.
हाँ मुझे आ रहा है
तो फोर्स करके भी चलते हैं
लेता हूँ रुक गाड़ी ली है हमने ट्राई करता हूँ एक को
Gun here.
एक स्नोमैन
अंदर है ना मैं मिड क्या
हाँ जिंदा हूँ जेट येलो
जेट अर्ली फ्लैंक करना मैं तेरे पास जाऊँ
टैप किया है
Last player standing.
जेट को 65
No more Sova.
क्या हुआ उधर
यार जेट येलो डैश मार दिया
Remember, your weapon is
Right,
only a
tap कर
tool.
दिया
You can't just shoot. You have to think.
good bonus yep the game live नहीं हुआ है players बाकी है
Placing sentry.
Back.
मिड वाला मारा है एक
One left, one.
बी से टीपी गया चेंबर
ए बी चलो ना बी चलो
मिड कह रहा चेंबर रहेगा अंडर ट्यूब देखता रहेगा वो बी पे
दो
ट्रिप
ए पे
है
अभी
तुम
भी
लोग आगे आओगे तो मैं तोड़ के आगे जाऊंगा
Feeling safe.
अरे किसी नाइस 2v3
एक मिनट
One enemy remaining.
Orange.
पता नहीं यार अननोन है अभी तक टैप हाँ देखता हूँ
Player standing.
Destroyed.
Time to kneel.
बी ड्रोन करो ना, अभी चलते हैं। लगा चेंबर अकेला चल रहा है।
Keep it cool.
Need a drop.
That's how you survive.
Thank you.
Turret out.
Deploying drone.
जेट आया साइड पे
Gotcha, fun. My turn. Last player standing.
Recalling my
Reyna 65 not healed.
Lights down. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade out.
मार्क कर रहा हूँ हाफ हुआ नाइस ट्राई
आधा सेकंड पहले पिक कर दो
जेट आया नहीं ना उनका आगे मेरे को लगा आएगा आएगा भाई
हाँ मेरे को भी लगा कोई आएगा
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't. Can I get this? Thanks.
भाई ये क्लच हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है राफ्टर खेलना चाहिए
Right here.
Embarrassing.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
The hunt begins.
येलो का लेफ्ट तो कोई
तीन लोग साइड पे मेरे को दिख रहे हो आगे बैक साइड आया रहना
Reyna killed. Placing sentry. My ult. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Last player standing. Spike down, B.
The enemy only looks good.
ये आ जाओ मैं अल्ट करता हूँ अरे नहीं हम लोग तो और
पहले लेते हैं ना मारते हैं फिर
हाँ ये रिकॉन डालो ना इधर रिकॉन करो ना प्लीज हाँ वो जो टेढ़ा है ना उसको हाँ हाँ
फीलर वाला वो मैं फटफट नीचे उतर रहा हूँ वो ऑफ शॉट लेगा इधर एक
There.
Scanning ahead.
They will cover.
Nowhere to run.
कर दे
रुको रुको मैं अल्ट कर रहा हूँ, रुको रुको रुको।
Reloading.
अरे
Initiated.
राइट कॉर्नर ओपन है।
Placing swarm grenade. Spike down A. Last player standing.
I got the spike. Area's clear. No more silver. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
थोड़ा अक्ल नहीं है क्या इन लोग? बोल रहा हूँ क्या, अल्ट होने दे। दो लोग उधर पीक करके पहले ही सही।
अरे अल्ट के रुक गया था ना गाइस थोड़ा।
मेरे लिए तो जी का एक जमाने में
Deploying drone. Revealing area.
Still inside. Cutting the reach.
Placing alarm bot.
अरे सुनो ना दोस्तों, मैं प्लान कर रहा हूँ ना, तो येलो का स्पेस लो ना, उनको मत ले लो ना फ्री में। सब यहीं पे मत बैठो बीमें के अंदर। लोग हर बार फ्री में आके लेके जाते हैं।
They don't have a single life worth saving.
एक तो इतना जान जोखिम में लेके प्लांट मैं ड्रॉप लगा रहा हूँ।
डिफॉल्ट कर सकते हो ये पे रिकॉन विकॉन कर लो।
दो लोग बी पे रुक जाओ। एक
बी पे ऑपर है।
There. Still inside.
तीन है बी क्लोज।
ए पे तीन है
Not ready yet.
Last player standing.
Turrets destroyed.
भाई मैं इधर फ्लैश किया है, दो लोग को चेक किया है, फिर भी
आजा कप्पा ए पे, तू मेरे साथ आजा। ए पे रिकॉन डालो। मैं अल्ट कर रहा हूँ, प्लीज अल्ट के पहले इधर इधर पीक मत करो। रिकॉन करो, वो तोड़ता है तो इंस्टेंटली ड्रोन भी यूज कर दो मेरे अल्ट से साइड लेके।
Track them down.
तो कप्पा लेफ्ट से आना मेरे साथ।
कूद रहा हूँ।
Revealing area.
आया क्लोज आया। आजा कर ले। फ्लैश कर पाए इसके बाद में। वॉल डालना वाइपर।
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy spotted A. Ground. Placing alarm bot.
बस एक राफ्टर एक और राफ्टर से इधर सिटी आउट राफ्टर्स पे आउट हुआ वो
रिकॉन सामान है
नहीं खत्म
Thrifty.
They sacrifice for nothing.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
अभी आ जाओ ना ये रिकॉन डाल ले इधर
Here.
मिड स्ट्राइक अप कर देना वाइपर
Can I get this?
मैं बीमेन आता हूँ तुम जाओ
वीमेन का सेटअप वही है इधर चेंबर इधर खेल रहा है और अगर रहेगा तो लेट रहेगा
तुम आओगे तो मैं लेट आता हूँ
Need a drop.
आजा अप ड्रॉप डैश कर ले ट्यूब
Right here. Scanning ahead.
मेरे को बॉयलर से पड़ रही है
किधर जा रहे हो आओ भी आओ
वन किचन
आओ प्लांट करो
ए वन बी साइड
साइड
One enemy remaining.
लास्ट किचन आ रहा है
Spike down B.
वाइपर लेफ्ट छोड़ दे
Alarm bot out. Found them.
One enemy remaining.
लास्ट साइट हो सकता है लास्ट सीन किचन का टॉप साइड वाइपर
Enemy spotted B. I have the spike.
ए जा रहा है
Poison orb emitting.
नहीं दे रहा है शायद पता नहीं
30 seconds left.
ओपन प्लांट कर रही है बेल्ट वाला नहीं है ना लेकिन अंदर वाला प्लांट
मिड से आ रहा है
सिटी आया ये देख ये प्लांट है बाहर नीचे वाला या रोप टैप किया
Placing swarm grenade.
हाँ अरे कर रहा है
ठीक है
हाफ किया करंट लगा दे
Just swipe those biometrics.
हो गया था पता है क्या
We
ऑलमोस्ट
get a pick, we move in. Got
ये
it?
भाई पिक क्यों नहीं कर रहा मेरे को वो नहीं समझ आ रहा है
Need a drop. Thank you.
यही चलेगा यार रिकॉन मत करो ना कुछ मत करो वॉक करके बी ड्रोन करना सोगा जा
Need a drop. Let's fly. Current out.
ये पे आवाज मत करो अर्ली रिकॉन से साइड रहो
मिड रिकॉन
चेंबर बी
आया पाइप पीछे गया
चलो वॉक करके बी रिकॉन भी डालना कप्पा
हाँ
लेफ्ट से चल आगे
जा रहा हूँ
एक फ्लैश इधर डाल
दो है
एक साइड डाल
Still in sight.
साइड सिटी एक और सिटी राफ्टर से ग्राउंड
Down. Placing alarm bot.
राफ्टर से आ रहे हैं दो लोग ड्रोन कर रहा है छोड़ सकता है कोई
ब्लैंक
एक टॉप साइड
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
हाँ सिटी क्लियर चला है ना बोली
हेलो पप्पा हेलो मेरा गेम अब तक चालू नहीं हुआ है
Last round in the half.
We lose everything after this.
Need a drop.
Thanks.
आ जाओ भी चलते हैं क्लोज नहीं ये राउंड ड्रोन करके से जाते हैं मैं ऑर्ब लेके प्लांट करता हूँ, मेरा अल्ट आ जाएगा।
तो ड्रोन कर, मैं प्लांट करता हूँ यहाँ।
Spike down B.
One snow, one. Both sides.
I have the spike.
वापस भी आ जाओ, मेरा बंदा भी।
लेगा रे।
कौन
क्या खेल रहा है?
One enemy remaining.
किचन कह रहा या फ्लैंक खेलो ना, प्लांट के लिए खेलो।
Scanning ahead.
Switching sides.
इतना गंदा सोवा अल्ट मारा कि मैंने एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं किया।
As good as their skill.
वो सोवा को छोड़ के तेरे को कैसे पड़ी मेरे को नहीं पता।
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
गैराज में मारा क्या?
गैराज में मारा, पर ऐसा जमीन मारा नहीं।
आ गया तो रिकॉन तोड़ के आता हूँ पीछे।
मैं तोड़ देता हूँ।
ठीक है।
मेट्रो ए ओपन रहेगा।
ये आ रहे हैं।
Scanning ahead.
3 या 4 ए पे है, 1 मिड पे है।
मिड पे चेंबर है।
बोलो।
Shot down.
क्लोज आगे।
Multiple enemies A.
60 jet, 60 jet.
Player standing.
ये जेट इधर क्यों आया मेरे
Okay,
पास?
we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
ना फोर्स करके ये स्टैक करो ना। फिंगर विंगर लो, जब वो घुसते रहेंगे ना वॉल अप करके, तभी साथ में फाइट लो। मेरे को बीच छोड़ दो अकेले।
Right here.
बीच छोड़ दे वाइपर।
They forget their place.
मिड चेंबर आता है, मिड चेंबर लर करता है।
कौन पे चलते हैं सब? बोलो कब रेडी हो?
Last player standing.
Blink है।
Poison's off.
Spike planted.
सारे लोग ग्राफिटी स्विंग करेंगे ना, क्यों? सेफ। स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर है। इधर गेम खत्म कर रहे, चालू कर रहे। गेम चालू हो गया है।
चालू हो गया क्या?
हाँ।
Just let them try to capture.
मैं जा रहा हूँ पाइप।
No prisoners.
ये कुछ नहीं है।
मिड स्मोक है।
ये दोनों ए पे रहेंगे शायद। मिड टू ए आ रहे थे।
ए मिड वन मिड वन।
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
We played. You lost. If any of you die, I lose it back to Brimstone. So don't embarrass me
ये
like
लगाने
that.
वाला गेम प्ले क्यों है सब? फिर से जा रहा हूँ भाई। ए आगे जा रहा हूँ पाइप से। ए पाइप जा रहा हूँ मैं।
सरेंडर करो कि फर्क पड़ता है। देखो बात तो सही है, पर हम लोग ऐसे गेम सरेंडर करना
यहाँ पे खेल सकता तो चलेगा या खेल ले। ड्रॉप मार दिया भाविन इसने।
There they are.
अरे क्या बात है, जो चिट क्यों आ रहा है पीछे? ये अपने साइड पे 2 बंदे मरने के बाद जेट पीछे आ रहा है।
Last player standing.
Need a drop.
Keep up.
Right here.
Watch this.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
वही पे था शायद।
लो 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 80।
Spike spotted A.
Level heads until we're home, yes?
मैं बी पे ये रहा हूँ।
Need a drop.
आगे चल रहा हूँ। येलो पे।
Thank you.
डायरेक्ट मेरा पास
मिट्टी वाला फील है या तो ये बेल्ट अप ड्रॉप करेगा।
सेक्शन ओपन है यार।
हाँ जेट सेक्शन है।
ए साउंड।
Feeling any?
Spike down.
2 जन स्पॉट हुए।
वॉल डाउन है।
Last player standing. Spike planted.
नीचे से
One enemy remaining.
Accuracy.
लास्ट इन एल्बो और इसका एक शॉट डॉट पड़ा।
-40 है।
Target out. Imagine if I died right now. So funny.
इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है।
मैं डिफ्यूज कर देता तो क्या करता वो?
हाँ वो चलो।
क्या हाल है काली? इतना क्रिस्पी कब से बन गए? कभी कभी हमारे भी लग जाते हैं काली।
begins.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
ठीक हो खाली तू कैसा है कभी मिल रहा है
Spike spotted B.
डबल
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
एंकर बोलते
You can trust my bots. The only man trusted that one.
Need a drop.
Honestly, so was
Thanks.
Sinkar.
मैं एक खेल रहा हूँ कोई भी
Turret out.
किधर टर्रेट है
Right here.
Turret out.
टू ए और
पीछे खेल रहा हूँ सेटअप पे पूरा
We win, we survive.
You want to play? Let's play.
Get out of my way.
3 मिनट
To the support.
ए यार ये तो बोल देता राजा
ऑरेंज कह रहा
बी है प्लांटिंग भी
भाई स्पैम करो कुछ तो करो
Spike planted.
किचन
Enemy spotted B. Your fault. Blocking sight.
येलो चेंबर
Last player standing. Match point.
The symphony of death.
तेरा टर्रेट तीनों चीज देखने वाला था
To
ना
get used to.
अरे हाँ कप्पा पर वो ऐसा मिड बोला ऐसा वाक्य मिट्टू यार वो थोड़ी मालूम था मेरे को
Don't overthink it.
That's my job. Placing sentry.
हाँ कसम एक मिला कैसे मेरे को
4 लोग हैं उधर रेना भी टैग था
Take flight.
Spike down A.
उसको मरने दो ना लो को
अल्ट सिटी आ गया
One enemy remaining.
लास्ट जेल
प्लांट ही नहीं हुआ है भाई
फॉलो कर
Toxins going up.
होल्ड ऑन
Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
अरे एक कीड़ा था देखा टर्रेट प्लेसमेंट एक्सप्लेन करो जरा तो मिड टू ए देखेगा वो और ये देखेगा
लेकिन अगर उसने इधर कर दिया
Need
ना
help.
तो
हाँ वो अभी फिर भगवान करो
मिड फाइट करना है क्या
हाँ करो मैं ये पूरा देखता हूँ
आता हूँ
बी होल्ड कर रहा हूँ मैं
Right here.
What's this?
Don't get in my way.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
अरे नहीं रे बाबा
One enemy remaining.
Enough of
बनाना हो गया था
the future is waiting. I'm the last thing they'll see before they die.
now is RNT out of Ascension no bro not yet
क्या नॉट है
is RNT out of Ascension
सोवा ए पे आना, रिकॉन तोड़ देना, मिड टरेट पे छोड़ दो चाहिए तो। मेरा गया माइक, भाविन इनके बोल देना उसको।
मिड टरेट पे छोड़ दो, ए पे रिकॉन दे।
ये तो कुछ साउंड नहीं है।
ड्रोन बी ड्रोन।
बी आ रहे।
1 minute.
एक दो के पास ही वैंडल है। येलो के पास है और एक येलो के पास है, येलो के पास है।
एक मिनट।
Attackers win.
चलो जीजी, अभी गेम पे ध्यान दिया जाए।
गंदा आवाज ही है रे अभी भी।
Beautiful stuff. Teammate working his way through tile side. Whatever plan that they had in the earlier stages of their timeout, starting to fall by the wayside, unfortunately. Showstopper no longer an option. John Olsen's got teammate dead to rights here, unless some supportive utility can come in. Or better, a good case of timing.
Those jiggle peeks from his team, though. Just kind of maybe baits streaming into a bit of a second peek, and that's going to be now his teammate trying to route back towards another site. 𝐿 has been spotted, though. Ooh. While John Olsen controls the other half of the map, now rotating back over onto Bova. Oblivion Force are struggling to find any headroom into a site. Just kind of relying on Wingman to maybe go in for it, but it has been shut down for now. Neural Theft will reveal the positions. I don't know how useful that's going to be. Full Sense still pretty much surrounding them in full. Come out with your hands up in the air. John Olsen will snipe you down.
And it's a little too easy. You know, all of those op kills in that round, it's just posting on an angle bottom mid, posting up on tiles. Despite the double initiator, you're running in with the KO and the 𝐼-𝐾𝐿. No one's pushing him off lines. No one's making these shots difficult for him. He's just walking onto pretty standard lines and getting pretty easy op kills. So this is where Oblivion Force need to make his life more difficult, apply the press a little bit more, because you can't be allowed to just walk out on that line and get a collat like that.
We don't really see any sorts of set plays from Oblivion Force or anything like that, so Full Sense has been able to pick them off, or even playing some of these passive or defensive positions. And that's one of the questions that we've had so far. Is John Olsen, will he falter on land? And the answer is no. I mean, he's able to do it so far. It's so good. Allowing for Oblivion Force to get that spike down now, knowing that they are on that half-buy. Leviathan, first up, has been spotted. Showstopper in.
What?
Oh my goodness, John Olsen slides away. He has the overdrive. Operator might not be too useful, but alongside the Hunter's Fury, he's coming in, guns-blazing, lasers in full, and Full Sense picks up the 9th win with minimal losses reading this map.
Dude, I feel like I was at a light show. It's just like, you know, neon ult, Hunter's Fury from the other side of the map. Everyone's just melting. Absolute nightmare for Oblivion Force. That nice little set play to take elbow early on. Got into the A site relatively easily, but Full Sense just applying so much pressure on this retake.
Are they really?
The util, the coordination. What do
yeah,
you mean?
coordination. That's right.
Triple up. Okay. I mean, they are going to go for it. So yeah, they're going for where are these ops? They got one over towards market. Leviathan's not got one. I would think you could put one on the Omen for sure.
All over the map, basically. Elbow, mid, market as well. John Olsen, though, is feeling the heat now, but he has the slide, so able to get away really quickly. The Thrash expended just to clear the site.
Oh, BTC aftershock there.
Yes. Spotted out. Maria getting taken down by John Olsen as well.
Slow down a bit. Just gutting in with that thrash from a default position. Now the tiles walk here from Full Sense. Just so much disrespect in the man disadvantage situation, but this is where maybe respect is earned a little bit more. They were not ready for Leviathan in tiles. Why would you be? That's the spike drop back.
Paranoia as well, just to try to thrash his opponents. Leviathan able to hold his own with a bit of a double. So although the spike was dropped, Uta immediately comes back.
भाई ये OF वाले हग रहे क्या?
Pick it back up.
पता नहीं, मैं अभी देखना चालू किया.
मैं भी अभी देखना चालू किया, देख के तो लग रहा है हग रहे हैं.
Instead, spotted out. John Olsen with the operator.
पोहा लेके आया, पोहा.
Oblivion Force I think lowest CD रहेगा ये tournament में.
Domination from Full Sense, really sending a message here to Oblivion Force. Their defense
गेम देख के
very,
मजा नहीं
very
आ रहा है,
flawless
तो I think
and very close
मैं
to
नहा के आता हूँ.
already closing out this game sunset. This is the Full Sense that we want to see, especially seeded
now is
only into the first round. Like there's plenty more difficult opponents, and I actually feel like Full Sense
भाई ये गेम
looking
John
at
Olsen
the
अकेला ये
bracket,
लोग को मार
they're on the
देगा.
side of the bracket with DSG, JFT, Rapid Lo-Fi, Oblivion Force. You're avoiding now Spoom, Sin Priso, Riddle Auto until much later in the tournament. They really, if they are the caliber that the players have in terms of experience into this tournament, should breeze through this side of the bracket with ease, right?
Yes, and that is something that we expect. So far, it does appear to be that way. I mean, again, talking about the experience that they have. I mean, some of these players have played, other game titles. They have been on Full Sense for a really long time. And then you've got Fox and Sushi Boys. I mean, back on Sersha, back on X10, the international appearances. Then on Talent, they have done it all. Although it wasn't maybe quite the best performance that Talent gave us last year, having placed like second to last in the league, they were still able to come back. They were still able to perform in the Challengers League, taking down old rivals made in Thailand, MITH. So they are definitely very capable of going the distance. And I think, it's only until we'll see them getting tested that we start to question how they might perform. I mean, even right now, Leviathan as the new pickup, he's showing that he's able to flick back around and control tiles as the Omen, flashing out, getting that headshot on the 𝐼-𝐾𝐿, that was pristine.
Yeah, I think it's great that you mentioned, Full Sense coming out of the Thai region. There is definitely that rivalry with Made in Thailand, and that goes back even before Valorant even came out. But the regional depth in Thailand, like Full Sense have been made to sweat by, 𝐵𝑒𝑠𝑖A. They've been made to sweat by Full Sense. I feel like Ascension, is one of those tournaments where you only get one representative from each region. But I always feel, and you can see this from the quality of like the EMEA play-in, for example, that there are so many great teams bubbling under the surface. I got that same sense boot camping over in Asia and playing teams like Myth and Full Sense, playing teams that, multiple top teams from a region, and feeling like, at least from as a team coming from another region, they might not be that much worse than the top team from their region. They might not even be that much worse than some of the Chinese franchising teams, but only one team gets that spot at the end of the day.
And that's just how punishing it is. I mean, only one team truly, not only is it only one team from each sub-region or country, it's only one team that gets to move forward at the end of Ascension. So
yeah,
there are only so many chances that they have, and Full Sense really has to make them count. Oblivion Force as well. I mean, playing with slight disadvantages, they are trying to do what they can, but we'll see what happens. This is their map pick after all, and so far, Full Sense is full sending.
They are, and I respect it honestly.
Yeah?
Covering Thai FPS. Look, covering Thai FPS for the last however long, full send is definitely the way that I've seen it. In fact, that might be what FS stands for at the end of the day. This is going to be a bit of a bloodbath towards A probably early on here, Quack.
Really could be. They're marking it at the very least. And that breach utility really can extend its range all the way into the site. But here's off of a bit of utility, they're just going to rotate on over, having heard a bit of noise, a bit of presence from Oblivion Force on the A site.
Yeah, they've just recognized straight away that's a trap play, and look how flexible they've cleaned out A main, split through market. This puts a lot of pressure now on Yuta in the back of the site, Quack.
I don't know he can survive this. Oh my god, walked into the tripwire. Uda's still able to take a shot. Takes down Sushi Boys, but then the shot right back. John Olsen slid through. Spike planted though, so everyone's going to hang back in towards B main.
कोकोनट का शक्ल देख, बेचारा ऑलरेडी बोल रहा है.
Wait and see.
हो गया भाई.
Oblivion Force will approach.
You already got PTC wrapping around as well as that second wave. There's the progression smoke to get some more space in the site, and the follow-up smoke for Full Sense to try and spam the spike plant.
Nice little pinch, Charles. Forcing it in the corner, but this does not make Ron Olsen
Nice
shake
slide,
at all.
Ray.
A third kill, looking for the fourth. Coconut will be able to take it down, though, and that's going to be the defuse
Round
win
निकाल दिया भाई
that
Oblivion
brings
Force ने.
Oblivion Force to the third.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. The wingman doing God's work there. Able to just create enough space for him to defuse. And I mean, that's just, it's just a huge thing in the meta right now with these open sites on B, open sites on Abyss, for example. Like the way that these maps are designed and the current meta, you just end up in these spammy after plants, layering the utility and hoping for the best. And in this case, Oblivion Force has created enough pressure to get that defuse off.
Yeah, I might not even know, sometimes it could be audio or whatever it is, but it goes through. And, you know, speaking of Full Sense being a tight team, I mean, sometimes I just want to think about, you know about this little baby hippo called Mudeng?
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
What if Wingman looked like that hippo? They got the defuse. It's just adorable.
That is adorable. Full Sense, they've spent a pretty penny into this round, and they're recontacting back into this crossfire today. A lot of util between Coconut and Rhea here, though.
Still, though, just a bit of a crossfire. It's going to come down to a bit of an intro play. Full Sense having the investments. It's going to be the Dizzy that holds them off for the time being. She may now, with the Guardian, able to fire back. That's John Olsen gone. So, despite force buying into this round, they're not quite able to extend their legs into the site. Full Sense split off across.
30 seconds left.
Leviathan now the last one left alive. He has the spike. Overwhelming odds in front of him. That's going to be Wingman spotting him out as well.
Yeah.
We know exactly where he is. He's going to be trying to eke out, get as many kills as possible. That's the first. That's the second. Still able to try to somewhat clutch this out. I don't think he has enough time to stick the He might just have enough time. He sticks the spike down. Swings out. Shack up around the back.
ओ भाई इसको भी उड़ा देता ना.
मेरे को एक सेकंड लगा कि ओमन के गन के वजह से वो दिखेगा नहीं सामने वाला.
हाँ.
Like even there's so many people have said
FS Force क्यों क्या उसी हाँ हम लोग नहीं रिस्पेक्ट करते रहेंगे ओपोनेंट को.
And that's the kind of scenario where you might be seeing it come together. Oblivion Force, though, they settle the nerves. They've dealt with the force bite, so now they're going to earn themselves one of these situations where they can go to the anti-eco, try to start turning around this massive deficit that they've accrued in the first half and see if they can work their way into this game, because they've had a very cold start to this series, and Full Sense has taken full advantage of that.
अभी तो नेओस बूम करना है मेरे को पर
really trying to close this out as quickly as possible, but
कल मैं सोच रहा हूँ सेकंड गेम करे रिडल ऑर्डर सन प्रीजा और डिस्गाइज्ड वर्सेस फुल सेंस सेकंड और थर्ड गेम.
Coming in here, they're still playing. John Olsen not backing down, still has the sheriff.
Guys, तुम लोग चैट बताओ कौन सा गेम देखोगे कल.
Coconut comes in to take his place though. And here comes that breach utility. PTC doing so much. It just pushes Coconut off to another position.
Yeah, he's gonna repeat though. Rhea able to find Sushi Boys in the meanwhile. Look how deep Leviathan is on market. He's gonna find this kill on the rotation, timing onto Rhea potentially, but fluffs a couple of shots. Rhea's able to clean it back up. So crisis averted with the Outlaw, at least for now.
Yeah, just a little wiggle here and there. And it might just throw it off. But had that have been a kill for Leviathan, that could be the Outlaw picked up and more kills going through, given how many of the OF players are on light armor. That's it, though. It's not quite going to happen for Full Sense just yet. John Olsen, despite the first pick, will fall to the next. ETC, online refresh, sent it out, but not quite able to land the sheriff shots, just the one. And 𝐿 able to pick up the round for Oblivion Force.
अभी ऑडिबल है क्या मेरा?
Working their way into the half.
स्ट्रीम पे
First gun round's going to be pretty telling though.
स्ट्रीम पे पता.
वही पूछ रहा हूँ मैं उधर.
Do have a nice neon ult timing into this first gun round for John Olsen that they could definitely take advantage of.
very least trying to.
क्या lag हो रहा है?
So far, he has been the playmaker for full sense, or at least that's what we saw in the first
chat
half.
बताओ कल कौन से games देखोगे watch party पे?
Attack, you would
कौन सा
expect
stream
he's
करें मैं और
able to
कौन?
make a lot of these plays happen, but now that they really have their chance with this full buy, looking to make it happen, has the overdrive available as well.
Pretty slow approach from Full Sense, working a bit of B main control. Feeling out the A side of the map. Looks like Fox may drone to try to re-clear A while they apply pressure to B and try to catch that timing. That's exactly what they're doing. They push the Gecko off the line. There's still 3 towards A, and it's just a contact approach from Full Sense in towards this B side of the map.
There goes, looking to make it happen. Fast lane just to give him a little bit more space. Into the corner he goes. Fox now rotating all the way through mid. It keeps enough players from OF on the A site. Meanwhile, the rest of Oblivion Force trying to stay alive for as long as possible. They make themselves safe inside of this market position. Fox, though, still around the back. He might just try to sneak through all the way up mid into Bova. Teammates have to stay alive long enough for that to happen. Thresh will be deployed.
टाइम उतना बाय कर पाएंगे क्या
into B main. 𝐵 now trying to hold the angle, but immediately contacted by that paranoia. Fox still approaching from the back, and there's the first kill. All of a sudden, Oblivion Force are aware that they have to watch their backs. The shock dart will deny that spike defuse, and PTC just making as much noise as possible. Check. We'll be able to take him down, but Fox with the 4th kill
कोई भी कर लो, हम तो आपसे बात करने आते हैं, वही ना बात हम करनी.
Round win.
And Fox is just really showing his experience there. You've already seen it on the defensive side where he's finding the gaps, gathering the info on the Sova, and just walking down mid and taking that space. That is an effective, a confident initiator player, an info initiator player that, you know, takes the initiative himself.
जैसा हमें अभी लग रहा है कि ये गेम तो बहुत इजी है, वैसा ही क्या पहला गेम
to deny info on the A side of the map, drone out that side of the map, make it look like they're retaking A while the B hit comes in, and then in the mid to late round he turns into a lurk and just comes in from the back line.
Starting में नहीं, जब close चल रहा था ना,
to close out the round in the post plant.
4-5, 5-5. That's what you really love as well. I mean, he's not overextending, not making his position known until it's the right exact moment for him to do so. So tiny movements, but great impact for Full Sense, and now just a situation that Oblivion Force definitely doesn't want to be in 𝐵𝐿. We've got 4 ultimates online, almost the 5th, with Leviathan 1 point away from that from the Shadows TP. OF, on the other hand, I mean, they've got a little bit here and there, but economy's starting to run dry, and that's a huge problem.
I mean, yeah, this is their map pick as well, Oblivion Force. They've won it twice in their region. So coming into this game, feeling relatively confident on it. Full Sense, it's been a shaky map for them in Challengers Thailand. Like, they've lost it to 𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐻 twice, really struggled on it against 𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐻. So I can see exactly why Oblivion Force, looking at the history, looking at the data, would pick this map into this series. But yeah, it does not really seem to have done them too many favors here. Full Sense preparing with a whole bucket load of ultimates to start hammering this game home on the A site.
There's so much that they could really do. I mean, the Rolling Thunder just to kick things off, the catalyst. And at the same time, Sean Olsen looking to make some things happen with that overdrive. That's why he does not have a gun for the time being. 𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐻
जब टाइम आउट है तब म्यूजिक नहीं बज रहा है, जब टाइम आउट खत्म हो गया तब म्यूजिक बज रहा है. गेम का आवाज नहीं है.
Slowly inching forward. There's that Dizzy. It will be able to connect onto its Sushi Boys. That's the first kill, but Leviathan immediately 3 into a round win. Not quite.
A handful of these rounds are way too easy for Full Sense. Some of the rounds they've been made to work for a little bit, but you know, even if Oblivion Force is winning some of their rounds, they seem to struggle to do it. So it just really feels like a bit of a different a diff between the two teams.
पर ये सीरीज तो अपने को पहले से ही मालूम था, मतलब
फटाफट. Look, it's last chance here for Oblivion Force. Showstopper to work with. Can see double trips in market, deep cam into B main, so really trying to disrupt any attempt at taking market here, and maybe catch a player in that second trip from Full Sense, who, to be fair, are heading towards this B side of the map, but it doesn't really look like they're going to be heading through market too much.
On my way.
Shouldn't be. We do have Sushi Boy somewhat lurking towards
ये
mid,
लोग ने
though.
फास्ट नियॉन प्ले के लिए डबल ट्रिप मार्केट लगाए जा रहे हैं और वो आ ही नहीं रहा है.
At the very least, though,
एक ही बार
just
आया ना.
looking to execute into sight, given the fact that they have all of the ultimates. Cage will be propped up. But here comes that
Alright, nice.
send. Paranoia
Mara
all
ult
the
maar
way
fat
back.
fat.
Uta still able to land the shot. Showstopper into play. And Rhea is looking to make a
Alright.
big splash.
Ha.
Double kill. Leviathan Sushi Boys, they are down. BTC in a 1-on-5. And we've got Shaq surrounding him from the back. Rhea makes it happen all. One kill just to extend OF's life.
मैं अभी बोलने वाला था only fans का pick.
Situations where, like, I ripped the showstopper rank, shoot it right next to old mate's foot, doesn't kill him, but through a massive panel, it'll do, what was that, like 400 damage to 3 different players, get a double kill off of it. That was a beautiful play, I want to say, from Utah in the back of the site. Did you see just how well he avoided all of that utility? Like, dodged the paranoia, dodged the flashpoint perfectly, and then kills the entry that easily. Like, perfect positioning on the Cypher, and then bringing the rocket in from market side to shut that down was perfect as well from Rhea. So, look, you're seeing some good stuff here and again from Oblivion Force. I think they've just started way too slow in this map, unfortunately.
Odd भाई Leviathan
Capable
और
players though, for sure. But here comes Full Sense.
Oh,
Even with
Leviathan.
a bit of a half by, those Sheriffs the Guardian, they just took down 3 players. Now John Olsen picked up the Vandal. Neural Theft comes out. Coconut, they know where he is. And Shaq just tries to come back in around him to provide that additional support, but everyone has been surrounded. The Hunter's Fury will cut him through. Full Sense reaching 13-6.
Yeah, and that's some scary form for the rest of the teams in this tournament, especially the teams on the lower side of that upper bracket. Like, Full Sense looking very, very scary. They've had to play their way through an additional matchup here, similar to what we just saw in the first matchup. But despite being in that first round, some of these teams are definitely favourites for the tournament, and they're showing exactly why, with some really dominant scorelines from both Syncreaser and Full Sense here.
Yeah, I mean, 𝐿-𝐾𝐾 was one of those guys that predicted Full Sense winning this whole thing. But we'll see if it's really going to happen. I mean, we still have one more map to go. Oblivion Force definitely showing that they are perhaps slowly warming up to the server right now. I mean, Uta, with that decision-making, like you mentioned before, was pretty awesome. John Olsen seemingly to have kind of tempered down towards the latter end of the half. So anything can happen still. It's going to be Haven, one of Full Sense's maps next, but we'll toss it back to our analyst pretty soon, I believe. Oh, not yet. Okay. Mika and Ewok will break it down pretty soon.
Thank you very much for that, Quack. And yes, for Full Sense,
BRB.
Ewok, I feel like they didn't even break a sweat at all. I feel like they did not struggle here. Even in the rounds that they lost, this was 100% confidence coming in from Full Sense without even needing to reveal too much.
Yeah, I think you're bang on. I feel like we saw a lot of the things that we expected, right? We said, okay, Full Sense, we expect him to start strong. Experienced roster, and that's exactly what they did. You said you were excited for John Olsen Neon, and he put up an absolute showing on the Neon. And you mentioned Leviathan, he's the new kid on the block, and he's quite impressive. We should keep an eye on him. And he made some insane Omen plays. So I think almost everything that we discussed, that's exactly what we saw. We talked about Oblivion Force, potentially having some nice players individuals, but the better team is most likely going to be the team that wins at the end of the day, and I think that is in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you look at that scoreline. Yes, there were some rounds where Oblivion Force were able to bring it up a notch, especially, you know, with Rhea trying so hard, right? He did have that near ace so many times, but it's just that Full Sense. They're just so snappy, and you have MVP of that map, John Olsen. And I actually feel like John Olsen here, like, yes, we did see a lot of amazing Neon plays, especially with the overdrive, right? But I feel like he, you know, it was just this is a walk in the park for him. I feel like he wasn't really pushed to what he's capable of. So maybe we've only seen like 40% of Mr. Jonathan Olsen at this point, Ewok.
Yeah, this is not even 100% yet. Then I think John Olsen's going to be pretty scary for any other team to go up against, right? I think he got so much value with the operator as well. You saw them pick up triple operator. And I think that tells us a little bit more about how Oblivion Force is playing against the operator as well. I think there's quite a lot of issues if you'd like to get into that.
Yeah, I think, there were some rounds where they had, great ideas, right? They did have, some rounds wherein they decided, okay, well, if they have ops, we'll just go straight into their faces. There was a good idea there, but it just wasn't enough. They couldn't sustain it at the end, especially when, full sense, they're like, okay, you're gonna do that? Well, we got, so many pages in our playbook right now, born out of so many years. So, yeah, I feel like right now, about to get into Haven right after a very quick break. But we have more from Full Sense and Oblivion Force coming right up. So I feel like Ewok, we are...
क्या करे क्या ना करे ये कैसी मुश्किल है कोई तो बता दे इसका हल तो मेरे भाई ओ मेरे भाई ओ मेरे भाई नींद आ रहा है ब्रो हाँ हाँ ना क्या करे या ना करे ये कैसी मुश्किल है वो तो बता दे ये कौन सा आइडिया है इसका अच्छा ये तो ओरिजिनल आइडिया है इसका तोर 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 भाई डेथ मैच भी नहीं आएगा क्या अब छी रे, मजा ही नहीं आ रहा है। क्या मजा आता था पहला गेम जीत जाते तो। यार
Match found.
फ्लैग्स मस्त है। हाँ यार मजा आता था।
पहला गेम तोड़फोड़ हो जाता था, क्या इंसेन फीलिंग होता था अभी। ऐसा नेक्स्ट लेवल लगता था, अंदर से खुशी आता होता था। क्या यार, सैड सैड लग रहा है। ये लोग जीते नहीं ना यार पहला गेम।
Reloading. Reloading.
That's not ready.
बोट में भी जा सकते इधर अभी।
Reloading.
That's not ready.
अच्छा ये नया है क्या? क्या 117?
See ya.
Get out! I didn't spend hours building this arena for you to hide. That's not ready.
Reloading.
मुंबई सर्वर में 117 पिंग आ रहा है।
That's not ready. That's not ready.
चालू हुआ क्या गेम?
हाँ एफएस जीतेगा गाइस.
That works. That's not ready. That's not ready. That's not ready.
क्या स्कोर है?
Going up. That's not ready.
लेवाइथन मेरे को बहुत बढ़िया लौंडा लगा.
अच्छा प्लेयर है ना?
हाँ कप्पा.
अच्छा प्लेयर है भाई.
To punish the opponent who wants to take B control or something like that. So unfortunate. Oblivion Force by does not
Let's
work
go.
out for them. They're back down onto the sheriffs to do some more damage.
In with the outlaw too. I mean, just making use of the long-range weaponry now instantly takes down Rhea.
अगर फुल सेंस को पता ही है इन लोग कहाँ पे आने वाले हैं.
Working their way through the middle
देखना
of the
इधर
map.
भी सेटअप रेडी है.
John Olsen and Leviathan ready with the
Para na
reactive
Judge.
util and the judge though.
I mean, this is really tricky. As soon as you walk through, John Olsen's in right range to try to strike you down. It's going to be so much damage on towards Uta. Double tap popping. Immediately broken as well.
इन पे वो लेके बैठा
Marking
outlaw.
the angles, ensuring that Oblivion Force are not able to walk through any entrance point whatsoever. Trying to go through garage now, but instantly taken out by Sushi Boys as well. There's the paranoia.
लंबी
Charles
सफाई,
slides in. The judge,
लंबी
Foxcrawler on the
सफाई.
sides. It's just, again, Oblivion Force not able to make any headway on this map whatsoever.
Finally getting to see a force buy from Oblivion Force
One step
though.
ahead.
And I'm keen to see what they're going to bring to the table. Sushi Boys, nice opener there. They had like the high-low set up between him and John Olsen off the back of the turret contact. Are we going to see much more of this? Like, honestly, like the amount of flying neons with the judge I've seen already in 2 series today is a bit unreal.
पकड़ ले.
I
अरे
mean,
यार.
he feels confident enough to make it happen, and it's been working well. He swaps over onto the Vandal for now, and then close quarters. It's gonna be OF. Uta takes down Leviathan. John Olsen falls as well.
वो वॉल ने उनको ही
And they're
स्पेस दे
looking to
दिया भाई.
find
खुद
our
को
space
ब्लॉक कर
into
दिया.
the A site. Everything popped up too, but instantly dealt with. The double tap gone. PTC marking the backside. They weren't expecting him to still be here. Relay's gonna take a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Sushi Boys, undetected, snuck all the way up into heaven. Undetected as well. It's gonna be Coconut though. Spots him from the back, and now it's a 1-on-2. An outlaw. 2 rounds for each player.
Nice.
The fault line. I'm sure that will not.
भाई वो
be
लॉन्ग पे
happening.
लॉबी में
Oblivion
नियॉन
Force
का
takes
वॉल
up
ने
a 1-round
ओवन को
win.
ब्लॉक कर दिया ना यार.
Yeah, big scrap.
नहीं तो लेफ्ट वाले को वो मारता वो सामने वाले को मारता
Go
नियॉन.
back and forth, fast lane cutting up the territory a little bit, but Oblivion Force, after a bit of a scrappy exchange, they're able to come out ahead. They've got the kill contract to work with as well now. Problem is, Full Sense has had such a strong economy, so this is where they're getting into the portion of the game where that op that gave them a lot of troubles on Sunset's come out. That's going to be posted up on Garage side. They've got the Odin spam for Sushi Boys as well.
Oh.
So instead of much of a fight over A main this time, it's going to be a big focus on points.
क्या फिर ट्रेन में ड्रॉप?
Spotting anything else just yet though.
What smart है रे?
At least presence will be made known. Oblivion Force.
देखना प्रेजेंस दिखा के चले गए इन लोग से
This
इतना
is nice
सामान
from
बेट
them,
आउट
you
करा
know.
दिया
They've taken that space over on A main, thrown down the smoke to deny info over on A
double
long,
tap
now
भी
working their
use
way
कर
back
लिया
through the middle of the map, and you can see the
नहीं
effect
किया
that's happening on full census rotations. They were playing retake A previously, heavily stacked towards grass and middle, then kind of rotating back towards the A side of the map, fearing that execute timing, but Oblivion Force has just kept them honest here. Got a lot of space, they've dodged the dart perfectly, so info not found there by Fox, and you've got Oblivion Force just going to walk into an open, free A site unless they get caught by the Hunter's Fury here.
You just got the kill contract available as well, so might be able to use that to eliminate at least one player from that retake. Fox in with the Hunter's Fury, however, takes down 𝐼-𝐏𝐾𝐿, and that could be painful.
Deploying drone.
Kill contract does not connect onto anything. Full sense. Setting up for that retake now. Put in just a spamming clear out the corners. Fast lane. Blocks and even
ऊपर से डाला क्या फास्ट लेन उसने?
along with Sushi Boys. And here it comes. The aftershock to clear out hell. Full sense, Fox and everyone, they're able to flat down the side, making use of their utility incredibly well.
Direct
just
safai.
to flash Oblivion Force out of position.
प्लान
Yeah,
उसके
that's
पहले भी वो
exactly why
स्टन
they
और
were
अल्ट
that
का
confident
कॉम्बो
playing retake. It's
सोच के ही
clearly
रखा था
set up in a protocol that's been planned well in advance. Big emphasis, as I mentioned, on how many players they had towards grass, towards middle in case a fast B or some Gary control came through, and then just playing retake A with Fox just sitting back there with the Hunter's Fury. He thins the numbers before they even kick off the retake, and when they do kick off the retake, the utility is just beautifully placed. It's just such an oppressive retake to deal with as Oblivion Force, and it's why you've seen Breach have so much popularity on this map for the longest time.
Truly. They're keeping all of that utility just for such situations as well. The Outlaw, however, Marshall will be purchased back up in this round by Oblivion. Not quite going to find anything though, 𝐵𝐿_𝑆𝐾. This is, once again, full sense, just extending their control, making use of Leviathan's dark covers. Now giving Fox a little bit more space to push up.
And look just how much disrespect there is from Fox. Like, again, on the solo init, just quite happy to push through the middle of the map on Sunset, push all the way through A lobby as a solo A player. PTC's walking down mid. There's just no respect given to Oblivion Force at all right now.
He feels comfortable.
इतना deep लगा है उसने.
He's gathered that information before, and Sushi Boys with the Odin just sprays and flicks both ways.
It just shows you the level of confidence that Full Sense is coming in with right now. You know, there's no being scared of teams from other regions. These are players with just so much experience. They've been there, done that, played at champs. You know, I love seeing them play with this confidence. I want to see them just, no matter who they play. I know this is most
Basic lineup से टूटना नहीं चाहिए, वो इसके लिए deep लगा है.
An easier matchup for Full Sense. I want to see the same thing against Naus, against Boom. These harder teams for them to be going toe-to-toe with.
Wow, even immediately using the dark cover. Yes, they are incredibly confident. I would like to see him keep it clean. Sushi Boys flicks onto the first, but immediately falls down to the next. It's going to be OF pushing out of Garage. A bit of no target. That play that Full Sense weren't quite expecting. Now coming in from the back, Fox in with the 𝐵𝐿_𝐾𝐿 will be able to spot out the initial player, but he doesn't know that there are a couple more. Now he knows it. He's going to have to back out completely as they make their presence known. And all that time, though, his teammates have rotated on over and are looking to safely make their way into the site. Oblivion just holding all the way from the back of C Long. Takes out Fox. And Sean Olsen with that operator still fires off.
Are you kidding me right now?
1-on-2.
Go, go, go.
Not a lot of time. Not a lot of cover. He's going to back out just to save that off. This is what we're talking about. Full Sense, they can be confident. Sometimes that confidence leads to some of these rounds as well.
Yeah, I felt like that was an instant punish on Sushi Boys, who's been playing that same position a number of times now, right? Like, you saw him anti-eco and with the Odin in the previous round playing close C-Long. This time he gets punished pretty heavily for that. They scale out Garage, and they actually, I think, wrapped through window, and it's one of the advantages of obviously playing the Neon on this map is you can mix in these rounds where maybe you make it look like a B hit or B pressure and you smoke off that C-side link. You can use that to kind of wrap through Gary and split C through spawn side and just have that multiple direction approach. This time Oblivion Force though, taking that A main control full sense once again, going for the approach of playing retake A. They've got the lockdown to work with. They're pushing grass in the meanwhile and catching Coconut off completely off guard.
Full firing squad chips him down through the wall bang. Great double tap with Ruta though, tries to push out alongside Rhea, but it's going to be taken down. A bit of a crossfire setup on the other side of that A-link area. However, Spike does go down. It's going to be that defensive lockdown as well to create a little bit more pressure. OF, they know they can't quite back out of this. There's just not quite enough space unless they go into that little corner around A long. Bit of a push out. Ruta falls. And that's Nano Swarms as well. All those lineups will connect into that one spot where they're all hiding inside of. Fault line out as well. Leviathan trying to mark the angles, providing his teammates with cover off with his smokes. Just a one tap just to end it all because teammates low HP and full sense. Having the confidence again just to back each other up. They are up 6-2.
Punishing that Neon as well. You could see Rhea, man disadvantage situation with the lurk taken out of the equation. Really wanted to push through spawn side, make up that player deficit, maybe even disrupt the lockdown going down. Basically just donates his life, and you can see full sense, you know, in that 5-on-3 situation from here, it's just way too easy for him. Lockdown included. They've even got the set nano for A long there.
And that's what experience brings you, just having all of these extended plans. I mean, already reading the situation that OF might go in for that A hit. We have plans for the A retake. We even have plans to send 3 men down B just to go in for that spray through to window.
Meanwhile,
trying to get a read for the information.
You can see the Gary control, but look at A main here, all the way through, full sense, heavily stacked towards A this time around. Just leaving Sushi Boys solo and Gary. And
निकल गए रे, extend भी नहीं किया.
Force, if they pulled the trigger on that C side here, it could have ended up in a pretty decent situation, but now things are starting to become a little bit more cursed.
It really does start to feel that way, 𝐼𝐿_𝐾𝐿. That's the thing about Heyman, especially when Full Sense is playing. I mean, they have that experience. Oblivion Force doesn't quite have the map control sometimes, and Full Sense just funnels them into their death. KappA will be able to fire at least one Now, Full Sense starting to wonder how they might be able to retake this. A player in from A main and a player in from A link spawn side. They've been marked. The dark covers have expired. Unfortunately, Full Sense spotted out as well. So, Oblivion Force able to pick up a 3rd win.
Yeah, despite being at a player deficit, despite losing all map control, they're able to still make that work, shooting their way out of a bad situation. Maybe there's a tiny bit of also some slight overextensions from Full Sense in 1 or 2 duels that makes their life a little easier. But Oblivion Force will take that every day of the week. Got that kill contract still available. And yeah, this retake definitely was not nearly as clean this time or coordinated from Full Sense.
Without question. I mean, I think they're starting to get a sense for how Full Sense might set themselves up on the A site, and the way that Rhea really bolted out of that dark cover was something that was pretty cool and surprised Full Sense. Now sliding straight into garage, looking for that turret.
3 टैग मारा रे उसको.
Taking him down. A bit of a trade.
पहले डबल शील्ड तोड़ने के लिए,
a subsequent kill. They already know where the OF players are, just through sheer game sense.
Yeah, pull towards grass. Not really too many other options. Drone going to spot out Coconut as well and push him further into grass, which, to be fair, you're not too surprised to see the Cypher there deep on this A main line, though, is John Olsen limiting their options of coming back to A.
He's always capable of sliding away as well. Really, he wants to re-peek. He wants even more. The last guy alive. I dare you to peek me through your side of the spots enough. There's the shot. A bit of a wall bang. Full Sense up to the 7th.
बिना सोवा के
So
कैसे
already
होगा रे?
secures them a pretty decent
सोवा भी
lead
नहीं है,
at
फेड
the
भी
end of
नहीं
this
है,
first half.
गेको भी नहीं है, वाइपर भी नहीं है, स्पेस में
Already
सिर्फ
kind of
ब्रीच लेके
dominated
दाब दूं।
Oblivion Force on defense side of Sunset, which, to be fair, if that's Oblivion Force's map pick, that means they chose to start attack, I'm assuming. Which, look, in this case on Haven, you can... you can... Oh, sorry, it's the other way around. I'm getting myself confused. Full Sense, though, on this map, able to start out on defense and continuing to do very, very well for themselves. And it's looking like, again, this garage split that worked out for them earlier, Quack.
Yeah, they're going for the first through garage again. Rolling thunder through.
भाई चार्ज क्यों नहीं किया नियॉन ने?
Kind of deter John Olsen away, but here comes that kill contract. Sushi Boy stuck inside.
उल्टा वो किल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ने बचा दिया रे उसको.
हाँ. Phantom to spray him down. Even if he wasn't able to, his teammates had
वो ऑपर को उठा सकता था.
8-3 Full Sense. Looking to make this.
और वो नियॉन ने ब्रिज के अल्ट पे पूरा बैक साइड चार्ज क्यों नहीं किया? कौन बचा सकता था भाई उसको?
वो खुद ब्लाइंड हो गया था.
Another pretty one-sided scoreline. They're staring down the barrel of. Not too many ults to work with in the last round of the half, and look, some of the set plays that got them some success previously, not really doing the same. Sushi Boys worth his weight in gold, able to win the first two on the play entry into the site and win inside the kill contract while the rest of Full Sense is flooding into the site. Now it looks like a quicker set play towards A, but they've already lost Coconut in A lobby.
Alright.
क्या म्यूजिक बज रहा है?
The rest of the squad has managed to make their way into
अब भी चल रहा है.
को लगा हाफ टाइम हो गया है मेरे को लग रहा है.
Where Leviathan was previously positioned. But here comes that overdrive from John Olsen. Tracks onto Rhea. The rolling thunder just to send him that extra support. An artillery strike as it were, but Fox able to shoot them down infantry style. It is a 9-3 first half for Full Sense. A flawless.
This looks way too easy for him. And you can see why Haven is such a
चलो
strong map
जल्दी
for them.
जल्दी खत्म करो.
They have all these set plans. It's a 3-lane map.
जल्दी जल्दी खत्म करो. एक
so you
गेम
need to
खेले
be able
फिर
to have your setups to play strong on one side and your protocols to be able to retake, to react to whatever the attacking side is doing. And for the most part,
मैं भी आ जाऊंगा शायद
तेरे रैंक पे. What do you do against that? Outside of some weird timings or some weird rounds where maybe Full Sense is a little out of position here or there.
2-1 है क्या है तू अभी?
Overconfident. Every round felt super clean. And
एक गेम
look,
दूर था
Oblivion
2 पे
Force are on the
पहुंचने
ropes
से.
here, looking like they're going to be
अभी
heading
ऐसा हो
to
गया
the
कि
lower
एक
bracket
गेम
pretty
वो
quickly
शायद
unless
डायमंड
they
गिर
can,
देंगे.
pull their socks up.
I mean, they've been on the ropes for quite a while, if I'm being honest, Pilsky, and it's one of those 2 rounds where if they're kind of full sending it against Full Sense, especially on the defense. You know, Haven's such a it's a 3-side map, and you're gonna want to have players individually, marking certain positions down, and that's when OF are able to take down a couple of players here and there. That's when we start to see those glimpses of hope for them, but it doesn't happen too often, and that's the main thing. As we head on into the second half, they are going to be the ones having to spread themselves thin across the map. So it's not looking too pretty, if I'm being honest, for OF.
Yeah, 100%. I think as well, they're playing this double duelist comp. They've got to be aggressive, especially on a map like Haven, and probably, despite kind of getting battered in the matchup so far, be taking initiative, be taking duels with that kind of composition, because you're not playing, double in it where you can go and find the information. They don't have a Sova, they don't have a Sky, anything like that. They're playing the flash in it. They've got to be active with this double duelist and re-clear lines, find some good push timings while Coconut's playing.
क्यों हमारा आवाज नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
I guess that's what they're going for. I mean, if they are stacking up on the A side, perhaps trying to push out. I mean, so far, despite their shortcomings, shooting hasn't been too bad on this breach. The assists have been good. The fault lines, the rolling thunder, it does connect onto some of the Full Sense players at times. So hopefully seeing more of that for Oblivion Force. Meanwhile, for Full Sense into C site. Only Coconut, who has kind of evaded it completely. So calls have been made. Flanks coming through.
Yeah, it's an open plan. I'm surprised he even pulls the cam there. You could have left it in for the retake, but look at this.
इतना जल्दी क्यों खोला भाई?
From Oblivion Force here.
एक तो सोआ है नहीं, अभी इन्फो तो घंटा नहीं मिलेगा कौन किधर बैठा है।
इन्फो चाहिए ही क्यों?
नहीं नहीं, साइड पे आने के लिए रे, मतलब कहाँ पे फाइट करना है?
चाहिए, हम मारेंगे ऐसे ही।
Leviathan just blocks them in full with that dark cover. John Olsen wreaks havoc outside of Garage, up around the top. Link. It's gonna be Fox and Sushi Boys just spraying down
FF
C-Long,
bro,
getting those
FF,
kills.
go next.
Full sense up to double digits with that pistol win. This is gonna be a big buy for Full Sense.
I mean, it's just a bit of a slaughter right now, unfortunately. John Olsen.
मानता हूँ मैं कि नए एजेंट्स इंसान है तो वो खेलने चाहिए, लेकिन दोनों साथ में क्यों खेलने हैं? और लेने ही है तो फिर हाँ यार क्या?
You know, you can take it from there. They never even got that far, unfortunately, and Oblivion Force, they're on the sheriffs. They're saving for next round, giving themselves an outside shot at winning this one, but it just continues to go poorly for them.
Yeah, we're looking at a potential 11-3. Initial sheriff shot, not successful.
और भाई अपने टीम ने तो लिया ही नहीं नए एजेंट।
Check, looking to stay alive, backs up. Here comes Fox. In through with a sheriff of his own. I mean, why not? It's not a really expensive weapon. He's going to try to stay alive as well. Luring them into that bulldog of Sushi Boys. Baring his fangs. That's the third kill. Looking for the last. John Olsen collects.
चलो KappA गेम लॉन्च करके रेडी रहो.
Basically, repeatedly playing up against match point.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a statement from Full Sense as well
about
the broader prospects of the tournament. You know, there's been a few question marks. Some weird circumstances in Thailand. Challenger of the split 2 loss, but they had obviously the Ascension qualifier back to back.
तेरा आवाज नहीं आ रहा लेकिन मुझे. लेकिन इस पे डिस्कॉर्ड पे दिख नहीं रहे, म्यूट है अनम्यूट है.
Losing to Myth inside your own region is definitely going to raise some question marks. So will this C-Long fight.
अच्छा, हेडफोन से कर रहा है तू म्यूट.
Fast lane immediately from John Olsen though, and just blocks him off completely. Now Rhea tries to hold things off for his team as well, and immediately backs up.
Are you still with G? Yes.
So, just a little bit of an exchange of utility. I know we're trying to gather information out, but like you mentioned before, they just don't quite have those agents in their current composition. So Full Sense.
क्या कर रहा है भावेन जी में तू?
Place current players on lurk. Sushi Boys able to take down 𝐼𝐸. Onto a second as well. Just a sliver is all he needs. Taking down 𝐿-𝐏𝐾. Chak rethinks his decision. Peeks back out. Takes down Sushi Boys. But here comes that entry from John Olsen, just marking the angle. Smokes have been planted, and the spike along with it as well.
ये सब नए हैं क्या ऑब्लिवियन फोर्स के, या पहले खेले थे लास्ट टाइम रियलिटी का भी खेल रहा था?
मुझे पता है, कोकोनट पता है, बाकी लोग
पता है. This is already looking like an impossible retake. Although PTC stunned up with a bucky.
Okay. He's got the fault line, not even thinking about using it, just hops over. There's the fault line. He hears Rhea trying to hop away, but having picked up a Vandal, that's gonna be easy pickings. Full Sense up to match point. We were wondering how they were gonna look. They looked darn good on Haven, to say the least. Maybe a little bit tested on Sunset, but this says a lot as to how Full Sense could perform throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and Sushi Boys, absolute class, just making their life an absolute nightmare, walking through the middle of the map. Perfect stuff on the Killjoy, especially after how that round started. A lot of teams with less experience would be super indecisive in that situation after a weird exchange of util at 𝐿-𝐿, but Full Sense working the map perfectly with the Killjoy lurk and heading back into the A site for free.
And back up against the ropes. I mean, at this point, Oblivion Force, it feels like they're just throwing haymakers. The fault line, sending players up long, looking for whatever they can get. However, Rhea just does not find any joy whatsoever. Falling yet again. Full Sense slowly starting to spread out. We got Fox up around the B side. He's lurking. Sushi Boys finding the entry for his team into C. Smokes up.
कुछ भी नहीं भाई, इंडिविजुअल रैंक गेम चल रहा है.
Just to deny Oblivion Force any space into the site even. Fox now marking the offside. Takes down 𝐼𝐸 despite the double tap.
GG. चलो KappA.
Quite gonna happen. Full Sense. They have full send it, and they
आजा चल क्या ही होगा.
into this group stage.
That was way too easy for him. Like I said, statement win. they're looking scary. Not only are they looking sharp, and those were two very dominant scorelines on two maps, but the thing that really scares me for the rest of the competition that I'm seeing from Full Sense is the individual initiative and experience that you're seeing from them. Like you have Fox making solo pushes.
अभी थर्ड गेम में रहेगा इंटरेस्ट.
PTC's walking down mid on, you know, inits and things like that.
नेक टू नेक होगा ऐसा फील है.
These players are willing to exploit gaps, are willing to take individual initiative and play confidently where other teams in this tournament, especially given that it's Ascension, maybe aren't. And I think that really gives them kind of a dangerous edge that a lot of teams aren't going to have.
Surely, and what I think was really cool especially was how they played that defensive side as well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these individual performances short, and how they take the initiative, they seize the initiative to make these plays happen. When they're working as a team, they're also capable of so much more. I mean, obviously, just showing off this map, there's a bit of game tape for some of the other teams to study already, but
yeah,
the way that they're playing and working around this, right? You've got these early bits of pressure from Leviathan and his dark cover. It just forces you to kind of wait out time and think about how you want to approach the map, and it really, really forces you to kind of feel that pressure a bit, and I think OF definitely felt that throughout this entire map.
Yeah, and that's where having these experienced players that have been there, done that, played since Valorant's inception, some very, very great coaching staff. They've got players who have formerly IGL teams before Valorant even came out, who have been coaches of very, very strong Thai teams in tactical FPS. Like, that's another thing where Thailand, similar to Korea, has players who have backgrounds playing tactical FPS, playing in international tournaments, and
पता नहीं, लेकिन अभी तो पब्लिक नहीं है.
A lot of other regions will have access to, and it just adds more depth and experience to some of these teams, which makes them even scarier.
It really does. There's like just so much value, and it's lovely to see Fox and
क्या गेम आ गया?
You know, kind of back in their prime, back in that peak performance. But at the same time,
जिसका होम है उसको पीछे लोग कैफे की तरह खड़े होने दे रहे
हैं. So our panelists, Mika and 𝐼 will tell us what's next.
That's right. You guys just stay there. It's not over just yet, but for Full Sense and Oblivion Force, that was quite a fast series, I would say. I think Mudang is very, very happy indeed, by the way, because Full Sense, again, not even breaking into a sweat. You saw, you know, for the
कुछ फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा भाई Full
when we
Sense
saw
को.
them after the match, they're smiling, they're chilling, they're not even worried at this point just yet.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit like you said, maybe a walk in the park for them. Of course, it's very difficult scenario that Oblivion Force has been put in. I don't want to be too harsh on them. I think there's a couple of things that they can learn from this, maybe some good experience, at least this first series for them to play here. But their tournament is not over, right? They played against a team in Full Sense that is looking really strong. They can really rely on each other. And yeah, it's a tough opponent to go up against, but I hope these guys can learn something from this first series, and then just bring it as a learning experience into their next series. Because I think there's so many things on the Full Sense side that they did so well. The understanding of especially how to play Haven was really good, and I think on the Oblivion Force side, the way how they played the comp, I have some question marks around the A lobby area. When you're not playing a Sova, it's just so.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Goluz? गोलूज दे भैयाज, क्या हाल चाल बताओ?
थक गया मैं.
गोलू कितना मजा आता रे पहला गेम जीतते तो अपन.
क्या मजा आता कप्पा?
पहला गेम जीतते तो.
क्या ISO क्यों ले रहा है बंदा भाई लोटस?
भाई आप लोग को कितने क्या रैंक्स आ रहे हैं ओपोनेंट्स में?
इमॉर्टल 2.
मैं इमॉर्टल 2 था, अभी असेंडेंट 2 हूँ. तू तो बैंगलोर जाके फटाफट ऊपर आ गया रे.
मैं?
हाँ.
आज कल रात को क्यों कर रहा था और वापस गिर गया इमॉर्टल 3.
अच्छा.
तो एक मैच में हो जाएगा रेडिएंट वापस.
हाँ?
क्या?
थोड़ा रात को कुछ दर्द मिला क्या गेम में?
नहीं, रात को थक के आ गया, सोचा क्या करूँ, खेल लेता हूँ, और फिर खेला, गांड लग गया, गोली नहीं चल रहा था, फिर एक हारा, फिर डीट बन गया, बोला भाई अब एक हारा तो एक तो खेलूंगा ही मैं,
एक और चाहिए
एक
रिकवरी।
और खेला और गांड लग गया, और टीम में भी चूतिया लोग आए, और फिर जी।
Once we get the Radianites, can I keep a little extra for my Bombachi? Would that be cool? Honestly, I don't think anybody minds.
कितना पिंग दिखा रहा है भाई? ये फटफट क्यों नहीं होता है रे एग्जिट लैग का?
लो
दुनिया भर का टाइम लेता है।
अभी डाउनलोड करूँ क्या एग्जिट लैग?
नहीं, मैं तो यूज कर रहा हूँ, साल भर
हो
का
जाएगा
ले
भाई,
लिया।
पटाख से हो जाता है।
पर अभी फ्री आईडी बचा नहीं रहेगा ना रजिस्टर करने।
भाई
मेरे पास एक आईडी है,
मैं तो
मैं दे
नहीं जा
सकता
रहा
हूँ।
हूँ। I'm not going A guys.
बी पे
सिटी क्या नल्ले स्मोक से यार, हट। क्या स्टन मारेगा, स्लाइड करेगा और क्या? ये देख रहा हूँ मैं।
ना होने वाला। अरे पप्पा एक मिनट बाद यस रो कैसे हो आप?
They're on the back foot. Let's deliver another blow.
ऑनगोइंग स्ट्रीम पे थंबनेल चेंज हो सकता है, किया था मैंने, थंबनेल चेंज हुआ नहीं है क्या? होता है चेंज?
ये जाते हैं अभी पप्पा।
हाँ जाता हूँ।
Give me
Let me camp.
Give me spike.
There.
2-4 गोली स्पैम कर रहा हूँ, फिर आगे आऊँगा।
Wanna cage?
अरे
Going red. Cost left. One more close.
Come side. One more.
One more.
One more.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Now this pleases me. Their teeth will chatter in the cold.
हेलो निको, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। अरे मैं रेगुलर स्ट्रीम कर रहा था। क्या
You guys can go fast.
Weapon here.
क्या करना है?
ठीक है बार रुको, अगर ये पे यूटिल डाल रहे हैं।
हाँ समझा।
Don't make sound.
बी पुश मार्क कर रहा हूँ।
I'm here to stay.
Head.
ये लिया क्या वो लोग?
Don't taking A. Come back.
Come here.
Two guys spamming, but from far.
One heaven. Oh, what? Here.
Oh, backside. One.
Rena side.
One stairs.
One side.
5 seconds smoke.
Cage trigger.
Last player standing.
साइड पे हुआ क्या है मेरे को?
मैं ऊपर चढ़ा रहे, गेको इधर से क्रॉस हुआ, साइड था ही नहीं कोई। मैं इधर था, मेरे को इधर से
कंपैरेटिव सीन में आप
One ceiling. Hey, 𝐾𝐿 here, 𝐾𝐿 here. He clear mostly. Two water. Three water. Water out. One more. One door. Nice. One door, one water.
One enemy remaining.
Last water. Yeah, still water. Nice round. Nice round, Raiko. Nice round.
सही लग गया भाई.
ult is ready.
दूर से डाला मैंने.
Bring a snack.
भाई मेरे को पीछे भी बुलाया करो, ये लोग कुछ तो कॉल नहीं दे रहे.
मैं तो कप्पा अभी जस्ट में चेक कर रहा, मैं बोला ना कोई नहीं.
और भी गया, मैं दो मेरे सामने खड़े, 𝐾𝐿 इधर और ये इधर.
Time's up. Let's go.
To A, bro. One stairs.
Last 2A. Last 2A.
One enemy remaining.
We have a cam. Let him out.
Here. I must wait for cage triggered.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Zach, we are doing very well. Reloading.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Can we put pressure and come back late A? Put pressure C.
They are terrifying.
Smoke one.
Somebody out.
Smoke stairs. Smoking.
Door is open.
Yeah, only one top. Dead. Open T.
Neon City.
Back up, bro.
Two city. Hey, 3 city. They got ult and
Monster on the loose.
सब लोग.
You should. One enemy remaining.
Top. Heaven. Half.
Let's aim. Come.
Last player.
क्यों?
अरे मैं बोला ड्रॉप कर आ रहा है रे. करना था तो पहले ही करना था, बाद में नहीं करना.
वो अल्ट के पीछे बैठ जाते थे अप डाउन.
Whatever happens, Kasim, don't panic. Traveling is bad for your health.
Let me go B direct. I'll cam and check. No one just from B.
Anyone feeling generous?
Can you top?
Drop.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you. Right here.
Kill JB. Smoke, waterfall, and city.
Okay.
चेक भी नहीं करने दिया रहा मेरे को
Yeah, on shotgun.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
हाँ पकड़ मेरे को मार दिया तुम खुद को ही दिखे
You know, I could just outlive them.
Last round का भी बहुत slow है।
Nah, bro, it's a
KappA after so long. Yes.
I need this.
आई थिंक तू ए लेते रहना चाहिए देखना चाहिए और हम लोग को ये और ये लेना चाहिए
I need this.
There. I'll find you.
Stabilizing.
The fuck?
ये क्या रे है
Destabilizing.
ये बंदा मार ना उसको पहले ही पीछे से टरेट तोड़ रहा है
Last player standing.
भाई ये बंदा भी पागल है टरेट
आई तो
Drop in a smoke.
Live, yeah, bro.
Refreshing.
No peeking.
30
Tell us
seconds
about
left.
Light planted.
लकी ड्रॉ में
वो स्मोक करेगा रे भाई
No peeking.
डबल डैमेज करके जा
नाइस राउंड
Not
पता
tomorrow.
चल जाता ना
Ever.
तो वैसे भी पता ही था वो उधर चेक कर लिया था ना
हाँ स्टिल ये भी तो है
There.
You guys can put pressure C again. I'll try to pick A with the off.
Fade, can you
There.
brawler, bro? We can
There.
take this and this. I saw go C, bro. With slow.
Just trip their neon luscious running.
Where go C?
Take B and C, bro. Break 𝐾𝐿 and we go late A.
Okay.
We have OP now.
Grenade!
Dropping smoke.
On water.
Open plant.
And I had off right.
Two water.
One enemy remaining.
OP, push.
Go C. fighting. अरे क्या नेड किया है रे?
Out of charges. My ult's ready.
The fun begins.
Can you come see? I can go in with ult.
Engineer kill.
Give me
One water, one water.
Reloading.
2 water. Then on neon.
Right here.
Where is everyone?
1 city, 1 water. 1 city, 1 water.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, nice.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing. Can I get a drop? Thanks.
हेलो भाविन भाई, कैसे हो? दीपांशु मैं ठीक हूँ, आप कैसे?
क्या करे? ए रश करना है? इको है वैसे, छोड़।
मैं भी लव कर रहा हूँ।
देखो देखो आराम।
Bring them down.
Where are you?
He ran back. Sinkar, he's playing cool. अरे स्टिंगर से हेडशॉट मार दिया।
Can you come back? A guy fell back. Come back.
Stopping fire. Reloading.
Care B. Care B.
ग्रिप नहीं लगाया तू फ्लैंक को।
Reloading.
ग्रिप A पे लगाया था।
There, neon here.
I'll find you. Still waiting.
ये फर्स्ट किल के लिए, अल्ट के लिए खेल रहा है।
I have flank.
स्टेयर्स आ सकता है। ये देख रहा है।
Stairs आ सकता है।
One stair.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Nice round.
Last round before the switch.
Buy what you need.
ये गेम होने के बाद अपन स्ट्रीम करेंगे।
Very stupid.
Last series. Boom versus.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
नहीं हो।
Two C. Killjoy and Gecko. Gecko got ult.
Right here.
क्या पका रहा है?
Carrier is kicked.
Spike down, attacker spawn. Last player standing.
Never left.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
One
क्या बोल रहा है?
downside to being immortal.
D push तुम लोगों ने देखा नहीं था
I
क्या?
can't play dead.
नहीं भाई ये चारों लगान।
No trap on.
can't go. You want to fight A? नहीं fight कर पाएंगे रे. अरे ये क्रॉसिंग देने वाला है उसको. अरे कैच.
Spike down A.
Door out. Right. Both outside. Right वाला मर गया. दोनों इधर थे. डोर तोड़ दिया बी का. तेरा माइक म्यूट है अगर तू कुछ बोल रहा था.
बी है
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
अच्छा मेरा इन गेम बंद हो गया.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
You guys want to stack C?
They're coming. निकल जाएंगे वो लोग. One B 130. Killjoy low 130. One outside.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
वो अभी ऐसा इतना उधर जाने के बाद वापस आएगा थोड़ी मालूम था मेरे को.
They're usually distracted once I review them. Make sure to take advantage.
You want to fight ISO or no?
是时候进入状态。
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, then someone needs to break.
I can smoke lobby. Smoke rubble.
Right side.
One more.
Spike down A. Flawless.
That was fun. But they had fun. Station is for amateurs. Let's go.
क्लो दिखाई नहीं रहा मेरे को 2 3 है
Spike down A.
both
Make sound of the
Spike,
rope.
spike,
Make
spike,
sound of the
spike.
rope.
last door
Last player standing.
Spike 3 में था तो ये खुद छोड़ के आ गया भाई.
Stopping fire.
nice try
मेरे को समझा नहीं स्पाइक जब 3 में था.
Fighting. Rest is over, eh?
पता नहीं उसको नहीं लगा रहेगा उसको लगा रहेगा इधर से आ रहा है
No trap and breathe it.
भाई हर राउंड में स्टार्टिंग का 10 सेकंड के स्क्रॉल कर रहा है क्या
CC.
I got your shot.
Neon C अरे क्लो मारा क्या चल रहा है
One enemy remaining.
They have courage, but no one is immune. You could have a job. Satchel out.
No trap and
Grenade.
वन है
Ready.
क्लो 3 है क्लो गेको नियॉन
Bomb back out.
3 है नियॉन है वॉल
Here comes the party.
वन मोर
Yeah.
है
ठीक है.
30 seconds left.
Right here.
Spike planted.
Last.
One
On
enemy
ult.
remaining. Last player standing.
You had your fun. My turn.
what the fuck
Making cover.
You can go now.
एलिंग डोर ओपन वो भी भाग रहा है नाइफ निकल के ये भी भाग रहा है नाइफ निकल के what the fuck bro
No peeking.
पकड़ा पकड़ी
Team 8.
This is a very impressive.
वो तो desperate हो गया. वो बोला मिलेगा नहीं.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
उनकी फट रही है एक्चुअली ए लेने से Come, we'll fight it. Chloe, can you smoke here, bro?
Okay.
I'll need right side.
Hey, bro. There.
Two more.
One more.
Nice round.
So close.
Well played.
अरे केके कैसा है करण?
Match point.
Everything out as you can.
केके करण ये अपने को ये भेजा था वो है क्या?
क्या भेजा था?
उस कैंप पे कोई किसने अपने को केके ही कहाँ पे थे?
Let's start this party.
Fight है?
Yeah. Broke.
One more. Chief.
Defenders win.
भाविन हम लोग गेम जीते।
भाई सिंगापुरी है कप्पा, मुंबई में ही कोर्ट है।
हाँ।
सामने उन लोग का गेम
चालू हुआ? नहीं आई थिंक
नहीं अभी तक 2 मिनट का ब्रेक है, बातें करेंगे।
A lobby area when you're pressuring garage first, and you can't really go back to A because you have no drone. So what is the solution? You need to make a little bit more question marks. I would love.
आज भी भाविन मैंने स्टोरी नहीं डाला, नहीं ट्वीट किया।
कप्पा
कल रात को मेरे को करना था,
हाँ
फिर लेकिन मेरे पास ये नहीं था कुछ,
क्या नहीं?
लिखना पड़ता बस, तो खुद का वीडियो डालना पड़ता।
ये थंबनेल तूने खुद ने बनाया क्या?
नहीं, एक है उसको बोलता हूँ।
हाँ?
एक दोस्त है उसको बोलता हूँ।
अच्छा। बूम बजे। मैं आया 2 मिनट गए तो। कप्पा स्ट्रीम कर रहा है डेली? हाँ कप्पा आजकल डेली कर रहा है। कौन जीतेगा नया से बूम? मेरे हिसाब से बूम 2-1, पर जो भी जीतेगा गेम बहुत क्लोज रहेगा।
Welcome back. You are watching VCT Ascension, and we are about to get into our final series of the day. It's going to be Boom Esports versus Now's Esports. Myself, Mika Fabs, and 𝐸-𝐏𝐾 on the desk with me. And we've been saying how 𝐸-𝐏𝐾 is possibly looking at these players individually as well for maybe some personal reasons. Perhaps, because like we did see, for example, Eman, who is now playing, who was formerly with 𝐸-𝐏𝐾 too. But right now, we are about to head into Sunset. What are we expecting from this map, 𝐸-𝐏𝐾? Especially since we were mentioning earlier how all of these maps are going to be really close.
Yeah, I think Sunset's going to be interesting because if I do have it correct, I think both teams did lose their last Sunset game that they played. Boom lost to Alter Ego, and Mouse lost to Zol on Sunset. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's changes that they've made, and them picking it. I'm sure they're feeling really confident on it, and maybe thinking Boom is not ready for it.
Ooh, that's going to be really interesting, especially since we were hyping up the Neo as well. So we're going to dive straight into it. We're going to head into Sunset and toss it on over to your casters. 𝐿𝐾𝐿 and Quack, come on back.
Hey, and we are back. Awesome. Okay, it's going to be a really exciting one. And there's one more reason for that. I mean, yes, it is kind of that top seed spot into playoffs. And that might have been one of the reasons why Boom had to face tough opponents. And the same story could repeat right now in this group stage because it's a double elimination bracket. A lot is at stake. A lot of impact could be had from this one match, 𝐿𝐾𝐿. And I mean, it all comes down to this, that we start off on Sunset with these Asian compositions.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. These two teams, the only two returning teams, the only two team cores that have actually played at Ascension. The rest of the regions are all new players to Ascension, although some of the players on those teams might have been to Ascensions in various regions before. Even in our last matchup, I believe 𝐆𝐿𝐾𝐿 played in Chinese Ascension last year, if I remember correctly. These are the most tenured players. These are some of the favorites for sure. Obviously, Full Sense missing out last year, getting upset, and we've talked already a little bit about some of those interregional kind of matchups, but also domestically in the regions, very, very strong matchups. And I think Boom, as well as Nous, have both had to overcome some very, very strong domestic opponents. For Nous, I mean, you're looking at cutting their teeth on teams like Oasis, teams like Zol, and then Boom, obviously Alter Ego kind of breathing down their neck. I would never feel very comfortable playing against Ray4C personally. So, they made it look easy in the final, but it usually shouldn't be.
Party.
You're ready for anything if you've played Ray4C. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, that's basically what you're going to hear, I guess. Or judges and shotguns. But that's basically it. And at the same time, although it's the same core, they've kind of gone through their own transformations, right? Yes.
क्या बोल रहा है भाविन?
मैं बोला लेट्स गो, चालू हो गया.
हाँ.
What we're seeing is the call to be made to peek down
कौन जीतेगा? मेरे हिसाब से
करण, तूने ही ब्राउनी भेजा था ना हम लोग को बूट कैंप पे. एड्रेस लेके.
That mid control, they've been shut out of A's. SBU still spot the line over there, so full A control for him. Soft crossfire between 𝐵𝐺 and Slasher over towards top middle here.
It's a pretty good position to hold. 𝐵𝐺 with the flashpoint as well. Both flashes at the ready just in case, but it's going to be the relay bolt. They're just exchanging jabs at the time moment. Now it's still trying to push their way through to at least isolate a single player, but I don't know if she was the right one to pick. Yes, it's been a longer ride to head towards NC Slasher, but this fault line could very well connect onto both players. 𝐿𝐾𝐿, the duelist, the Neon, he's going to try to sneak his way through, but immediately contacted by those Zerks on the other side. That's going to be the Cypher picking up 2 kills, 2 headshots with a classic. The spike dropped.
30 seconds perfect fault line. Wingman gets picked up as well. Spike right in the hands of all of the boys on now, and a big crossfire behind a dark cover is very difficult, even for someone as clutch as Puppy.
ये मजा आएगा. नहीं जीतेगा रे ना, Boom 2-0 जीतेगा.
10 seconds as well, so he's got no choice. Just swings. And don't seem in the skull with the sheriff too. Like, that's precise accuracy. Boom picks up the pistol. I mean,
now उधर जीता कैसे मेरे को फिलीपींस में ओएसिस को ही जीतना चाहिए था. ओएसिस तो साले जोल से ही हार गए थे.
That's something that I want to keep my eye on.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of playing famous in.
वो जोल वाले प्लेयर इधर VCL ऐसे में आके देखना, इनमें देख जा ही मारेगा, देख पूरा गेम भाविन. सिर्फ यही मारता रहता है, बाकी उनको राउंड भी यही जीता था.
Definitely can be a bit of an X factor player, a little bit up and down in terms of performance at times, but if he's on, he's very, very scary to play against.
मतलब जाइन का वो है ऐसा X factor, वो ही राउंड जीता देता है. Impact frags वो ही मारता है.
And sometimes what we're seeing, especially for Famous, is the fact that he's able to go on the offensive that way. given the team that he has as well. I mean, you've got 𝐵, who used to play, other roles, maybe a bit of a duelist or so, maybe controller sometimes. But he only recently started IGL, and that's the main thing for him. I mean, having that confidence, struggling a little bit initially, but then now having that decision making, being a lot more assertive, decisive with what he wants to do on the map, especially having that win against Alter Ego, is such a huge boost to their confidence into how they want to play. And now coming into Ascension 2024, I mean, they want to ascend to greatness. They want to climb this mountain and to perform in front of their home crowd. And because they're doing this, sticking with the same roles as well, I feel like they might just feel quite comfortable with what they want to do. I mean, Famous was playing Ascension last year as well, also on the Duelist, and he is just always consistently performing.
Yeah, I mean, going to be interesting to see how it goes in this tournament as well. Both of these teams making it to the top 4 last time in Ascension, so I would say they're the favourites to be making it all the way to the final, and as mentioned on the desk, this could even be a grand final prelude, which, if it is the case, look, it's a far-fetched allegation at this point in the tournament. We're very, very far away from there. We haven't even really seen teams like Riddle, who have been seated around ahead. These organizations that's been investing in their respective regions for such a long time does make it through to Pacific. I mean, plenty of people got their eyes on a lot of these players, including a man sitting on the desk, I'm sure, so could be a little bit of a tryout for him.
भाई लोग Blinkit से iPhone 16 मंगा रहे हैं.
If it is the case that you're going to see these teams make the run through the grand final, a game like this
हाँ भाई Blinkit से fake तो नहीं आएगा.
As mentioned, the Sunset Peak is definitely that as well, because you're talking about prep coming into a tournament. You're talking about a map that both of these teams have lost recently against their biggest competition in their regions, but also you're talking about thinking of a game that has less stakes. You're not eliminated from the tournament. You're not playing for Ascension. It's the first round. It's weird in terms of seeding that two teams this strong would be stacked up against each other already. But you kind of think in the back of your mind, if these teams make it really deep in the tournament, we end up in an Ascension kind of situation. We end up in a elimination kind of format. This series is going to be something that has impact, because they'll be thinking, oh, well, they played this way on Sunset, or, man, their Sunset was very strong, and those are things that will definitely play into factor later on.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you got to think about. I mean, it really does feel that they're kind of just like fated to cross swords at tournaments, between these two teams. Although realistically, they've only faced each other once at Ascension 2023 last year.
Yeah.
Who knows what goes on in scrims, and the fact that they have to kind of eliminate one after the other is what we just had, and already kicking
किधर घुसे हुए भाई ये लोग बनाओस वाले.
भाई Famous ने अच्छा
sneaking through. Famous though with the Bulldog, able to fire off 3-round burst. But here comes MxB with the classic, tries to fire off, doesn't quite connect. A third kill now for Famous. His teammate here to back him up. That's one more player down. The last one, they already know where 𝐿-𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐎 is. I mean, what more can you do? It's a classic. He swings, gets the one shot.
Attack में नाउस ने minimum 5 round किया attack में नाउस को.
Unfortunately, it's the Vandal that bites him in the back. So boom, 2-0.
He's already looking very sharp. I don't know what happened to 𝐵𝑒R𝑘𝑠 there. He was sitting on his cam in market and got classicked in the side of the head, I think. I don't think he was really ready for those timings. Regardless, though, a little bit of damage done by Naus there. Very nice stuff on the classics. Taking a couple guns away, breaking some armor. That's what you want to be seeing from them. As for Boom, into this first gun round, couple of rifles and some sheriffs on offer. So, keen to see what they come up with. And now it's a little bit of a weaponry advantage early on here.
So, starting things off already. I mean, this is Naus' map pick. Surely they're able to come back and turn things around. I mean, both teams definitely go for comfort map picks for each of themselves. But on the other hand, I mean, I think one really big point is the fact that Famous picking up that triple kill from the previous round. He's now 2 points away from a showstopper, and that could have huge impact against Naus.
B-main control taken by Naus. They work their way back through middle off the back of the camp. 𝐿-𝐼𝐷𝐎 still with eyes outside of the A site. 𝐵𝑒R𝑘𝑠 has not placed a single trip this whole round. He's just been sitting, keeping the trips in the back pocket. Not sure the purpose of that, but at least for the time being. Now they've taken B main, denied info over there. They've taken mid control. Now they're working their way towards A, retaking it with a drone, really doing their due diligence work in the map right now.
Okay. Kind of evading utility now is really digging deep. Trying to find as much as they can. A bit of fake pressure with that drone perhaps, and now then breaking through in towards market. Cover a bit more pressure, and then the trips come in recalled. It's a little bit back and forth, but at the same time you got Shaw on the other side of B main now firing off through the dark cover, the Dizzy. It's all been eliminated. Boom are dug in, and they are
सारी guns free में upgrade हो गई, सब vandal आ
going
गई.
off the shots though. They've all lined up. The search, two sheriff shots, and that's all it takes now. What just happened? It was a flawless round.
पूरा हाफ इको नहीं आना चाहिए अब इनका.
Now did their due diligence in that round. They set everything up. They took B main, they took the whole map, you know, and then they worked their way into a B split, and boom, just from the backside of site, spawn side, in towards Pillar, they made that retake look way too easy. They didn't even have trips down on Berserks. He put them down later on in the round. One of them over on stairs side, you can see had massive impact. But insane shots on the Sheriff there from Berserks. That is huge impact, winning the bonus there for Boom. And Now's is kind of left reeling now.
Especially with that last minute trip. I mean, I think he could be just trying to hide it from MxB, who probably wants to use those shock darts to take them out. But yeah, sometimes he puts them back out and just to try to mentally condition his opponents to kind of go for those shock dart lineups. So that might be the first one outside B main.
Naos was Oblivion को तो
onto his
easy Naos
slowly making their way up mid.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something worth mentioning. You've got a compositional difference in the duelist and initiator roles between these teams, so shock's something you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely gonna keep your eyes out for Sovas as well as the Neons too, though. NC Slasher up top mid will be able to spot out a couple of players. I mean, this is a lot of the initiator utility that's really being the catalyst for Boom Esports right now. Now stuck inside of mid once again. It's just the Sheriff, so they have no choice but to walk up front, but the firing squad swings upon them. 4-0. Boom are not slowing down. Not yet. It's still flawless.
Yeah, and, you know, they're looking very, very confident. They're looking very comfortable on their opponent's map pick. Although worth mentioning, you know, these are teams that are well-defined at this point. They've played multiple seasons with a similar lineup. In fact, you know, the core of these teams going back years, so it's going to be hard, as opposed to some other teams where they might be in a weaker region that they haven't been tested. Maybe there's been a map pool change in their region, a lot of different factors. I don't think that there's a, you know, instant veto win between Boom and Nous.
Shouldn't be such a thing, but I am getting a little bit concerned. Nous, though, switching things up. We've got that fault line. Now you've got the call to push down elbow. 3 players from Boom, though, looking to investigate. They've got those utilities. The flashpoint out allows for NC Slasher to sneak on towards the other side. He does have a full kit of Deco utility. Sends it out. Zespi takes the shot. Now Shrouded steps out as well. They can confirm Now's presence around this A site.
Yeah, they got a pick on Nexi as well, so no dart.
स्क्रिम्स में अभी 1-2 महीने पहले तक अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे थे. 2-3 महीने पहले तक ये लोग. हम लोग से हार गए थे लोग स्क्रिम्स में एक बार.
मैं भी समझ रहा हूँ. स्क्रिम में जो भी खराब खेल रहा है वही जीत रहा है.
Well, unfortunately, not quite able to do all too much. He has been on that Sentinel, slowly trying to lurk up, but spotted out by Famous. Showstopper's vet, so at the very least they've managed to lure that out, but 3 on 5 and even spotted and whittled down by NC Slasher. It's just too oppressing. All down to Motor, and he's stuck all the way behind. He does have 1 slide left, but spikes down. 4 targets in front of him. 20 seconds left to go. This is gonna be a save.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even building up some ult points for the Neon ult, but now it's got nothing done in that round, unfortunately, Quack. They went for that A control, they got into elbow, they did not make it any further. Just the util dump from Boom, the huge rotation over on the A side, and to add insult to injury, ripping the showstopper and going looking for 𝐿 in middle when he's trying to activate on the lurk. I don't know if they spotted him earlier or whether they're just that familiar, like, we're going to go clear out the Cypher lurk now. It just felt like nothing that Nous wanted to go for there was going to work in that round.
Yeah.
लग ही नहीं रहा कि नाउ उसके पास दो इनिशिएटर और नियॉन है। हाँ, पर बूम भी अच्छा खेल रहा है रे। उन लोग को रोक के रीक्लियर कर रहे हैं, पिक निकाल के फिर दूसरा एरिया रीक्लियर कर रहे हैं। और नाउ तब तक बैठा ये सोच रहा है कि इधर ही रीएग्रेस करेंगे या थोड़ा टाइम में रीहिट करेंगे या हमारा लक कुछ पकड़ेगा।
वो बार ये लोग के हिट के पहले वो शीरो का स्टन आ रहा है और उनको एक बंदा मार दे रहे हैं। शीरो का स्टन बेट आउट कराना पड़ेगा ये लोग को। ये लोग वरना मार्केट या एमेन गए तो स्टन होने ही वाले हैं। मार्केट एमेन टॉप मिड तीनों जगह स्टन हो गए। बी में नहीं बचा सिर्फ, और छोटे से जगह में से कहाँ घुस पाएंगे लोग इजीली ऐसा।
भाई तुम लोग का टाइम क्या चल रहा है?
And I think, like,
technical pause.
We talk about Ascension being this tournament where sometimes you'll run into a team you're not familiar with or you don't know their style. I don't really think that's going to be the case for these two teams at all. They're well and truly familiar with one another. They're going to have some of these rounds where they just do have a hard read based on as
भाई आप लोग थक नहीं गए हो इतना टाइम से गेम देख देख के?
मतलब क्या चेयर पे बैठ के थकना होता है?
सेकंड गेम तो
बहुत बोरिंग था ना? भाई ये नाउस का क्या हालत है? 0-1-1-1-2
अभी तो भाई बूम को पूरे हाफ में कोई नहीं है भाई। बाय पे बाय।
Tough. I mean, when you are the ones who picked this map pick, I mean, they did pretty darn well in their own region, having played this like 7 times, only lost twice, 6 times, only lost twice, and split 2. They must be feeling pretty confident. But when Boom challenges them like this, when Famous comes in with a showstopper round 4, I mean, you're feeling challenged. So it's a lot of pressure right now.
At the same time, though, you mentioned Now's record on this map. They lost it to both of their domestic rivals in the Challengers Philippines. They lost it to Seoul. They lost it to Oasis, which are honestly, as far as I'm concerned, and was looking at the Oasis lineup on paper, as well as the fact that Seoul has won split 1 over them. Like, this is what I was talking about, especially with strong regions like Philippines or Indonesia or Thailand, for example. There are teams in those regions where chuck them in this tournament, like chuck Zol in an Ascension. They would probably do better than some of the minor regions, as far as I'm concerned.
Famous?
The regional strength is definitely there. So, the argument I'm trying to make is you're picking a map that you have definitely taken some L's against some decent teams.
अरे वो लाल वाला कौन है?
Against maybe the strongest team in the tournament. And then you see this kind of scoreline come out. It's a bit of a question mark. At the same time, though, like I said, with teams this well established that have had, this much chemistry, had a core for a long time, it's going to start to get hard to, like, pick a map and be like, oh, this is a really weak map for them. I reckon we're going to win this map if we pick it. It doesn't really get like that. Much more, as he said, starts to come down to having the right approach at the right time, doing your prep, maybe compositional changes, as something that I've heard talked about in interviews with some of the teams that have even qualified for this tournament, like Revenant, for example, who said they changed a comp heading into the finals against True Rippers and it worked out really well. So those are more sort of the kind of angles that you're looking for rather than hard wins in terms of map picks against teams this good.
Yeah, it really would feel incredibly even, and it really comes down to a lot of their calls and how they adapt mid-round as well. And that's why, I mean, it's that much more impressive that Boom are performing this well. They're not shying away from
अरे चलो यार हटाओ ये technical pause.
They might have lost it to 𝐼-𝐾𝐾 in their grand finals, but it was 11-13. So by all means, I mean, it really feels like the stars are starting to align for Boom Esports. I'm saying this way too early, Pilsky.
Oh, for sure. There is
like
so many more legs.
So much going on. Yes.
So many more legs to this series. But, I mean, this is not something I'm that surprised about, so to speak. I think the thing is, especially for Boom, you're chilling in Jakarta, you probably just walked over from you packed up your gear at the boot camp, slung it over your shoulder, and you were at the LAN, most likely. So, like, that makes things a little easier sometimes. Although, to be fair, I have seen Australian teams walk over very close to their house to an Australian event and get 16-0'd, but that was in a different game, so let's not touch on that.
Lots of different things can happen for lots of different reasons, but as long as you've done enough prep, I mean, that's the whole thing, like what 𝐼-𝐾𝐾 is talking about. It just matters so much to be able to have that much information at your disposal and making the right decisions, the right calls to make it happen. Of course, they're just sorting through some tech issues, it seems, for the time being, so bear with us as this goes through. But at the same time, I mean, just talking about the transformation that these teams have gone under. I mean, Boom, just last year, right? Having taken that loss, it wasn't pretty. They even had 𝐼𝐿𝐾𝐘, you know, getting picked up by Global Esports and whatnot. So the main core remained, but then comes these new players, right? 𝐵𝑒 being picked up from Singapore, for example. This guy used to be a duelist, but now he's on the controller. And we see him in that, you know, team preview where he's talking so confidently about how they are the hungry beasts. They're not here to lose. They're not coming back home empty-handed. I mean, they are playing in their home ground.
Yeah, I think,
अरे
you know,
फोन का
for
साउंड का इशू है
𝐵𝑒,
कुछ तो
it's someone that I'm familiar with even before Valorant came out. Some of these players from the Indonesian region have got tenure that extends even before this game came out, playing in tactical FPS, and they say things like, well, we're grown up now, and it's something that I love
कुछ तो क्लिक
to
हुआ
see
रहेगा कर
because
सकते हैं
this game has given players from these regions an opportunity to compete on a world stage on a very high level and really develop themselves as players that, and these are opportunities they wouldn't have had otherwise. So I think, like, for 𝐵𝑒 and a lot of other players as well, these are the kind of situations that I'm keen to see how they've developed after many years playing these TAC FPS games and many years in Valorant now. Are they finally ready to step up to, you know, the world stage in terms of playing in the best league in Asia and playing at international events? And some of them have already proven that they can do that. And in fact, not only China winning, you know, Worlds, but Pacific having so many dominant wins, 𝐺enji winning international tournaments over the last little bit.
ज़्यादा चांसेस मिलते हैं ना ग्रुप स्टेज में
Asia is a powerhouse.
कितना टीम्स है उसके ऊपर भी है
These teams at Asia Ascension, you know, if you're winning the Asia Ascension, you're definitely putting yourself up there as one of the better teams in the world.
Yeah, surely we want, you know, the whole region to grow together as a whole. But at the same time, I mean, I think all these players can make it happen. It's just who's going to be the one to do it. And it all starts now with this round after Now's timeout. You don't quite have the weaponry. You have a couple of ultimates. But at the same time, I mean, it's this outlaw from Famous right now. You can always draw comparisons between the duels, but, you know, the comparisons between 𝐵𝑒 and 𝐵𝑒 is something that we could be looking at as well in these rounds now. Just locking out, spots the drone, blast packs away.
Just disengaging completely. Happy to play retake. 𝐵𝑒 playing behind his util, but Famous still picking them on the cross here, Quack.
It's going to be the aftershock just to clear out the corners as well, but 𝐵𝑒 does not shy away from the fight. Emin will take him down, though. Talk about a fragging 𝐼𝐺L. Comes in with a spike plant pretty soon. But at the same time, a lot of pressure coming in from market, so waiting out for those dark covers comes through. And now Mojo just trying to watch the angles in case anybody tries to pull a sneaky play. Sneaky play comes in from behind. What is that flick? Too snappy, too quick. 𝐵𝑒 from behind. Paranoia connects onto 𝐵𝑒 and he's trying to stay alive, trying to stay away. But hit by the fault line. He's
nice try, bro.
accurately off the anti-slasher.
अल्टी मार सकता था रे वो भाग भी सकता था
Just swings that back from behind. The
ओसी मतलब वैसा पड़ गया 2 हेडशॉट
उतना फटाफट फिर दिमाग में चलना चाहिए ना
only barely scraping it together. I mean, that was the hard buy coming through from Naus. 𝐵𝑒 almost again winning one of these clutch rounds that he's known for and bringing impact in the server. And I think Naus, I'm hoping that a round like that on the half bar is going to start to give them a little bit more confidence. You know, it's a quick 5-0 start for Boom, but let's be honest, we've had a long tech pause. We've settled down a little bit. We're not letting, hopefully, the momentum run away from us.
मुझे लगता है इनिशिएटर या फिर कंट्रोलर बेस्ट रोल रहता है क्योंकि मेन पैक के साथ अटैक में चल सकता है और मैप में वो प्लेस सेटअप कर सकता है टीम के लिए कंट्रोलर या फिर इनिशिएटर ये दो रोल
B main control taken early on. Cam and Trips not dealt
वो
with.
ज़्यादा टाइम
second wave.
रेडार देखने में दे सकता है सेफ एंगल्स पे हो सकता है
and these are the kind of patterns that Boom are going to be aware of.
दूसरा बंदा तेरे लिए ड्यूलिस्ट या फिर जो भी साइट एंकर रहेगा वो एम करके जिगल पिक करते रह सकता है और ये रेडार देख के और यूटिल पे खेल सकता है 𝐼𝐺L अगर वैसा 𝐼𝐺L है तो मोस्टली मुझे लगता है दो रोल यूजुअली खेलते हैं
But then, as they head on in towards mid or market, just spotted out
controller या फिर
immediately.
initiators
That's not something that you
जैसा
want to
गेम
have
प्लान है
happening.
वही सब
Reserves
से
marking these angles. Famous as well.
आईजीएल जिस
Villager
पे
goes
बेटर है दोनों
down.
रोल फंसे उस पे
And once again, you're working against numbers. NC Slasher expends the Thrash even just the check. Tries to send it through. Maybe doesn't quite connect, but they know there's presence towards mid.
I was thinking we're going to get an Omen duel between 𝐵𝑒 and Papichulo, but he's been left on that info line, which is going to inform the rotators now with only 25 seconds of trying to get into this B site.
Rotation should be quick. Meanwhile, Berserks, Famous, they're still tucked away neatly.
नहीं चला रहा अब
Skycat might have been taken out, but pretty soon now you've got positions from
Easy retake है move के लिए.
the fault line at the ready.
Paranoia भी है.
डाल देगा stun भी है.
Don't want to
सब है.
allow Boom to move forward.
Time buy कर लिया थोड़ा
just
सा.
to try to push them back. Emin doing a good job. But how long can they really fend them off? 𝐵𝑒.
दो लोग तो Paranoia खा लेंगे.
Oh, जीत गए भाई.
Holds down their ground. A lot of frags going their way. 𝐵𝑒 trying to fight
Whoa.
back. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be MxB picking up his first kill and picking up the first win for now.
ब्रिज का यूटिल चला गया था काउंटर के लिए को काउंटर करने के लिए ब्रिज का यूटिल चला गया ना वही हुआ तो बाकी लोग ओपन सिर्फ एक ही बंदा Paranoia
angles on land so easy, you can't do it online. Like that's the kind of thing where like Famous is just sitting on that line and just like one tapping someone walking into, or like not even one tapping, just spraying someone easily walking into a pretty basic angle and winning that duel. It's just that instantness of the kill, I suppose. But for now, to put together that 4-on-5 from that point on after losing the Neon is very impressive, and I'm hoping that means good things for the rest of this map going forward. No B main control off the bat this time. You got a cage thrown over to market. Cam's keeping an eye on B main. Now's again similar pacing, not in a rush to do anything quickly.
Yeah, really carefully pushing across, respecting that dark cover once again. I mean, of course, they have no idea where these Boom players are positioned at the time being. And Boom, they're just constantly rotating around, checking out mid right now.
Yeah, these are the kind of weird rounds that makes you realize just how deep it goes between two teams like this. A lot of respect being shown, both teams feeling each other out. You had the mid re-clear from Boom. There's the drone up onto the line from Nows after progression, smoking A main. Boom throwing up a one way of their own, but really have been sitting in pretty similar positions this whole round. But this is where the A split comes in.
Okay, just invites to peek out from 𝐵𝑒. Takes down Mojo.
मरने वाला है वो. हाँ बढ़िया.
Fight back. MxB though, they make a secondary approach on the way from A main, and with that they manage to take down the site. Famous answers back with an op shot of his own, takes down Emin, and that could be painful.
अच्छा खेला भी. Cypher मारना चाहिए इसको.
And it's going to be Josh trying to stay hidden. Good little sidestep, a double kill, make that a triple as he had one.
ब्रो ये लोग को यही जीताएगा तो बाकी
हाँ वो सडनली शांत रहता है सडनली 2-3 मार देता है.
वो मतलब ऐसा पोस्ट प्लांट वगैरह में या तो लर्क वर्क पे ना ऐसा क्रूशियल किल ले लेता है एक, वो एक किल भी पूरा राउंड घुमा देता है फिर.
And that's again another perfect example from Boom of looking for 𝐿 previously with the showstopper, just sending it at him. That time they just double peeked to clear out middle with the Cypher still alive despite the fact that the A site's been taken. So they are very well aware of the lurking tendencies of 𝐿. They're very much looking for him in the early stages of the game. So the fact that he comes up with a 2K there, that's the end of things for Boom. And 2 in a row for Nows is very promising now.
They're reading each other, but yes, 𝐿's performance, I mean, those were some impactful frags. Had he not gotten them, this round could have gone towards Boom. But that's the thing, I mean, Nows has gone through a transformation of their own. 𝐿 used to play the duelist, used to be a jet with an operator, I remember from last year's Ascension.
अच्छा वो स्प्लिट में भी फर्स्ट वो गेको निकला था.
He wasn't quite successful, but now on the Sentinel role, he's able to focus his aim so much more. And playing those lurk positions, he sidestepped and got those 2 kills. Incredible stuff.
अरे भाई अटक रहा है क्या तुम लोग कभी?
Switch up the pace now, especially with the overhead.
हाँ, 1 सेकंड के लिए अटका मेरा भी.
For a while with this side of cage. Next he's gonna have to clear a lot of it with
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? वर्ल्ड वेस्ट हो गया पूरा.
These trips, trying to
रुक गया क्यों नहीं है?
buy some of these rotations over. Meanwhile, the
बहुत पब्लिक की साउंड आ गई थी वो लोग को.
और अगर तू देखेगा तो वो बूम ने भी ज्यादा यूटिल नहीं यूज किया है. स्टन यूज किया. दोनों फ्लैश और फर्स्ट स्पेल बाकी है. ओमन फ्लैश है.
Complete disengage. There was 4 players there for Boom, so now
दोनों स्मोक चले गए थे, पर आई थिंक 2 स्मोक यूज कर दिए थे.
They've got the
अभी जस्ट आया उसका
लैग हो रहा है मेरा
some of these rotations over. Meanwhile, on the mini-map, Shaw's approaching down mid.
It's a complete disengage. There was 4 players there for Boom, so now's not feeling like they want to run through a brick wall.
तो छूटने वाला है SBW तो साइड पे
applying pressure.
एक भी नहीं मार पाएगा शायद से वो
top mid denying the info, keeping an eye on the mid walk, and in the meanwhile now's trying to keep the rotations honest. Working their way back towards the A side of the map. There's no one-way here. There's no deep info line, and now's they're getting a lot of space for free right now. You can keep an eye on as well. 𝐿𝐼 still over here towards B. Going to create maybe a little bit of pressure or go for the lurk in the mid to late round.
The question is Boom going to bite that bait though? 𝐿𝐼 still stays hidden, so nothing for the time being. And there were pings across the mini-map from before. I believe 𝐺0's marking elbow and calling out to 𝐳-𝐵 that they could be pushed up A main, so definitely trying to watch out for now if they have an idea of where they just might be. With that, now it's trying to push out. 𝐺0 though off timing, able to catch out the entry fragger. Mojo goes down, rolling thunder perfectly into the 2 players inside of A main. How are they going to do this? 13 seconds left at the end of the round, and they go in for a bit of a gunfight. 𝐳-𝐵 starts things off, trades coming through. NC Slasher with a utility, and Famous with an op shot. Just to close things out, Boom Esports coming back into the game.
Oh, they had the right read. Like, they even broke the trip on B late into the round, courtesy of 𝐿𝐼, and kept 3 players from Boom trending towards B, but their spacing was not good at all. The Neon sent out onto the site solo, punished by Breach Util instantly, and from there it felt like 𝐿𝐼 couldn't even get through elbow, and when they did, they run straight into a rolling thunder with only 20 seconds left. Like, that is just not going to work. Boom picked that apart very easily, and they're going to go up 7-2 as a result.
And a little bit hurt. I mean, perhaps a moments of hesitation or something, but it's Boom once again reading the situation so darn well, and at the same time, they often fall back to those default positions whenever they're trying to rotate off around. They're always anticipating some of 𝐿𝐼's movements. So now it's just going to have to throw in something that they might not expect, and this just might be it. A bit of a heads-up though from 𝐿𝐼, taking down that op player. Famous completely gone. Berserk spots him through market, but the numbers just aren't here. He's going to try to hold some of these off angles from Boba, as they might try to push out from market, but he's not able to do it. Now, the rest of Boom slowly encroaching on towards Evan's position. I mean, 𝐵𝐵 plays around the boxes.
क्या बोल रहा है मैं पीछे है क्या?
He's trying to fire on through before they really get the defuse. 𝐾𝐘, the wingman, it's sticking all the way through. John, he was looking at mid before, but no way is he going to be able to come back into this round now. It's 8-2
मेरा lag हो रहा है रे.
Esports.
Yeah, some really clean couple of rounds there from Boom. Sorry, over on that A side, but really clean couple of rounds there from Boom. You saw it over on that A side with the reactive utility, and then that B retake looking as clean as it was in the early, streak of 5 rounds, despite the fact that 𝐵𝐵 has a really nice off angle, and now's got into that site pretty easily, pretty cleanly, got themselves that very clean after plant. It felt like that was way too easy for Boom on the retake. Like, you see it, you see the spam meta with the progression smoke. There was none of that for 𝐿𝐼.
Yeah, really. Just kind of hurting them in their backs as well, but now trying to switch things up because their backs are against the world. A bit of a half-buy. And it just all lines up perfectly for 𝐳-𝐵. On the other side, and he just managed to burst them down completely with his Vandal. It's 9-2. I can't believe this, 𝐿𝐼.
I don't think he even realized what happened. He had the garden hose out, and he was just spraying away, and all of them line up for him. Unreal. I was just watering the plants. My dog just ran up and started trying to bite the water. That's what it felt like. Boom. Just really, really easy last couple of rounds for him. And this has just been the domination that we did not expect from this matchup at all. We were building it up for, very, very tight, coin flippy kind of matchup. That's not what it's felt like in this half.
Yeah, certainly not. Boom has been doing such a phenomenal job at controlling the map, keeping their rotations honest, like you mentioned, 𝐿𝐼, and also just getting good reads, anticipating...
DH versus full sense में कौन जीतेगा?
Now is our... second guessing themselves sometimes now. It's been 2 or 3 times that we're seeing them approach, a little bit into B main, and then backing out.
Yeah, you're right. They've been very tentative. Look at this, though. 𝐳-𝐵 feeling confident after that last round, playing inside the attacker's progression smoke, not wanting to give them that extra space to play with. And he's going to refresh the one-way here. The attackers are in front of it.
they could just walk up, but they're being very aware of possibilities. NC Slasher alongside 𝐵𝐵, there are marking a lot of these positions. And then the fault line comes out. Oh my goodness, 𝐵𝐵, what a call from 𝐵𝐵 just to push out. And here comes Mojo, just trying to play around it. 𝐵𝐵 managed to take him down despite getting hit by that relay vault. A bit of a refrag, but then NC Slasher just run around the other side too. They already know where Evan is, so it ends this first
उसका
half.
स्टन किस बेसिस पे क्या साउंड दिया क्या वो लोग ने मेरे पे कुछ
From Boom Esports.
Oh, just perfect fault line, as you said, from 𝐵𝐵 there, but 𝐵𝐵, just that entire half felt like controlled that A space so well, knew when to play aggressive, knew when to fall back, multi-fragging on the open from lots of different positions, whether he's getting aggressive inside that progression smoke or over on elbow side, and what a dominant half from Boom. I mean, definitely did not expect this kind of a scoreline coming into this matchup, and I'll agree with, you know, and pick up on something you said now.
वही पूछने वाला, तीन लोग बैठे हैं और तीनों बात कर रहे
Very
हैं.
tentative from them. A couple of faster set plays. I'll give them
भाई
credit
ये
for that,
मियाओ
especially
ये लोग
taking B
सामने एक
main
बार
and
स्क्रीम था हम
even
लोग
getting
का
into some
और हम लोग
kind of
ऑलरेडी एक
post-fight
स्क्रीम में थे
scenarios, but a
मतलब ऐसा
lot of that
330 ऐसा
half
कुछ का
felt
स्क्रीम रहेगा हम लोग ऑलरेडी एक
tentative.
स्क्रीम में तो हम लोग का
Felt
2
like
राउंड
they
बाकी
were
था 330 को
second-guessing themselves or
अब
wanting
330
to
को
work
2 या
on
3
up
राउंड
and
बाकी
better
था
inform their
तो
decision
बंदा
making.
ऐसा विस्पर
But
करने
then
लगा
again,
मेरे को
on
कि
the
लीव
other hand,
स्क्रीम
right,
वी
when
नीड टू
they're
स्टार्ट
being
वी
assertive, getting
ऑलवेज
into
स्टार्ट
those
स्क्रीम
post
ऑन टाइम
fights, Boom just rolled them on the
ऐसा वो
retake.
मतलब लिटरली 5 मिनट भी वेट करने रेडी नहीं था
Possibly why
और बाद में मेरे को
they're
एनसी
feeling that
स्लैशर
pressure as well.
मैसेज कर जा रहा है
I
ब्रो
mean,
कैन
that's
यू
the
गाइस
thing,
कम
you know,
आवर कोच
when
गेटिंग
they're on that
एंग्री
slow approach, they don't see any utility, but they're thinking, someone could be on the
हाँ
other side. I
बोल रहा था ही
don't
इज
really
वेरी
want to
स्ट्रिक्ट
peek
अबाउट
this.
टाइम
And then they back up.
अरे तो
But
दूसरा
when they
अगर
do go
नहीं
in,
खत्म हो रहा तो
Boom's already prepared for it,
हाँ अरे वो
setting up for
हम लोग
those
का 3
retake
या 4
plays. I
राउंड
mean,
बाकी
how do
था
you play a team against,
तो 5-10
how do you play against a team
टेक्निकली उसका
like
बात
that?
सही है कि पहले
And it's
वाला
just
लेट
तो
so
वैसा ही
darn
टाइम
tough,
स्लॉट रखो ना
especially
ऐसा
on their
क्योंकि
map
हम लोग भी
pick.
जब करते थे
You
ना
know, you might
हाँ
think
तो
some
अगर
of this
नेक्स्ट स्क्रीम
happens
है तो हम
because
लोग इन लोग को
Boom
बोलते
had
थे
that
लास्ट
early
राउंड अगर
round
उन लोग
win
लेट
streak
आए
5-0.
तो उसमें कोई गलती
I mean, if
अगर
this is
हम लोग
any
खुद लेट आए
indication as
तो
to how
अपना ही
the
गलती
rest of this series, or maybe even the rest
सॉरी
of this
बोलना ही
tournament might
पड़ेगा
go.
हाँ
I
वही
mean, I'm
हम लोग
getting ahead
सॉरी
of
तो बोला ही
myself,
बट
but
वो ऐसा
Boom, they're starting things off
फोर्सफुली लीव
right.
करवा ही रहा था कि भाई लीव
Taking
करो
a map
लॉबी
win
आओ अभी
against
ज्वाइन
their
करो
opponent's
स्टार्ट
map
करो
pick, and
या नहीं
you want to see
के
more of
स्क्रीम
that.
के पहले अगर समझ
You're getting ahead of
स्क्रीम
yourself
खेल
a
रहा
little
था
bit. Got to give
वो
now
तेरे
some
को
benefit
बफर
of the
रखने को आना
doubt.
चाहिए, तेरा टाइम मैनेज करने को आना चाहिए बेसिकली ऐसा
They
है.
can win this map on
अरे वो
right.
तो याद नहीं है मे बी शायद ऐसा था कि शायद गेम बीच में कुछ तो पॉज वॉज हो गया था
हाँ
बहुत 5-10 मिनट के लिए इसलिए लेट हो गया था स्क्रीम
हाँ तो वही तो उन लोग को बोल देने का स्क्रीम है टू एंड एट
Even at the current scoreline, but
4
also
बजे का
knows
स्क्रीम
how
है
to
तो
throw some
3:58
defense.
59 को बंद
Early
करना
on, it's
पड़ता
big control of B main, shutting the market door. Now starting to rotate across with the Cypher, just spotting mid and leaving the A site completely open. And Boom is quite happy to take that space, trading it for all of the B main control of Nous and
ये
all
अपने
the
को ही
info.
आदत है इधर.
Cypher trap
अरे
outside.
दूसरे को मार दिया भाई.
करके जा रहे हैं फिर भी
हाँ फिर भी अटक गया
Contention for Nows. They are trying to wrap their way through to tiles instead now, though. So, although there was a little bit of an exchange, 𝐵𝐵 falling
मरने
to
वाला है जा
drop on the site. Now, Boom has the spike planted. They are pushing all the way out. We also still have Berserks on the biggest, biggest flank possible. Nows are in for a bit of a tough time. Those footsteps, they have been heard. Good little peek out from NC Slasher. Aftershock, it's not quite
भाई सब मिल से बच गया
एक डैमेज कैसे नहीं पड़ा
angle from 𝐵𝐵. It's being held.
पड़ गया ले
Flash dodge. Shots not quite connecting. And all of a sudden, it's all up to Berserks. How did this just happen? The three-man squad trio, they make it happen. Trying to fire off the shot in towards Nexi, but
डिफ्यूजर अगर छोड़ता नहीं तो
just
राउंड
in
जा
the nick
सकता
of
था
time, the spike defused for Nous to come back in the second half.
Yeah, just one step at a time for Nous. Spike plan, maybe. I mean, I was going to say, yeah, maybe thinking about a bit of investment here for Boom. Not a force spike. Let's not get crazy. Let's not, you know, look at what Full Sense were doing. But you are seeing NC Slasher buying Famous and Outlaw here, so I don't know if that means that's going to be a force buy.
आई शो स्पीड इंडोनेशिया में ही है उसको बुला दो
Either
इधर
way, I'm
एसेंशन
very
की
keen
इवेंट
to see
में
what he can do with it.
क्या पता टॉप
Even
4
if he
के
does
टाइम
some
चला
significant
जाएगा
damage, I mean, we've
हाँ
got
जा
two
भी
sets
सकता
of
है
light armor players here on Nous. Where's the Outlaw going? Just walking towards B main. Bit of orb control maybe for NC Slasher if he gets an orb and another plant off the wingman. Although he doesn't have one, unfortunately. That could be pretty early towards a crash, which it seems like they're going for here.
दोनों ट्रिप लिया है उससे
Might be a little bit
अच्छा
off,
वो लोग जीते थे राउंड
so far so good. Now, his game plan so far has been to leave, sites relatively open, especially ones being anchored by 𝐿. MxB is here for a bit of additional support, and he does spot out a lot of these players. Outlaw rounds fire though into a shot.
सोच वो विंडो के थ्रू नेड मारता था तो
वो आई थिंक वही ट्राई कर रहा था वो बेचारा.
One point away from the thrash now.
Yeah, retake's coming in for Nows here, Quack.
They're flooding through Boba. Nancy Slasher needs just one kill.
There it is.
Gets it, and now he wants the back. Spots out 𝐿 as well. There's too much heat, so he just stays tucked away. Teammates able to cover along with those classics. Papichulo. He has done it before, but there's too much at stake.
पर कोई जाता नहीं है स्मोक के अंदर क्लियर करने या कुछ
Not enough rounds in the Spectre magazine.
इतना उससे फर्स्ट बिल्ड डाला वो टैग हुआ है जब सामान डाल रहा है पर कोई तो आगे बढ़ना है ना.
बढ़ गया वो लापा का
purchase worth its weight in gold.
लेट गया लेकिन
अरे मैं फिलीपींस वो मैच भी देख रहा था लीग वाला तब भी पता नहीं है मोजर ऐसे आड़े टेढ़े चीजें ही कर रहा था नियॉन लेके नियॉन रेज लेके आड़ा टेढ़ा ही खेल रहा था वो.
अरे मैं ठीक हूं. Huge plays on the site there. Famous is saturated himself up on top of the box over the smoke as well. That felt cursed for Nows, as has the rest of this game.
एक outlaw था ना
बस. It's an eco win with a hero outlaw for Boom. And for Nows now having to concede that point here and take an eco. This is it's getting towards the point of go next, like honestly.
Feels like it, but we'll see what happens. Next, he is 2 points away from that Hunter's Fury, so potentially with these sheriffs, they might just be able to do something. But Boom, they are in the attack. They get to play around the map. That Boombot is just a bit of a tell, and Nows are starting to get a little bit antsy.
Yeah, pushing up on the A side of the map, but the whole firing squad's here, Quack.
Oh, God. Classics. A first shot, a second shot. Although a good couple of tags. I mean, 𝐷𝐿 might as well just have been body blocking for his teammate. And there's the thrash now just to clear out elbow. He can't pick that up for a second try. And then trying to play around it. He still has that fault line to try to support his teammates, but the shots, the aftershock, NC/Shiro, they brought Boom Esports to match point now. It's so quickly, it's 12-3.
ये लोग बूम वाले बहुत प्रिपेयर्ड है और मार भी रहे. इनको जब तक मारेंगे नहीं तब तक.
Running this series, I can't blame them though, because if they win super fast, they're probably home for dinner. Chilling at the table with their families, so that's fair enough at this point. I don't even know what to say for Nows here. This is, they're just getting dominated on their map pick. Maybe a bit of a misread on the map pool.
Potentially. I mean, it's just a match they were seemingly comfortable with. Next, he immediately firing off of the Hunter's Fury. Papichulo able to get at least one, though, but then the shots come through. Famous good on towards Emin. Hunter's Fury on towards the next, and it's just going to be Boom continuing to walk off to the site. MxB hears those footsteps from behind, able to spray down on towards 𝐿. Now looking for the next one, the Dizzy out. He just needs to block it out of the dark cover. Papichulo tries to play around the smokes, but unfortunately we will not be having any smoke crimes today. 13-3 will be the score. Boom Esports takes away Nows' map pick.
Yeah, but there was a lot of crimes committed there, and I have to say Nows got absolutely smoked. Like, there's no other way to put it. Insane game for 𝐷𝐿. Insane game for Famous. They're all a Boom. The structure was on point. They really just could not have played that better, and I think for Nows, I'd like to think that that's a bit of an outlier. This is a team that definitely should be making top 4 for Ascension again, but worth mentioning, they have had some struggles in their own region in terms of losing to 𝐿. They've had a lot of competition from Oasis as well, who, to be fair, did bomb out of one of the stages, so it's hard to say how much, you put into that, but at least here against Boom, who should be one of their biggest rivals, just did not show up.
Just fair enough. I mean, it just is what happens. Boom, they have been cooking, I guess. This brisket for the
नहीं मैं
longest time,
देख रहा
they
हूँ पर
prepared for this map, and it's
Stream
just
नहीं कर
a
रहा
map
हूँ।
that
लेट के देखूँ
I guess Naos wasn't quite prepared for against Boom. But at the same time, we saw bits of brilliance from some of the players on Naos' side. I mean, Ja onto the Sentinel. Remember, he had that little sidestep double kill. That was amazing. So, had some slight improvements. Papi Chul still close to the clutch. Close.
GG भी
Not
हो गया
really
गेम
clutching up just yet. But it's not over for them. We still have one more map to go.
Yeah, we're asking a lot from them. So honestly, we'll see. Either way, I think we're going to throw it back to the panel. So let's see what they thought about that match.
Guys, I think Mika is having a little bit of a breakdown at the moment.
Well, I have to say, Ewop, it's it was pretty tough to watch, especially since we know what both of these teams, like, my bias is off now, by the way, we know what both of these teams are capable of, and it suddenly looked like a mashup that was very unfair, almost to say, right?
Yeah, I think Naus got out-aimed a little bit. Unfortunately, I think Boom came out of the gate swinging, absolutely hitting all of their shots. They looked great. I think Naus, I would like to see them kind of put this map in the back pocket and just say, all right, it happened. We kind of got, as the caster said, they kind of got smoked. They kind of got aimed if. Mojo wasn't getting those entry kills, even though Boom, I feel like at times there were some things that Naus could work with. They were giving them some space, but then they end up losing the retake, and it just didn't look smooth for Naus, unfortunately. Everything that Boom was doing was working out perfectly for them. I think the way how they executed everything,
All good.
it
Abhi
looked great.
Makwana.
You're absolutely right.
तुम बताओ कैसे हो?
I feel like
सब बढ़िया?
similar to Full Sense earlier, I feel like Boom didn't even need to try too hard.
Tryouts देख रहे
there were just so
अभी
many times, like as you mentioned, that they were
Ascension
out-aiming
देख रहे
Naus.
भाई
There
यार
were so
सुबह का
many
गेम
times
अगर
wherein,
हम जीत
you
जाते
know,
ना
you could feel that Naus had the right idea, but they weren't winning their
खतरनाक
duels.
मजा आ
Right? They were
जाता
walking straight into
खतरनाक
Boom's
मतलब खतरनाक
crosshairs at times. And I kind of
सच
want to
में
say, like, be a little defensive and say this isn't exactly normal for Naus, because you know, going up against these players, you do expect more. But when you have a player like Zesbu over here, who we were hyping him up earlier, and we know that, you know, when he's on this kind of environment, when he's in this kind of environment, he actually transforms. He, like, goes, you know, Super Saiyan and becomes something else entirely. We saw glimpses of that, just a little bit of that in this matchup. So we're gonna see more
07
for
के
sure
बाद
as
दुख
Ascension
खत्म ही नहीं
proceeds.
हुआ
He
हाँ
looked
ना
super
Prince
comfortable. I think for him,
क्या बोले
putting
यार
performance like this is
ऑफिस
great
पे
for
बैठे
Boom. There's
बैठे
a lot of
स्ट्रीम
confidence
देख
in
रहा
him.
है
I think we saw some good
वाह
parts from
बढ़िया है
Famous as well. Another player I would like to mention is MC Slasher.
शायद क्या
He's one
बोले
of
यार
players I worked with before as well, and I think he had really good impact. And that chemistry he has with Shiro, I think the two of them with the initiators, it just works out really well for them.
Yeah, and you saw just how much, you know, utility they were able to put in. We're gonna see how Naus is able to come back, if they can, on Lotus right after a very, very quick break. Don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
ट्रिपल खेलते हैं ट्रिपल में मजा नहीं आता रे मुझे बोर होता है बहुत दोस्त लोग चाहिए तो ही मजा आएगा नहीं तो मजा नहीं आता ट्रिपल में क्या 2 मिनट में तो चालू हो जाएगा लोटस लग रहा है ना उसका, ये 2-0 होने वाला ऐसा गेम लग रहा है मेरे को। जावी मार्की के लिए डबस्टेप विट्स वर्सेस जीते ये लोग कैसे?
हाँ नहीं जीतना चाहिए था, मतलब वैलोरेंट है वैसे जीत जाते हैं, बट एक्चुअली डिजर्विंग टीम वहाँ पे फिलीपींस ओएसिस था। मतलब जो आता तो इधर शायद से मेरे को लगता है बेटर खेलता। तो ठीक है, वो लोग का ही गलती है, जीते नहीं।
नाउस और जॉल से हार गए ब्रो।
जॉल से तो पता नहीं कैसे हार सकते थे ये लोग। जॉल वाले को खुद को नहीं यकीन हो रहा होगा वो लोग जीते थे, फाइनल लगाए थे। और जॉल वाले ऑलमोस्ट फाइनल्स भी जीत गए थे कप्पा।
जॉल वाले क्या
फाइनल्स भी जीत गए थे ऑलमोस्ट वो लोग।
अच्छा, इतना अच्छा खेले लोग।
हाँ, 5th मैप में भी ओटी में जीती है नाउस। मैप 5 तक गया था फाइनल, वो भी ओटी में ही जीते वो लोग नाउस वाले।
बूम का भी वैसा ही हुआ था, 5th मैप में जीते वो लोग।
हाँ, बूम के सामने कौन था फाइनल?
उधर तो रेफोर्सी और भाई
ऑल्टरिगो ना।
हाँ
Okay, Ewok, it's a new map. That first map maybe never happened. We're into map 1. No, I'm joking. This is the second.
वो साइचल वाइचल अच्छा करता है, लेकिन मेरे को मैक्सिमम टाइम लगता है वो थ्रो कर रहा है गेम देख के।
तो हमारे डेडली 10 को स्पेक करना ऐसा ही लगेगा।
Which is Boom's mapping, and you know, looking at the record, you can see
तेरे को लगेगा वो थ्रो कर रहा है, बट एक्चुअली वो थ्रो कर नहीं रहा होता है।
I mean, now does have some experience on it as well. I mean, it's kind of okay-ish for them, I guess. But I mean, looking at again Boom's track record, you can see exactly
14-12 जीते और 5th मैप ये लोग नाउस।
Yeah, no surprise
भाई
for them going for the Lotus. They've been playing the default comp, the Viper Fade.
मुश्किल है रेंज क्या तभी फिर तो।
And they've been really consistent with it. So I'm not surprised that they go for this map. As you said, now they're not awful on this map by no means.
2-0.
There's been some chop and changes for them. They did play the Breach and Fade. I'm curious to see if we might see another change from them. Of course, them losing out recently on that map, but before that there was 2 wins for them. So it's not like they don't play this map at all. I hope to see a little bit more of a competitive map for the next one, because Sunset, I feel like, was pretty much summed up by that thrifty round where Boom won with the force by like the hero outlaw, right? Like them contacting behind the outlaw, and the moment they got the spike down on B, I think that was the reaction of a lot of Naus fans. Unfortunately, that kind of summed up the map. Unfortunately,
मजा नहीं आया रे कोई भी मैच में,
we're
मतलब
hoping to see more from Mojer. We're hoping to see more from them.
चल क्या है?
Absolutely. I mean, bias aside, when I bring this jersey out, like my bias is on. But like bias aside, you know, you're absolutely right. Boom was just so prepared.
कल का तो भाई पहला ही गेम।
I feel like they didn't even need to use that much brain power. They just had to focus on like the tools that were presented to them, and they won every single time. I'm not sure. Maybe again, it's just that, you know, first.
रिडल ऑर्डर का भी अच्छा ही गेम होगा रे कल, एसपीजी और रिडल ऑर्डर।
They're within their home turf. They could be more comfortable, more settled in. But yeah, coming from that kind of map, Ewok, like, you know, what would you tell players? You mentioned earlier you hope that they just brush it off. How does the team usually rally back, especially after a map like that can be very tilting?
So in Valorant, I feel like it's not that of a rare occurrence where the first map is just a complete blowout. I'll use this as an example. We had this against Genji when we played them, I think, for the 50th time. and we absolutely got destroyed on Breeze. It was our map pick. I think we lost 13-3, 13-2 or something, similar fashion to this. We weren't shooting back, but then we had a really stern talk. I very rarely get a little bit more agitated or in the faces of players, but there's a time where the coach needs to step in and tell them this is not good enough. Like this, there's a reason why you guys are here, and we need to show what everyone's expecting from us, what we expect from ourselves. And I'm hoping that's happening in this Nows camp right now, because that was not good enough, and they know they're so much better than this. And go out on this next map and really fight for it. Don't go to this lower bracket without giving it a hell of a fight, and that's really what I'm hoping to see from us.
Yeah, I feel like, we should have like, blasted you to the players or something. If that's what you hear during a coach Ewok, like in the timeout or like regrouping between maps, I love it. But thank you for that, because like that gives us a little bit of insight as to how the teams can regroup, right? We're seeing a mirror match as well as we head into Lotus. So going to be really exciting to see if Nows can make a comeback, or if this is once again a 2-0 in favor of Boom Esports. So Pilski and Quack, take it away.
Oh my gosh, I feel so invigorated just because of what Ewok says. He's really like a coach, like a live coach. And of course, because, well, we don't forget her, although she's a little bit sad. Hopefully, yeah, Nows will be able to come back, and maybe they just might be able to do it. On this Lotus map, it is a bit of a mirror matchup, so could happen.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with Ewok's sentiment. I also think that there's got to be a little bit more of a totally up for here from here kind of mentality to what just happened to them. So Lotus will be an interesting one. I'm keeping an eye as well on the fact that 𝐵 off the Cypher and onto the 𝐼𝐾𝐿. I think that's the only really compositional change you're seeing for either one of these teams. Last time, very, very close game for the boys on Nows against 𝐵𝐿 in their home region. But Lotus is a map that both of these teams have played, and Boom's on a pretty sick win streak on this map as well.
12-14 for Nows, right? Like, that's how close it got.
Yeah, for sure. But over on Boom's side of things, I mean, they have been dominating in their region. Their closest to them was their two biggest rivals in ARF Team and Alter Ego that have only been able to take 7 rounds on them. And their attack has been super dominant on this map. Like, all of their attack sides have been really, really good. And that's super important picking a map like Lotus, because you're probably starting out attack side. Although a fair few teams don't mind starting attack Lotus. I'll take that back, to be fair. Plenty of teams quite happy to kick things off and get themselves into the game, I suppose.
चालू हो रहा है.
Yeah, we've seen that happen in a lot of other regions before, but I guess one of the main things is definitely still the fact that Nows is playing in from the backcourt, having brought loss from the previous map. Now starting things off, a lot of contact. Famous again with a pistol double, but here comes Emin firing back as well. A shot in from papichulo too, so we're even back into 3-3.
Yeah, Emin, good stuff, just evening up the numbers, spamming through the smoke there. Smoke's exchanged between both sides. 𝐵𝐿 just trying to limit the info here for Nows, and Boom are tickling the door, trying to make Nows a little bit paranoid. Someone could have made it into tree, and in the meanwhile, making their way back in towards A main here, wanting to further explore their options. The turret hasn't really been tested yet, and I'm keen to see what Boom come up with here. Nows have re-cleared tree, and they're definitely going to get curious about what's going on in A main, but at least for now, they've re-smoked that, so not clearing out main just yet.
But it is papichulo, so he's actually using that smoke to sneak through in towards the link, mid-link. And now he has the off angle towards Boom, but what is this? NC Slasher just comes in with a bit of a drive-by. Emin tries to come in for the refrag, but NC Slasher cuts him up. It's all down to 𝐵𝐿. Has to rotate over from C. He might be right around the corner, but only has a turret and a classic. 25 HP of shield to his name. Tries to sneak out. Sees some guns on the floor, but has no idea where his SBU is. Spots him out the top. Prowler hunts him down, but he manages to evade it for the time being. Timmy gets plopped down. But there are 2 players left. Where could they be? Is it a crossfire? Comes in to check. Not quite. Spots out the turret. There are those 2 players. And it's going to be Boom once again picking up the pistol.
Yeah, beautiful little high-low to close it out between NC Slasher and Berserks. 100%ing the round exactly like you'd want them to. And Boom continuing on in winning ways on that attacking side pistol. Famous just looking so sharp right now. It's unreal. Even just spamming away through the paranoia, still finding value, and that was ridiculous from NC Slasher as well. Two very clean taps and finishing things off with the Sheriff. Going to be making his way early on towards a pretty quick nightfall.
बूम वाले ना
Really, the shot against 𝐿, that's the one that got me. But you're right. An early nightfall, once again, would mean so much. Similar stories to what we saw from Boom on that previous map, the Sunset. Now it has to work cut out for him again. Might be the same composition, but have they done enough prep work to find these anti-strats or reads against Boom? Shot steps into sight. Boombot, just to clear out the back. Those pistols made quick work of. Famous swaps over onto his own classic. Eats a bit of lead from 𝐿 with a classic of his own, but 𝐳 continues hunting Shearer with a Sheriff as well. Boom just cleans up, having only lost 2 guns in this round.
Yeah, very nicely done. Picking the Guardian back up, courtesy of Shiro taking the Sheriff one off that showstopper. So we'll keep an eye if Boom try to go for some early orb control.
Rank guessing
Not
कैसे
really
करते हैं
looking
bro?
towards that C side of the map, and also whether Naus is going to run any kind of trap
कुछ
playing
किधर देख
around that
सकते
orb.
हो
You can already
clips?
see the orb being pinged for
कुछ
Naus.
है क्या? मुझे नहीं पता
So
कहाँ देख
something where you
सकते
could
हैं?
consider
अगर आपको
some
पता है तो बता दो.
Guardians or some spam weapons to deal with that
कितने के
A orb,
photos
and
दिखाए थे
heavy
2016
setup
में
towards the
करके?
C orb as well.
Looking to control a lot of these alt orbs. Mouse goes in to investigate a little. They don't quite see too much. A lot of utility towards A from Boom. So some of the rotations coming through.
You can see already the spam going through onto the orb. Famous is going to take it nonetheless. He really wants to get his hands on that showstopper and use it as a bit of a tool to try to win the bonus if possible.
Yeah, he's got it. Mouse backs up. So now they're going to have to be very well aware, very careful of this fact. Otherwise, that full guy could go all the way.
There you go, going in with the showstopper here, Quack.
He's looking for it. Now, though, they've read this and they're just backing off completely. At the same time, though, value found. It's space and spike planted for Boom.
It's an open plant for Tree, but Boom are going to play disruptive. They want to play close towards heaven. Spotted by the Prowler from Naus, though, Quack.
So for now, at the very least, they know that someone's right around the corner on the site. Up around drop, up around the rope. It doesn't deter Mojo from dropping down. He slides in, blasts back away. Tries to get the shot, but Famous is a little bit quicker, a little bit sharper. Evan fires back Endo. And alongside MxB, it's going to be a lot more. Evan just continues to swing, though, and salt down Shiro now. A couple more shots, he takes down Evan. One-on-one against 𝐵𝐵𝐿. He's got the advantage. Goes in for the jump peek. 𝐵𝐵𝐿 tries to
1v3
bait
था.
out that peek, but it's not quite happening because Shiro comes in with a quad kill to give Boom the bonus round.
Yeah, and look, usually you're thinking about getting the showstopper online in a bonus, getting yourself a free kill, getting yourself
हार
a
गए
free
राउंड ये
site.
लोग.
हाँ,
I mean, they got a
1v3
free
निकाला
site,
उसने.
but they shouldn't have been worried about the rocket. They should have been worried about the after plant against Shiro. Massive clutch from him, especially in the bonus. One of the only players with a Vandal in his hands, and he puts it to excellent use here. That is nightmare fuel for Naus. Not only getting pumped on the first map, but already losing the bonus in the first half of Lotus is not good news.
Yeah, not something that Naus is going to enjoy, to say the least. But then, I mean, improvements from Shiro for sure. Now he's just 3 points away from his Viper's Pit. Now starting to feel the heat. Bear just pushing up now. Throwing haymakers, trying to find some shots. Shiro's down low, still good for one. Snake bite in, and he's trying to get himself tucked away. Oh my goodness. Nightfall invested. Odin just firing off, and then it's the paint shells that cleans up. Shiro down to 7 HP, still alive, still backing out, and he's just lurking, watching for some of these potential flanks coming out from Naus.
You got to feel for Naus. They're doing everything they can to find Shiro, but like you said, reactive Nightfall, sees nade, and now when they find him in spawn, they're going to get swung by NC Slasher. He's going to clean up 𝐵𝐵𝐿, and Nexi only with a Sheriff. I mean, you got to reserve your expectations, unfortunately. That's a very nice shot, though.
I'll find you.
Right? You can get a couple more of those. Not quite going to happen because this position has been marked completely, but that's it. Not a bad shot from Nexi. It's still the win for Boom Esports.
Yeah, they got the Odin out already, so see some spam through the A wall, maybe some spam in the C side after plants on the attacker's side. Starting to get close to some impact ults for Nous. They've already got the Nightfall, which can definitely help them in one of these retake scenarios or when fighting for the map control a little bit more. But what are we going to see from Nous? Where's this resilience? Because it's getting increasingly difficult. They haven't started out the map hot. The series is continuing to trend in the same direction. There's that spam through the A main wall on the Odin from NC Slasher. We've seen the Omen on the A side of the map, which is a tell in and of itself that it's probably KJ on C.
And we've seen that for several rounds now, but Boom seemingly spreading themselves across the map, just a bit of a default hold.
Yeah,
Not seeing anything yet, though.
You can see Boom working the map by taking B main through towards C in combination with the KJ lurk. The paint shell's trying to go deep and break up the KJ util, but doesn't actually hit any of it.
तुझे आ रहा है?
Not quite the option for Boom just yet. And they should.
अरे क्या हो जा रहा है? Fuck.
Well, at least Berserk should be able to hear the turret and everything else coming away. Shira though hadn't stuck all the way upstairs. That is the pick of the round. Instantly, Viper's Pit up. They have the sight. Berserk's even getting a frag up against M, and that is not something you want to have for Naos.
I mean, Berserk's trying to get isolated, but the longer he lives, the less time there is to complete this retake. Quack and Boom is set up inside the pit.
10 सेकंड भी बाय कर लिया.
Feet on the table, heaters on. They're absolutely
क्या है अभी साइड पे जाते जाते सेव होने वाला है.
Just chilling.
फिर भी ट्राई कर रहे हैं भाई. पागल हो गए क्या थोड़े?
Want to crack open a cold one, Pilsky?
Sniper ult, impossible to lose.
हाँ, next round भी कुछ नहीं बचेगा उनके पास.
हाँ, वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, गन सेव करना चाहिए.
हाँ, इज्जत में निकलना चाहिए.
अभी मैं बूम होता तो अभी तो हंट करते हम लोग. मैं पर बूम के आज भी उतना पैसा नहीं है.
नहीं
That's why I need one after this series if it keeps
ऐसे
going.
भी जीत ही रहे.
है, but वो रेस को अल्ट देने का मतलब नहीं है ना, इसलिए नहीं शायद गए.
They've got to hold on to their guns and whatever
और वैसे भी
advantage they
इतना
can find
इजीली
because
जीत
this
रहे
is the same
बोले तू भाई रख
scenario
गन
they
रख हर
found
राउंड गन
themselves in
खेलते.
at the start of Sunset.
हाँ, वो नहीं, वो CS में नहीं, वेंचो बोलता था वो गेट राइट. 2-3 लोग सेव कर रहे तो करने दो, बाकी लोग भी उन 2 लोग को देख के बाय कर लेंगे और इकोनॉमी और वो लोग ट्रैप में फंसते जाएंगे.
कभी ऑफ भी नहीं आएगा.
And after plan in that scenario, Boom is winning around in a completely different way. Shira
Valorant में
working
शायद
the
उतना
timing,
ऑफ का
they're
जरूरत.
working the front
हाँ,
side.
मतलब इतना
Boom
impactful
is
नहीं है.
reading them so well. Berserk
तो
takes
वो
so
ट्रैप
much
का वो भी
space
एक
over
था
on
ना
that
मेन
C side of the map. They clear
तीन
front B
लोग
with
लोग में
the
बैठे हुए भाई नाउस में.
Boom bot with the prowler. Shout out to Stackman Do, by the way. Another O's
ये गोरा कौन है भाई नाउस?
over at Ascension. I believe he's like a strategic coach, assistant coach for Nous, which for anyone who doesn't know, he was coach of a focus core down in Oceania, and they were kind of known for having some really crazy set plays or executes, doing some like gimmicky, gamble stacky kind of things.
तो जब भी कोई इंडियन कोच ऐसा रहता हंस रहा रहता, इंडियन हार रही रहती है, अभी तक मैच होती रहती पब्लिक ने. ये देखिए बूम वाले लोग जीत रहे फिर भी
It'll be interesting to see if
इनको जल्दी
काम
खत्म
करने हैं
करना
भाई.
है. हाँ, इनको जल्दी खत्म करना है.
To be honest though, what they need right now is definitely not creativity. What they need right now is to iron out the fundamentals and just pick their level up a little bit, because they're just kind of getting outplayed in terms of the duels
अभी
and in terms
पब्लिक
of
का
the
सब लोग
macro
ऐसे
as
ही
well by
earphones
Boom in this
पहनते
series so far.
Yeah, specifically the macros, that's what I'm kind of curious about, because so far, Boom, they've been going off the approach, they're getting so much information as to how Naos might set themselves up. And it's because of that, they're kind of able to maneuver and kind of funnel them into corners and stuff.
Similarly to Full Sense earlier, you saw it in that last round where Boom...
दुर्लभ भाई मेरी स्ट्रीम पे आता था ये.
Not only in a macro perspective are they reading the map really well and like making solid plays as a team, but also within the framework of that on a micro level, the individuals are making really good plays. And you saw it in that last round, like you've got macro-wise, what is Boom doing? They're taking front B, they're feeling out the setup, they're using the Fade utility to see what the setup is from the defense. But in terms of having the lurks on the extremities,
𝐵𝑒RX is clearing out all of C now by himself as the KJ and wrapping together with the players over on door side front B. And then 𝐎𝐿 is the player that you're not even considering that is, you know, walking up A for free. He hasn't heard any utility. He's probably been shouldering a little bit. He's putting up his wall. He's creeping behind the wall, taking a little timing here. Oh, there's nothing on ruins. Now I can see if I can, you know, creep up a little further. And before you know it, old mate's at stairs shooting your player playing retake in the side of the head and the round's over.
And it just happens, you know, several times that way. I mean, now it's like that mental reset just hasn't quite been felt. Maybe a little bit in some of these rounds where they're, you know, fighting back against Boom, getting a couple of kills here and there, but
वो एक बीच में बॉलीवुड के मूवीज में था ना ट्रेंड
being afforded
इंग्लिश
to
में
Boom
नाम रख
Esports,
लेगा
and that's not
वही
what you want to have,
हिंदी में नीचे
especially
बताने
starting
का
off a
वही
map
सही वाला
around like this.
मतलब वो
And
टाइटल में
again,
एडेड
you know,
रहता
just
था
to reiterate, this is a double elimination bracket. Now it's facing off against Boom. You know, the loser of this drops down, and that's one tournament life expended. You don't want to have that in such a high-stakes tournament like Ascension.
You
definitely don't want to have it if you get stomped a little bit as well,
Stream
because,
नहीं करोगे क्या
you
पूछ
know,
रहे?
there is that factor where, like, there's no shame in losing not an elimination series in a close fashion to some team that you respect. You know they're really good. You could tell yourself, oh, a couple more rounds could have gone this way or that way, and then you go into a lower bracket against weaker opposition, and you say, well, we're one of the best teams at this tournament. We can beat these guys for sure. If you get stomped by Boom, do you doubt yourself? Do you start to think, you know, are we really that good? Or did we have a complete misread on that series? Was it just not my day? I was feeling a little tired, didn't get some good sleep. Like, that's where you really start questioning yourself a little bit. And only, you know, the best players with strong mental, the best competitors can really pick themselves back up. For anyone who's curious, by the way, we have a bit of a tech issue restarting at PC. Should only be a few more minutes. But in the meantime, I'm enjoying the 𝐿 podcast.
हाँ दुर्लभ ऑलमोस्ट एवरीडे कर रहा हूँ अभी ट्राईआउट्स का देख रहे थे तो तभी टाइम नहीं मिल रहा था वरना ट्राई कर रहा हूँ उसके बाद भी स्ट्रीम करूँ
कौन कौन बचा अभी ट्राईआउट्स में स्ट्रीम पे बोल सकते हो क्या तुम लोग क्या
नहीं अभी फाइनलाइज नहीं किया है
Coach 𝐆-𝐏𝐾𝐿, I wish I was, but
you do have some experience.
I have great experience coaching teams.
बाकी है ना ओपन ट्राईआउट
you know,
तो ऑलमोस्ट डन है क्लोज ट्राईआउट्स बाकी है ना
right now.
Whatever it is, I mean, they're the ones in the server. They might need a new hawk. They've got, you know, Amix, and they have also got Stackmandu, and they will be trying to figure things out, right? But at the same time, sometimes it's a bit of that mental reset. It's a bit of that, you know, just predicament of trying or struggling to find whatever you can get. But at the same time, you're just thinking about all these different factors, you know, and you start to second guess yourself. And that's why Boom is confidently taking up so much space. And they've got the Odin now. Famous is just doing so many things, just blast packing into sites.
कैसे जा रहा है ट्राईआउट्स अच्छा जा रहा है भाई
with this toxic screen,
कुछ अच्छे प्लेयर से ओपन ट्राईआउट से लेकिन अभी तो असली मजा असलियत पता चलेगी जब भी क्लोज ट्राईआउट्स होंगे तभी जहाँ पे इनवाइटेड प्लेयर्स रहेंगे तभी और लेवल अप होगा ना ओपन ट्राईआउट्स में थोड़ा मिक्स्ड फीलिंग वाला सीन है
they're in the upper quarter finals in the brackets right now. It could just be like 2 more wins and they've secured themselves a spot in playoffs. That's how impactful this matchup is.
Plenty of strong opponents to make their way through first, but this would be a bit of a statement win that would make people a little bit worried. And it's one thing if you're full sense and you stomp Oblivion Force
कुछ
playing
लोग
with
ना
a
स्टार्टिंग के राउंड्स में ना ऐसा मार रहे थे ना वो आगे नेक्स्ट राउंड जैसा गया ना वैसा उनका क्रैक्स करने का नंबर्स कम होते जाते
It's interesting you talk about 𝐎𝐿 walking up behind the toxic screen. You know, as an IGL playing for the wing, you could definitely make some good reads on the lurk and have some reads about what the setup is. And the best players in those wing roles, lurking on a Viper like this, can read the setup well and abuse it on, you know, calling around the map, but also making some micro plays like we've seen. And I'm keen to see, you know, this round is going to go up against a bit more opposition. And he dies.
Okay.
Rest in peace.
Tech
Let's spam through the wall.
Tech timeouts too. I mean, they managed to get a read on that. Eliminate gaming sure does give them a little bit more confidence. They also have their ultimate to work with, Mojo. Off with the showstopper, but here comes a lot of weaponry, a lot of firepower.
पहले ही डोर खोल के मर गए थे वो लोग.
I mean, in for Berserks, the Odin firing off as well. It's all down to 𝐵𝐵𝐶𝐿. We've seen him close to the clutch before. He loves to play around his smokes. One just got refreshed. But every player's positioned so far across each other. Hot, alarm bot revealed. Instantly snaps onto the first.
सिल्वर बॉडी कैसे?
An Odin and a Vandal to work against.
वो तो इसमें सब अनलॉक रहता है ना.
Sneaks out around the corner, but just a simple spray from MxB Slasher. No mercy to now. 6-0 for Boom.
Yeah, keeping things simple. Cheeky little C execute.
थोड़ी सिल्वर रहेगा जो
special
उसको
about
सिल्वर
it.
बढ़िया है.
You've seen that from a
या
million
अनलॉक होते हैं
teams.
सब बॉडी.
But everything's
सब
working
अनलॉक
right
रहता है
now
ना
for Boom
इसमें.
Esports.
अरे हाँ ये गेम बराबर
Playing
ये
at an
आईडी पे.
extremely high level right now.
Yes, yes.
Excellent stuff to deny that push through door. Like they're ready on a swivel inside of C main there, just ready to react to the door pressure and the nightfall that's coming through. With
बूम वाले एक भी जगह अर्ली ले नहीं रहे तो ये लोग को दोनों एरिया ले लेना चाहिए ये लोग से.
हाँ
बहुत टफ है.
सस्ता टेक कर रहे सी पे लोग.
हाँ ना.
एक वन वे डालो सब यूटिल वेस्ट हो गया वो लोग का और ए भी ले लो साथ में साइमल्टेनियसली. पूरा एरिया इतना स्पेस है बूम को पूरा मैप में.
MxB Slasher just walking
free
up. I mean, the confidence on this team, it's brilliant.
हाँ मतलब वो भी कर नहीं सकते. वो लोग के पास फुल मोमेंटम आ गया अभी. वो लोग की भी कांट फिट रही फाइट्स लेना.
Famous mark in the back.
He's just walking around the map. Famous on a cheeky off angle. He's going to get himself a showstopper, whether he gets a kill or not, and that's something to be happy about.
The information. One enemy remaining. That's one last back. Just eager to help him out. The sprays go through, and that's it.
वो close trials में बहुत सारे Ascension के players भी होंगे.
Is close to his From the Shadows ultimate. But regardless,
Ascension के होंगे जो LFT है अभी मतलब पहले franchise में खेले open है अभी वो लोग. वो सब free agents रहेंगे बहुत सारे. वो सब invite करेंगे कुछ लोग को. कुछ लोग सामने से रेडी रहेंगे ट्रायआउट्स देने वो. और पहला ट्रायआउट था ओपन में जिन्होंने फॉर्म फिल अप किया है वो लोग. और कुछ फ्री एलएफटी है उनको इनवाइट किया और वो लोग रेडी हुए खेलने के लिए वो लोग. ऐसा.
I mean, it's gotta be. They finally have some ults to play with. You got a pit, showstopper.
घुस गया है भाई बी के अंदर वो.
If you can't put this
तेरा आगे चल रहा है क्या?
I'm sorry, Quack, but it's just not
I think
happening today, mate.
2x कर दे.
Keen to see what they come up with.
YouTube
Pick could definitely change the dynamic of a round like this. Instant A main control, and 𝐿-𝐼𝑆 going to respect it this time, and it's going to be a fast B play too.
We truly have to believe in how Nows might be able to come back. Boom, definitely going in for a fast place, but that lockdown in play as well. Good sensibility. He's been good at holding a lot of these angles as well. So just trying to defend his lockdown for now. Trying to defend the other side, playing around waterfall. He heard the TP, spots the cape, and calls it out to Emin. Even though the Odin was here, it's 𝐿 coming back into the fray. Triple kill through on towards Boom. Down to Famous now, who is snuck up from behind. They should have an inkling. Spots him out. Famous takes him down instead. MxB's down, but 3 more players are around the site marking that spike. He has a full 50 seconds. What can he do, 𝐿-𝐼𝑆?
Now he's got his showstopper off that kill. One off of paint shells as well, worth mentioning. But now you've got a high and low from them as well as a smoke onto spawn side. That's going to be pretty difficult to contest with for sure.
But surely he can't just walk through. That high-low setup could be blown up by the showstopper perhaps, but without the blastback, he could be an easy target. Spots at the top though. 𝐿-𝐼𝑆 refreshed, that is. Tossed into the side. Mojo just tucks himself away underneath. Does not get hurt whatsoever. Hops on over. 10 seconds left. Tries to clear out the corners.
Buffers.
If anything, Mojo is still unseen, unknown, and then 𝐵𝐵𝐶𝐿
lag ho gaya.
takes him down. The first win for Nows Esports.
Yeah, much better hold there from 𝐿-𝐼𝑆. That's what you want to be seeing from your Sentinel player. Nice little multi-frag when they come and hit his side over towards C, where previously it's kind of crumbled a little bit more, and you know, you saw him, he basically shut down 2 sites. Lockdown says, sorry, you guys are not going B, and then he rotates through Watersfall side and finds himself a 3k, so you really could not be asking more from his Sentinel.
Yeah, that's what we want to see more of. Meanwhile, from Mojo as well, I mean, he's trying to find a A lot of these plays to shut down Boom, just like this one. The paint shells, the phantom spray. It takes down 2 from Boom. NC Slasher tries to fight back. It's all the way on the other side of the map, along with that Odin. Still, though, Naus has that full control.
SBU's in a very weird position here. I think he must have gone from the shadows, but traded well by Emin. Now it's just too closely spaced together. That's a big pick for NC Slasher, though. Joined up now with Berserks, who does have the lockdown online. In the meanwhile, Jars walked his way through C and is trying to get a flank on through spawn side, but the alarm bot's firmly placed there. Just gets taken away, actually, I think, by Berserks there. So I think Jar has not been checked on this flank, and he might have a great timing.
उठा लिया सब?
Yeah, I don't think
दूर
the
घुस
turret's
जाओ
spotted
वरना
him
इधर
either.
मरने वाले.
So slowly creeping through now. Definitely spots them. That's the spike. 40 seconds left. And Berserks knows he's going to have to be paranoid about his back. Tries to waltz his way into the site. Emin's just right around the top. We're still very cautious of anyone who could be around the site. Spends 1 nanoswarm.
He's got full kit. He's got the lockdown as well, so can really kind of place his sentry set up around this site and try to win the post plant.
Well, he hears them dropping down, to say the least.
But
carefully jiggling through the corners. It's just not quite happening. Ja being able to hold down that ankle now puts themselves up to 2 rounds up against 7.
हाँ
Yeah,
तो
I think
only
that round is a perfect
yes
example of how
वही है
Lotus
जहाँ
can
मल्टी किल मार रहा है
sometimes be a
तभी
bit of a case of scissors, paper, rock,
और जिंदा
or
रह
rock,
रहा है
paper, scissors,
वरना
whichever
तो
way you put it.
दोनों राउंड उसने ही निकाले अभी.
हाँ. See here from Boom that got shut down by Jar, and they've not really been working the A side of the map very much. A lot of the time it's just Shiro on the lurk over there, and they didn't anticipate that Naus would actually go for that A main take.
कैसे सिलेक्शन
with the
होता है
paranoia,
जो
with
ज्यादा
the paint
मारता है
shells,
वो
but
या
Naus
टीम
pulling the
प्लेयर
trigger on that
सिलेक्ट
again, playing 3 towards
होता
A,
है.
and that worked
नहीं
out
ब्रो
beautifully
ओवरऑल
against
देखना
Boom, who
पड़ता है
really wanted to go for that
कि
A
जो भी
side
किल्स
itself.
ले रहे हैं वो
And
कैसे
again,
किल्स ले रहे
they're
हैं.
doing it every time. They're saying, hey, we want to just dominate
बाकी
this level
कम्युनिकेशन
control.
देखना पड़ता
And
है.
Boom has to respect that.
कई प्लेयर
They
सेल्फिश
definitely
तो नहीं खेल
are.
रहे हैं
Shiro's respecting it as well. The dog cover sent out by Papichulo too.
या बेट करके तो
But
नहीं खेल
this
रहे हैं.
could,
हर किल बेट करके
alleviate some
मार रहा है
pressure
क्या?
on
ट्रैप
the
सेटअप
rest
कर
of the
रहे कि
map,
नहीं?
right?
कॉम सुन रहे कि नहीं?
Well, Boom
खुद
is
का ही खेल रहा है या
again
टीम वर्क
taking
कर रहा है?
door and is clearing C rubble as well as front B.
सिर्फ
But this
एम
is
पे
where
मार रहा है
Naus
और
is
बात नहीं कर
aggressive
रहा
in
है.
mid-round.
ऐसा भी
Berserk
होता है कुछ
ready
प्लेयर्स
on the
का.
off angle, only goes 1 for 1, but
तो वो
spots a
सब है
lot of
क्या?
players there.
स्टार्ट ऑफ द राउंड मिड राउंड
Suddenly, a lot of
कॉम्स कर
information
रहे हैं क्या?
retrieved, and
यूटिल ऑन
that
पॉइंट है क्या?
means they could have rotated
यूटिलिटी
off
के
of Rumble.
यूसेज
Now
प्रॉपर्ली आता है क्या
still
या
trying to
ऐसे
hold
ही
their
फेक
ground,
रहा है किधर भी
especially
कुछ
around the
भी?
rotating doors. But
वो
Boom,
सब भी मैटर करता है.
considering their options.
Naus just continuing to push through the middle of the map, straight up the guts, catches Shiro, which is info in and of itself. You know
और
that
ओवर
that's
हिट
the
होता है
hyper
क्या?
lurk over
एक किल
towards
लिया,
the A
दूसरा किल
side.
लिया, वापस
Boom now
सेफ हो
contacting
सकते
into this C
सेफ
side,
होने का
trying to get as
चांस था,
much
फिर भी
base as
ओवर
they
हिट
can,
करके
and
और
Famous
एग्रेसिव
with the
गया है
rocket
क्या?
in hand could still
एक
win
बार
this
हुआ
round
है,
for Boom.
अगर बार बार रिपीट हो रहा है क्या? वो सब
He
मिसिंग.
is creeping forward though. Spots on player. Now confirms the showstopper just to get the kill. Spike should be going in soon as well.
कुछ एरिया क्लियर करने के लिए यूटिल मांग रहा है कि नहीं? कम्युनिकेशन कर रहा है कि नहीं इनिशिएटर के साथ? या इनिशिएटर्स बोल रहे कि नहीं मैं ये कर सकता हूँ, वो कर सकता हूँ? आईजीएल कॉम कैसे दे रहा है? सिर्फ ओवरऑल कॉल दे रहा है कि अपने को यहाँ पे कंट्रोल लेके सीधा साइट हिट करना है या रश करना है सिर्फ, या फिर डिफॉल्ट करके टाइम लेके खेल रहे हैं, या फिर कोई एरिया का कंट्रोल लेके इंस्टेंट रिएक्ट करके खेल रहे हैं. वो सब बहुत कुछ चीज़ है देखने में.
The halfway stick, and now just defused the spike, getting themselves the 3rd round win. 𝐵 fighting for his life, but it's
अवेयरनेस
not quite
कितना है गेम में?
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see on Sunset.
क्रॉसर पे फोकस है या ओवरऑल गेम अवेयरनेस है?
This time a little bit more consistently. They've got 3. I think on Sunset they got 2 in a row before Boom started to respond. And the thing I'm liking from Naus is they're getting active. You know, they're dominating rubble. They're getting active in the middle of the map. They're sick of letting Boom just run their game plan, do whatever they want around the map. They're starting to really assert themselves. And again, it's going to be a massive fight at 8.
Oh, perfect. The C's paint shells combo as well. Papichulo shrouded steps onto its top of the rubble. However, Boom Esports has some plans of their own. It's Nightfall being sent out. Paranoia onto with Papichulo as well. He has to back up. The toxic screen comes up just to block off Boom in time.
Yeah, good disengage there for Nous. Boom now investing a lot of resources just trying to make their way out A, but they didn't feel confident enough to do so because you had 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐾 immediately dumping his own Nightfall in reply. So Boom, after all said and done, they haven't taken any A space. Nous is convinced that they have as their own toxic screen goes down and they throw out a Prowler. They're confused because Boom has walked back towards the C side of the map. And you're seeing Nous just kind of panic rotating. They have no idea what's going on as they've retaken Rubble.
अच्छा अल्टी मार दिया
They're
इसमें.
even using that spit just to block off any potential offenses from Boom. The rotating door
चुद
will
गई
leave,
है
so
बूम
a
ये
lot
राउंड
of
में.
information being called out right now. It's going to be MxB alongside his utility, the C's, just to try to slow down Boom if they are approaching. He doesn't hear any footsteps yet, though. They're just jiggling. And just jiggling. The haunt sent up. Has to avoid that lockdown. The site has been granted to Boom.
Yeah, Boom setting up a net. Now starting to make their way through Link as where Famous is going to try and take this first duel. In fact, multiple players towards Link and winning those duels is huge, Quack.
That's that proactiveness that you're talking about. They pushed into Link just to get a little bit more space, eliminate more heads from Naos. Now a couple more coming in from both sides. The door was hurt. Although it's linear angles for Boom right now, they've got the spike, they've got the advantage. Another player down, it's all left to 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐾. Tries to play around it, taps the spike, baiting for more peaks, able to take down at least one. Now sticks it to at least halfway, but 𝐵 quick on the peek out. A simple shot.
चलेगा लास्ट वन में जीतो तो भी चांस तो है जीतने का.
Back in control.
अटैक में
heads up play from Boom.
अटैक में पिस्टल आ गया और अल्ट आ गया तो इजी अटैक में निकाल सकते
get into the site, but they recognize you can't play an after plant from one position. It's just way too one-dimensional. Got to go and take link control and just a simple two-man contact in there, and you can see the whole team all just fortifying that position, all playing the post plant with the open plant over from link side, and it works out an absolute treat.
If this keeps up, I mean, again, we're seeing Boom get really close to these dangerous numbers for Naos. Toxic screen this time. Naos without the best guns. I mean, it's a bit of a forced buy. They're giving Boom Esports a little bit more space.
It's 𝐵u from the top side of Rubble, though, has already found a frag. You can see Naos wanted to go for this trap play, and they're still committing to it, actually winning the duels. It's all on NC Slasher and 𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐾 now.
Especially that push out from door, I think. Poppy Chulo doing what he's good at. Only has Sheriff, though, so still trying to be very cautious. NC Slasher. 26 rounds left in that belt. He's just firing it off fully. Lockdown now in place from 𝐵. They're going to peek off a bit. Good little shot from NC Slasher, but 𝐵 replies in kind, and that's going to be Naos turning things to a 4-8 at the end of the first half.
It's a good recovery. Still not a scoreline you'd be happy with, but better than what we saw on Sunset. Very good resilience on the weaker buy there to actually put together the round win. It's been a pretty rough series for Moja, has to be said. You know, I was looking at his numbers in the final of Challengers Philippines. He had an insane series, and he's someone I was really excited to be laying eyes on here in this Ascension tournament, but this has just not been his day against Boom today, and that's worrying if that's going to be a trend that continues, because Nous definitely needs him, and he's someone that, you know, has a bit more of a flexible agent pool as well, can go over onto the Neon if necessary, and those kind of players I think are going to define a tournament. We've already like this. We've already seen it in EMEA, for example, someone like Comeback on the Duelist or Kayak, and then over in Americas you're seeing 𝐷𝐻𝐼𝐷𝐎 run around killing everyone on the Neon, dude.
Yeah, we're seeing so much of this, and that's kind of what it takes to be great, what it takes to be one of those tier 1 players, and we're seeing it before, not just in, you know, other regions, but last year's Ascension 2023 as well with Bleed Scary. I mean, a lot of these things can happen, and sometimes you're faced against insurmountable odds, but when you have a player that adapts to situations and finds these star plays, that's what you really need. And sometimes, I mean, Naos is able to lead the charge. Sometimes Boom comes back in with dominance, so anything could still happen with the second half, but it starts off with that pistol.
Yeah, for sure. I think, did we see Naos win the second half pistol on Sunset? I can't really remember now, but regardless, it's going to start with the pistol here. At least a bit more of a recoverable scoreline for them, moving into the attacker's side. And it is a mirror matchup here, so need to see how they can utilize this comp on the attacking side. The fade, the single initiator to kind of re-clear some of these lanes, and then the info denial of the Viper. We'll see if they can use it as well as Boom did.
नींद आ गया
𝐿 was super impactful. Just
लगता है तेरे को कमबैक होगा पिस्टल के बाद?
using the screen.
कर सकती है ना उस लोटस ऐसा मैप पे
घुमा सकते हैं।
मतलब टीम भले ही इतना अच्छा भी नहीं है सामने, बट तो भी उनके अल्ट्स वल्ट्स आ गए और एक एक किल भी बहुत मैटर करते हैं।
Yeah, they took C control.
और एक्चुअली लोटस खेलना सबको आता है।
Towards front B, doesn't spot anything out. Progression orb from the attackers trying to deny info, deny vision to 𝐎𝐿 over on this C site. He replies by putting his own orb up, which is then cycled with a dark cover, so no entry to the C site here for Nelson. They're going to head back towards the A side of the map, where they'll find 𝐵𝑆𝐵𝑢 and Famous, but they're not interested.
ये लोग का बूम का प्ले स्टाइल वही है, रीक्लियर करते रहेंगे डिफेंस में। वो लोग के वाइपर को बहुत स्मार्ट खेलना पड़ेगा।
Just trying to find perhaps an open site.
ये कैसे पकड़ा भाई ब्राउलर ने?
हाँ ना, इतना दूर से।
Not thinking about that again. And just as quick as it happens, you got NC Slasher rotating in just
बहुत कैसा फोर्स कर रहे हैं देख।
off angle, he fires through. NC Slasher on a third kill. Berserks with one more. 𝐵 has spotted out 𝐿. They know where he is. They're coming in for the hunt.
वो एक प्राउलर डिटेक्ट हुआ, इसके लिए उधर भाग गए वो लोग और ट्रैप में चले गए।
Trying to tag him through. 10 seconds left in this round. It's just not in the cards for now. It's at the start of the second half.
Yeah, that was just cursed. I could see what Now's was trying to go for. Like, you know, they took the.
इसने रेज ने अच्छा रोटेशन किया रे पे जैसा दिखा ना दो लोग इंस्टेंट आके उधर
they kind of did for a second and then go back towards B.
पर ए पे मेरे हिसाब से लोग ने बहुत कम किया। वो लोग
हाँ
पक्सी नहीं दिए ए पे।
They still had to run into C through a Viper orb into an alarm bot, which made.
I think ओमन के पास पैरानोया बचा हुआ था क्या, इसलिए वो खड़ा था क्या अकेला ऐसा?
रहेगा। While they're all vulnerable or tagged up by the Viper orb, just spamming them all down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these incredible decisions being made by some of these players from Boom, whether or not it's individual or stuff that they.
इनका रेज मार नहीं पा रहे और लास्ट गेम भी नियॉन नहीं मार पाया था।
In the second map of the last series of the day.
तो एक भी फर्स्ट किल नहीं रहेगा आई थिंक अभी तक।
Trying to wrap around them now.
लास्ट गेम में एक था, 5 बार मरा है।
सनसेट में एक था, पी लोटस में।
Boom's just taken all of that A main control, so this is not going to be an option. You can see.
कितने फ्री हो रहे हैं लोग।
हाँ, किधर जाके बैठा है।
इको राउंड में भी अलाउ नहीं करना चाहिए उन्हें को। मतलब बल वो चल किल जा लो गया, ये राउंड चलेगा। भाई इधर भी वन भी होता है भाई, अभी पता चला मेरे को।
Deep
it just looks like the same kind of process for now as from Sunset. You know, going in, kind of taking their time and thinking about it, heading back, now rotations into the B site. It's a big old crossfire, huge choke point. 𝐎𝐿 and Famous just shredding them up as they try to push through. It's not happening. The spike down on the ground. 𝐵𝑎𝑃𝑖𝐶ulo with nothing but a classic to his name stays tucked away. 𝐿 on the other side of it. They're not able to make anything happen. Guns on the ground, spike on the ground. As soon as they pick it up, that's going to be a shot through. 𝐎𝐿 finding that third kill. 15 HP, swings out, bites the bullet. Boom Esports reaches double digits.
In such a clean fashion as well. All of the guns up. Another
थोड़ा ऑन द फेस खेलना पड़ेगा ना उसको।
हाँ।
Just max chilling.
वही रे मारेंगे नहीं तब तक वो लोग रिस्ट्रिक्ट ही नहीं देंगे वो लोग।
थोड़ा ए पे जाके वो लोग भी फाइट कर रहे हैं, वहीं पे जाके मारो उनको। वरना नहीं जीत पाएंगे वो लोग।
Because he's not casting, that's for sure. You know, me and you, Quack, we're doing the hard yards today. Day 1 of the tournament. But, you know, I'm still enjoying it nonetheless. Here's the full A main control. Now's all the way out. So look, they've been given that space by Boom, who will put up their Viper wall. Worth mentioning the progression orbs come through on stairs side.
410.
You can't pick that up anymore, so that orb is stuck there for the rest of the round. NC Slasher, he's used the ground to clear out front B, and
उजर
He's
भाई
shouldering, recognizing that there's a player
नहीं
on
हो
the
रहा
wall
उससे
spawn
चल रहा है
side, so
उनका।
you can see these are the info lines Boom uses to
पता
control the
नहीं
map.
इतना गंदा नहीं
They've
खेलता
got
वो।
the fade clearing front B,
हाँ
they've got the killjoy jiggling C.
क्या
The
हो
two
गया
you push
उसको?
the
आज
players
नहीं हो
off
रहा है।
those lines.
हाँ।
Boom has so much info on you.
Yeah, they're still marking those spots. I mean, every single lane has at least a single player from Boom marking.
अपना भी RNT में भी आज उसका भी पैराडॉक्स का आइस बॉक्स में 7 फर्स्ट डेथ्स था।
हाँ।
They're kind of splitting themselves up across, relying on 𝐎𝐿 as well as 𝐵.
उतना कंफर्टेबल नहीं लग रहे थे, पता नहीं शायद प्रैक्टिस में अच्छा क्या रहेगा।
So we're trying to play around the door, perhaps thinking of sneaking through, but
पता नहीं जो भी था वो फर्स्ट किल के लिए ट्राई किया हुआ ही नहीं
to
उसने।
rotate over onto B site instead, smoking out the stairs now. Pink shells coming in. You've got NC Slasher up around.
सामने वाले अवेयर थे वो सब प्लेस के
pushing
लिए।
through, but the spike's gone down.
Yeah, Berserk's applying pressure to the door as well to try and add another dimension to this retake. It's going to be a bloodbath on 𝐵.
Up through waterfall, they got a bit of an angle, but still just as quick as they push through.
जीत
Now,
सकते हैं अभी भी 5-10
those post plant
6-10
positions,
कर दिया तो।
it's just going to be Boom taking a couple of hits now
next round
coming through,
important है।
and then pushing out from the link again, something that Boom wasn't quite expecting. Despite the spike being planted, it's just going to be now pushing out against Boom to collect on
ये
that
राउंड
fifth
सी
round.
जाना चाहिए। सी कंट्रोल लेके लर्क स्मोक करके फुल बेंड पे प्रेशर डालो उनको, ऐसा दिखाओ कि घुस गया कोई बेंड पे।
Applying pressure to front B, they're really doing a good job trying to mask their intentions. It's something that they did do on Sunset and it didn't really work out for them. That round is the perfect example of when it does.
जो और ब्ले के फेमस फटाक से रोटेट करने को देखेगा।
Rebel Control, the name of the game for
pressure
both
होते
of these teams right off the bat.
Yeah, they're going in for it. The paranoia
ये क्या है?
just completely tried to hop over everything, but
ऐसा?
his forte right now. NC Slasher with the Odin just fires through. Next, see a bit of a
ये तो योरू वाला उधर से आ रहा पोजीशन।
both Jet Raze is dead, and NC Slasher still very much alive. Emin's gonna try to fire out through, and he does manage to collect on the 𝐵, so that's another controller down, but now it still has yet to set foot onto a site.
Yeah, wall's gone up and denied them any further space there. Berserk's trying to get active on the other side of the map, just spotting out that C long info line. Turret's still up front B as well. But Boom, as nows have cut sound and thrown down the dark cover close towards A here, have got no info and they're all split up around the map, which is a great situation for nows. They could definitely take advantage and try to take these 2-on-1 duels.
A little bit worried about the door though. Just a single shot fired through this angle, and 𝐎𝐿's looking for that wall bang. Hence his crosshair placement. Laying around the wall as well. Now it's on the other side, slowly walking up front. NC Slasher just holds the angle with the Odin. Sprays it down again. A third kill in the round for the guy, but now punished by 𝐵. Pre-aimed swing. And it's going to be down to 𝐎𝐿 swinging out against him. 10 seconds and the spike goes down. Berserks tries to play off the same spot. Spotted out by 𝐿 instead.
देखा कप्पा मैंने बोला था ना यही जीता था ये लोग को। सारे इम्पैक्ट फ्लैग्स इसके ही है। 6 में से 4 राउंड इसने निकाला है अभी तक।
Already won a handful of rounds for nows on the Senti defense, and even in the mid to late round they're activating with a multi-frag. He's really trying to drag nows into this series wherever possible because some of the other boys having a rougher time of it.
हम लोग भी जब हम लोग ने भी वो खेला था ना, तभी हम लोग को भी इसने एस्ट्रा से जो मारा था ना भाई, याद है मेरे को अभी भी।
Info of Boom so that they could try to find a timing, and that's where 𝐵 as well as 𝐿 in the mid to late round looking super solid for now.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
ये इनका क्या खेल रहा है अभी? ये वाइपर किस में खेलता था? हाँ उसका।
क्या वाइपर किस में खेलता था वो?
हाँ। वाइपर किस में खेलता था पहले? कौन सी टीम में था?
It's marking a lot of these angles, but nows are not pushing out. They haven't really done that yet.
Boom broke onto the sheriffs. This is a great opportunity for nows to build their economy. It's already looking decent, as well as close this scoreline deficit. Proud of the front side.
इधर से सीरी कौन होता है? मेरे को नहीं मालूम था।
Takes full advantage of that. You want to see him get a bit of an anti-eco bash on, get the confidence back, honestly, in this round, and get himself close to that showstopper.
राइट साइड ऊपर से ना।
Close to it.
जैसे लेफ्ट में एक ही तरफ करते वैसा होगा।
Move past it. No sound from
ये वाला
pillars.
alt cycle बहुत important है, कौन निकालता है?
But Boom have taken out that turret.
फेड ऑन मोजर का अल्टी ला देना चाहिए. प्लान दो मोजर को. Actually, फेड का भी आ रहा है.
The door's going to get open, so they have to worry about front B, but the rifle diff in these kind of angles is just way too much to deal with.
सारा डोर से मॉली टूट गया.
Not really a fight that Boom would want to take. Again, what other approach do they have? Famous, just trying to wallbang through. Eats a bullet instead through.
एक किल मोजर को चाहिए.
2 players left, and they are thinking of splitting up or watching exits.
Well,
मोजर भाई के शक्ल पे confidence
this
नहीं
is
दिख रहा है.
looking very, very good for Naus. And if they close out this anti-eco here, I mean, 𝐵 is looking for a little bit more damage. If he gets his Omen ult, it's not the biggest deal.
मारेगा इसको. मारने वाले ओमन को मोजर. Nice.
𝐵 is spotted out, dealt with pretty easily.
I'll get next round or
I actually would love to see him hunt. Would love to see him just try and get that showstopper, but they're all exiting over on C side, and 𝐵 not going to give it to him. He's actually just going to go down to the spike. But this is where I'm looking at this. Like, let's be honest, Quack, so far today, this has been a stomp for Boom. But you look at something like a 7-10 scoreline for Naus, the ults that they have online, the economy they've got behind them. This is very doable.
Very much so. In fact, you have to start to believe in them. I mean, that sunset might have been rough, but this is not the same map any longer. And sometimes maybe they just take a little while to warm up. I mean, some of these players, again, they've undergone that transformation. Mojer, 1 point away from the ultimate, and that could kickstart something new. Finding that confidence, being able to frag out. Famous looking to shut them down with his own operator.
Rubble control taken once again here for Boom. Now's not interested in contesting. One way's been thrown up. Operators out here. 𝐵 throwing it all to front side of C. Because Boom getting increasingly more worried that that's where the point of attack's going to come in. But it's actually the Nightfall through B here for Naus.
That's going to be an opening shot out from Rubble, but at the same time, Naus pushing all the way into the B site. Famous in with a showstopper of his own. Takes down Nexi. Just a bit of an exchange. But Boom with a bit of numbers advantage. Both Omens having that TP ultimate. Spike will go down though. So if anything, it's up to 𝐵. Walks up, gets the shot onto Emin, spots out onto Papachula up by stairs. Mojer in with the kill, pops out the showstopper, tries to get the splash, but it doesn't quite connect. Berserk's very much alive.
एंटी रे बच गया रे. वो किल जा मर जाता था अल्टी से तो जीत जाते हैं लोग.
It's gonna be Boom.
प्लान थोड़ा फकॉल किया. फेड अल्टी था पूरा फिर भी.
Back against Naus, they are up to 11.
You got a feel for Naus. That was a very, very tight round. Really could have gone either way. Odin and Op retained here for Boom, and Orb given over to the Killjoy. Boom really threatening the end of the game here, but honestly, their money a little on the shaky side. Let's be real, they only retain 2 weapons, and Naus have got plenty of cash to reinvest, try to reset that economy, and keep this game within winnable distance.
And that's how you play the long game. I mean, Naus has to keep this up, keep up those rounds. But Boom not letting up. It's that Op again, another Odin.
Yeah, Boom once again going to be taking this A main control. Naus slowly working C Rubble as well as front B, looking to potentially open that door. Boom really heavily fortifying this C side of the map as well. Both the Viper as well as the Killjoy set up over there, I'd assume with the Orb as well. Lurk smoke coming through from Naus. May look to try to break some KJ util and tickle the door a little. And indeed they have. They've cleared the alarm bot as well as the Nano. But Famous is deep on that A line, punishing Naus as soon as they try to come back.
And all of a sudden, they have to think twice about heading into A. All the rotations from Naus over onto the C site. You've got 𝐵, you've got Berserks, and they are just waiting for this. Oh, they've been waiting for this. They're about to make a name for themselves here. Naus says no, they don't want any of this. They're backing out, sending the spike to yet another site.
I mean, they've got space out A at least. Even after seeing the Op over there, that's something they've got to be concerned about. But Emma's made his way out of A main. Progression smoke to the front side, but that's an issue. 𝐵 can now just play right next to that. That's going to potentially help him hold the A side here.
He's trying to hold around it. Doesn't see anything. Poppy Joe, I mean, we've seen him make calls like this before as they sneak on through in towards Link. Jaw on a bit of a lurk. At 10 seconds remaining, they managed to get that spike stuck down. A bit of a trade in from Shirodo. And it's going to be NC Slasher just hiding around. He heard that shrouded step onto the other side. Poppy Chulo just waited for a bit of assistance. Managing to spray it down, a double kill, making a name for himself with this Odin. Emin trying to fight back, but spotted out once again. Boom Esports having the numbers, having the strats, having the calls, and they come in to reach match point.
काम तमाम है इनका, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है।
Positional play from Boom, constantly changing up.
हर बार साइड मिलने के बाद प्लांट हो रहा है, स्पेस लेने जा रहे हैं, मर रहे हैं, 2-3
अरे इनको जरूरत ही नहीं था बरो पुश करने का। 3v4 में साइड पे बैठ के खेल सकते थे, सामने वाले का कुछ अल्टी ही नहीं था और उल्टा उनके वाइपर के बस एक किल पे अल्टी आ रहा था। क्यों पता नहीं पुश किया लोग ने।
Playing very passively, punishing the lurk over towards C, punishing the shove.
अरे बूम वाले 3 या 4 बार बीडी टेक में डोर खोल चुके हैं, तो एक बंदा पता नहीं रुक क्यों नहीं रहा है, तो लेट सी बैकस्टैब नहीं कर रहा इनको। आजकल सबने वही चालू कर दिया है, सी से डोर खोल के रीटेक करना चालू। वो जो सेंटिनल्स ने चालू किया था ना, वो डोर खोल के फ्लैश करता था, वो 10 वो लोग सबने चालू कर दिया है वो।
It's really, really unfortunate, especially for a matchup like this up in the quarterfinals again. Now, they're trying to keep it competitive. A second timeout called now.
Deadlock खेला क्या तुम लोग ने?
So far, I mean, it's only been minor successes, you know, a couple of rounds here and there, especially on the third round of the second half.
क्यों रे?
But they need so much more. They
need to push this into overtime. कितना कुछ है भाई। माइंड तो हो जाता है मेरा तो खेल के।
उसका सिर्फ कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए कुछ भी।
From last year's Ascension 2023.
It's looking like they're going to get it. Week goodbye from now is down to a lot of light armors, which you got the Phantoms brought into this round.
भाविन तो ये स्ट्रीम बंद करके पहले खाना खाया रहेगा ना?
Mincemeat of some of these weaker players, especially if we end up with a after plan or something like that.
वो खाया था ना,
problematic for sure. Now to come up with though, one off the lockdown, if they could get that C-long orb, that could definitely help them get into an accelerated after plant. And look, Berserk's
पेट बोल रहा है भाई खाना खा ले।
Forced off the line, and surely this is going to be the orb
ये गेम खत्म होएगा।
Sure. I mean, definitely needs it, at the very least, to keep this up. But question is, where is he going to deploy that? Boom.
इतने लंबे से Odin
from the back of A site. NC Slasher, he does it again. It's the Odin sprays. Famous in with an upshot as well.
नहीं भाई क्या मार रहे हो?
At least Jocelyn has this lockdown.
They've just sprayed them all down from sports side. Like now's just basically peeked into them, not expecting 3 players over the lobby. Thought those duels might go better for them, and now this situation.
साला एनसी सेशन ने पूरा गेम चिप एंगल होल्ड कर करके मारा रे ओडिन से।
You're gonna have to make a little bit of a gamble. NC Slasher is just playing the darndest angle with the Odin. He's waiting for it.
You should run.
And now it's just rethinking their decisions. There's that lockdown.
30 seconds left.
The green light for Famous to start that flank. And then the Viper's pit. Can you believe this, Bilski? Berserk sprays on through. And Evan just throws in a last-ditch effort, but it's all over.
One side हो गया रे वो।
Esports.
एडमिन भी कुछ हो रहा है पीछे।
हाँ जल्दी खत्म किया भाई।
It's just such a statement win, like beating one of the other teams in the tournament that hard.
नहीं वही कंट्री के ना यार।
Boom is definitely going to be the team to beat at this tournament, and honestly, they made that look so clean. They made that look cleaner than my house after I hear I have guests coming over last minute.
I mean, look, it's just the first day of Ascension. Yes, it's incredibly clean. They didn't even allow Naos to get to double digits whatsoever.
honestly, Boom इतना अच्छा नहीं खेला था लोटस, Naos बेकार खेल रहा था। Sunset तो मैं बोलूँगा कि भाई Boom ने आउटप्ले किया वो लोग को।
We have seen bits of performances here and there from Naos. I mean, a couple of wins, Poppy Chulo close to some clutches. But that said, you're absolutely right. Although it's maybe
मेरे हिसाब से इंडिया में अच्छा खेलते लोटस इस इन नाउ से लोग.
here, and they were dominating in this series.
Yeah, I think this needs to be a bit of a redemption arc for now. Unfortunately, couple of players very quiet today.
पता नहीं फाइट्स भी नहीं जीत पा रहे, घुमा भी नहीं पा रहे. ये हमेशा एक स्टेप आगे थे.
Were super good players to keep an eye out. So yeah, they've got to go back to the drawing board day to day. They're going to be able to work their way into this tournament. Definitely some easier teams to be taking on down.
अरे RNT के पहले शॉट्स कनेक्ट हो रहे थे, उसके बाद
potentially play with. So
क्विकली अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाए रहे कि क्या चेंजेस करने चाहिए उनको. डिफेंस में भी, अटैक में भी ट्रैप होना चालू हो गए थे वो लोग.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a couple more wins and they could
और
definitely
पता नहीं
secure that playoff spot.
अपोनेंट्स का यूटिलिटी कंसीडर करके पोजीशंस ले रहे थे कि नहीं, या फिर वैसा अडैप्टेशंस नहीं दिखा मेरे को एटलीस्ट. ऐसा मेरा फीलिंग है, ओपिनियन है.
And of course Mika as well. So we'll toss it back over to the desk, the panelists, Mika and Ewok.
हाँ ना, 7 राउंड के बाद पूरा उल्टा हुआ.
It's okay, Mika. These days happen. As professionals, right? Of course, it's a sad day to be a NAS fan, right? But I think I'll touch on a little bit later. I think there are things where that NAS can take from this, and they can really improve, right? They need to go and sit down and see what is it that went wrong today. We can break down a little bit what we think, what we saw.
Yeah, there were a lot of things I think that they definitely have to go back to the drawing board quite a bit.
वही सीन है और कुछ नहीं.
So much difficulty on entry and attack, right? And we do have, unfortunately, my eyes go to Mumba,
अच्छा खेल सकता है ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा था.
Like 𝐿 mentioned, there were so many players that I feel like they weren't activated just yet. Maybe just a little bit, but
और आइसबॉक्स में तो
it's kind of sad because I know that
वो
this
लोग
isn't
ट्राई
the
किया
NAS
फर्स्ट किल के लिए,
we thought that
लेकिन
this
वो
was going all
पॉसिबल
the
ही नहीं
way
हो रहा
and
था
we
उनको.
thought that the score would be closer. So of all of the matches that we had today, this was the one that I didn't expect would be this dominant, right, Ewok?
100% agree. I think I don't want to take
अपने
anything
तीनों
away
फाइट्स
from
हार
them.
रहे
I
थे.
think they look great today.
मेजर
There's
फाइट्स
something
हारे.
where I feel like, especially on
मार
a
नहीं
map
पाए,
like Lotus,
इसके लिए हार गए.
what I
क्या कर
associate with
सकते?
Boom is sometimes not overcomplicating it too
अभी
much,
कुछ होगा या
but
स्ट्रीम
really
खत्म
relying
करोगे?
on that
मैं
chemistry
सोच रहा
they've
हूँ
built over the years with certain players
खेलूं
playing together for a
या
long
खाऊं.
time, them being
दो
familiar with
ऑप्शंस
each
है
other
अपने
and
पास.
actually just enjoying playing with each
खेलना
other.
चाहिए कि खाना
That's where
खाना
that
चाहिए.
individual chemistry with your teammates where it really shines. They don't need to overcomplicate too much, and it just seems like that was a little bit
बताओ
too
तुम
much
बताओ
for
क्या
NAS to
करना
handle.
चाहिए मुझे. खाना नहीं खाया
No,
मैंने.
that I like that
खाना
you
खा
brought that
के
up
खेलूं
because you do
या
have
खेल के
some
खाना
teams
खाऊं.
that really run with that style and
4:30 हुआ
they
है.
have it to like such great success. Like for example, KappA being one of those teams, right?
खा के
Just
खेलो ना.
enjoy,
सही है.
just run it if you have
मिलते
to,
हैं फिर
just shoot heads. Sometimes
आधे पौने
it
घंटे
works.
में या
And
1
for
घंटे में.
players like this on
1
the
घंटे
side
में
of
स्ट्रीम
Boom,
चालू
it
करता हूँ, फिर मिलते हैं.
definitely works. I
ठीक है.
mean,
थैंक यू फॉर
I keep
ट्यूनिंग इन.
talking about Zesty
लाइक और
just because
सब्सक्राइब
it's
कर
like
देना.
his performance
मिलते हैं
was exactly
नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम
that.
में.
We talked to the
बाय बाय.
Indonesian talent about this. They said that like
See you.
he's already good.